And a very good morning, everybody. Welcome to Trent Bridge, a cloudy Trent Bridge, but thankfully the forecast expected to be dry as we continue on our merry journey to get back to this venue for the Metro Bank 50 over one-day cup final, which will be held here on this ground in West Bridgeford on the 20th of September. The qualification system continues apace, and today we've got the best match in Group 8 for listeners to Sports Extra 2, and also viewers joining us on Trent Bridge Live, the live picture stream. And we will bid you all a very good morning as we await the players and their emergence out in the middle. They're just forming on the outfield. I'm Dave Bracegirdle. Alongside me, bring him in just a second, the voice of Gloucestershire cricket, Ed Seaborn. I can tell you that Notts have won the toss and elected to bowl, and this has huge ramifications for both sides. Gloucestershire, well, they're nigh on unbeatable, invincible in this competition to this point. Played 5, won 5, topped the group. Notts not quite going along as merrily as that. They have played a game more. They've played 6. They've won 3. They've tied 1 and lost 2. And essentially, they need to win this match today and also here on Sunday against Surrey. And then I think they'll be very much in the shake-up for third place in the group. A lot of things could happen in the other matches today and on Sunday, and indeed some matches on Tuesday as well. So we won't know the exact finishing place in the groups until Tuesday, but Notts finish on Sunday. Essentially, they have to win today and they have to win on Sunday here against Surrey. Notts have made one change. They were hoping to have Dylan Pennington recalled from the 100, but he's not been made available. So the one change concerns Sammy King coming in for Freddie McCann, who has been whisked away to the other competition. So the Outlaws today, who are in the field: Ben Martindale, Ben Slater, Jack Haynes, captain Hasib Hamid, Sammy King, Lyndon James, Dane Shardendorf the keeper, Joe Pocklington the left arm spinner, Rob Lord, Brett Hutton and James Hayes. To tell you through the Gloucestershire team, we don't see each other all that often. It's only the second time in about 14 years that Notts and Gloucestershire have played each other in one-day cricket, and they've not played too much in the county championship in recent times, so it's not often I can say this. A very warm welcome back to Trent Bridge, Ed Seaborn. Good morning, fella.
Hello, there we go, sorry. Good morning, everybody, at the second attempt. This is the second Metro Bank one-day cup men's game that I've covered, and I think the two games sort of encapsulate the beauty of the competition, really. My first game was a Middlesex game admiring the undulations of rural Hertfordshire, and here we are at the test ground in Trent Bridge, so I think that's what the competition's all about. Speaking of invincible, you mentioned that word, Gloucestershire have Miles Hammond back from the Oval Invincibles, so he's come straight into the side. It's a bit of a shame for young Tommy Borman, who will still have that young moniker applied to him, I think, for a little bit. There is a point when it becomes old, but he will slot in to that middle order. James Bracey and Cameron Bancroft remain at the top of the order. Miles Hammond on this ground last year making 157. He did it whilst opening the batting, but he's going to come in the middle order in this one. Ollie Price at 3, Ben Charlesworth. Hammond down to come in at 5, and we'll see whether that happens or not. Jack Taylor the captain, Graham Van Buren, Daz Ahmed, Craig Miles, Matt Taylor and Josh Shaw. So Hammond, the only change from Gloucestershire's win, but a little bit of time ago now, so we'll see whether there's any rust on them today.
Would you like to take the honour, as they say in golf, and kick us off? It's Brett Hutton from this end.
Brett Hutton with 2 slips over the wicket to Bracey. Bowls an in-swinger, and Bracey clips it down to fine leg. And Gloucestershire are underway. First ball, 1 without loss. I would have imagined both sides probably would have wanted to bowl first if they'd won the toss. A little bit more moisture about these days, with temperatures not quite as fearsome as they've been at other points in the summer.
It looks as if it's been used already this season. Of course, a lot of the strips have. I wouldn't imagine that it's going to be too much in it for the bowlers, certainly after the ball has gone a little softer.
Bancroft faces up and pushes this one pleasantly away, wide of mid-off, and comes through for a single. So Bancroft underway first ball as well. So 2 singles from the first 2 balls.
Ground filling up. What I like about this ground and any other ground I go to is all the stands are open, essentially, apart from the pavilion end. There'll be the odd glimpse for Gloucestershire supporters of the pavilion. It's very much under wraps, renovations going on there, so that end can't be used.
Hutton over the wicket to Bracey, watches it go by, a little bit of in shape late there, but Bracey judges well that he doesn't have to play. It does look a little bit as though there's been a conflagration at the far end, but I'm sure there hasn't been. I'm sure everything is under control, and the renovations paused for the day. My favourite scoreboard on the circuit, away to the right of it, the Batman scoreboard.
The Batman board, yep.
Hutton in and bowls, and Bracey forward to defend as the ball trickles up to mid-off. What's tended to happen with this opening partnership for Gloucestershire is that Bracey has actually gone out quite aggressively. Bancroft just tends to bat the way that he bats, that 144 not out against Glamorgan, easily his highest score of the competition, but Bracey's tended not to hang about for too long, been the one to try and get Gloucestershire off to flying starts. Hutton bowls to him and just nudging a single wide of mid-off there, so 3 runs on the board from the first 5 deliveries. It feels a little bit odd, if I can say this, actually, to be watching Gloucestershire again. It's been a little bit of time, the best part of a month now.
I know what you mean. It's a while since I was here. Not started their campaign in this competition with 2 matches at Welbeck, and they've been on the road for 4 games, now back home for these last 2.
Hutton to complete the opening over, bowls to Bancroft and beats him with an away swinger, and 3 runs from the first over. And I think that's going to be, as you say, that's going to be the first task really for Gloucestershire, even if Bracey is going to be the one to try and take a few more risks. If Brett Hutton's got a new ball in hand, you've got to respect that, and Gloucestershire in that first over certainly doing so. Just 3 runs on the board.
Yeah, Brett Hutton's been light on wickets in this competition. He's played in 5 of the first 6 matches. Didn't play down at Cardiff, Brett. He's only taken 4 wickets, but goes along an economy rate just over 5, which is pretty good going. Certainly bowling in the power play, the start, and then often coming back for the unforgiving final overs. It's going to be James Hayes to... No, it's not. Beg your pardon. It's going to be Rob Lord to share this opening stint. Of course, the new ball from each end. And Rob Lord, lengthy approach, right arm, medium fast bowler, pitches this one up, and James Bracey eases it out into the offside. Now, big day here at Trent Bridge for past Nottinghamshire players. It's their annual day, and I think there's something in the order of 65 to 70 former players who will be attending a function over in the Derek Randall suite. They'll be over there all day, many of them already inside there. They sort of range in experience from Ken Paul, 91 years of age, who played for Notts in the 50s, all down to Luke Fletcher, who retired at the end of last season, as this one's cut into the offside by Bracey. A couple of England test appearances 4 years ago for Bracey. Just leans into that one square of the wicket. Sammy King will field, and a couple more to Gloucestershire, 5 without. Various points in the day. Can't give a guarantee on this, because why would anybody come and talk to Ed and myself, and maybe even Kevin Howells, who's in the building as well. But hopefully we can tempt 1 or 2 guests over as the day goes on, just to come and share 1 or 2 of the memories of playing for Nottinghamshire, and maybe in one or two cases, maybe playing either for or against Gloucestershire. This is short, but pace taken off it from Rob Lord, and just helped onto the leg side for a single. Pocklington doing the fielding. The old outfield Ed looks very much in need of a drink, very worn, been a hot summer, and there's pockets of the outfield that really showing signs of distress. A lot of work out there for Steve Burks and his crew.
Yeah, I think there's a little bit of rain due north of here, but I'm not sure that we're going to get any here. But at Bristol at the moment, there are these pronounced drainage lines which often tend to show themselves through the midsummer. Don't have those here.
Cameron Bancroft on strike, and a play and a miss as that goes through to Schardendorf. Good fourth stump line there, bowled by Rob Lord. Our umpires are Ben Peverell and Phil Mustard.
Former Gloucestershire player.
Oh yeah, that.
It's easy to forget that, isn't it? From a
well,
Gloucestershire supporters won't forget it, but from other counties might forget that Phil Mustard finished his career with Gloucestershire.
Yeah, we've got a lot of scars here from Notts being mustarded a few times. Came here in all forms and gave it a whack for Durham. This is wide of the off stump and goes through to Schardendorf. Should be 5 matches today in the Metro Bank competition. They've all got underway in time. In this group, Glamorgan, the defending champions, they're batting away at New Road against Worcestershire, 9 without loss in the second.
I presume both these sides would quite fancy a Glamorgan victory there.
Yeah, very much so. Should say there are 6 matches, 5 other going on apart from this. The other one in this group at Derby, Surrey, the visitors. They are 9 without loss, also in the second, as Lord bowls to Bancroft, just pushes it to mid-wicket, and we're through 2 overs here. Gloucestershire 6 without loss. Just very quickly, the other matches. Lancashire, they're 0 for 1 at the end of the first over against Warwickshire. That's at Liverpool. And Yorkshire 7 without loss. They're at home to Durham. I think is that one at Scarborough today? I think it might be. Yorkshire Durham. So that's a big match in the other group. Yeah, it is at Scarborough. Yorkshire 7 without loss. Periodically we'll keep you up to speed with what's going on elsewhere, but this the big match in Group A. Notts have to win. Gloucestershire would like to win. Let's put it that way.
Hutton running away from us. In and bowls, and Bracey drives. The first more forceful looking shot, but he can't beat Hamid at mid-off, and there is no run. So from a Gloucestershire perspective, a win today will secure a place in the top 3. So in some sort of position, 2 wins from their remaining 3 matches will secure, definitely because of Nottinghamshire's win over Hampshire, will secure a home semi-final. Hutton bowls tight to the body of Bracey, and he chops it out into the covers, and there's no run. So depending on what happens in the final 3 games, Gloucestershire would thank Nottinghamshire for doing them a favour in that game. But of course, if they don't qualify, and then it dragged Nottinghamshire further up. So we'll see. I remember at Welbeck, one of the first 2 matches in this competition, Paul Franks, the Notts head coach, came on commentary. We'll come back to it after this ball from Hutton. Hutton jogs in, bowls. Bracey drives square of the wicket on the offside. Can't time it or place it out to Martindale. At point, no run. And we said in all probability, and I say this was right at the start of the competition, in all probability in each group, nobody's going to win all the games, and maybe the group winners will have a record of something like 7 and 1. Second place 6 and 2, but it's that third spot. You need 5 wins, and there might be other sides with 5 wins there. It could get congested, but of course then Notts and Worcestershire had a tie early on, so that just sort of muddies the water a little bit. Hutton bowls, Bracey driving again. This time he's got it past point and away for 4. It was possibly not right out of the middle of the bat from Bracey, who seemed pretty determined to get one away, and that one he has to the short boundary over to the offside. 10 without loss as Bracey moves on to 9. We had another tie yesterday with Derbyshire and Leicestershire. That was an extraordinary finish. 14 off the last over, down to the last wicket. Zach Chappell hits the first 2 balls of the last over for 6 and 4. Hutton bowls and Bracey drives again and stopped well to his left-hand side at extra cover. It's Pocklington who stopped that, and there's no run.
Yeah, lost his bat going for the last run, didn't he, Chappell?
He tripped over his own bat. I don't think I'd ever seen anybody at first class level trip over their own bat before, but he probably wouldn't have made it anyway. Ben Cox launched himself away to the ground. Zach Chappell fell over. It was, well, I don't think you could quite tarnish it by saying it looked a little bit like a clip from That So Village, but it had a certain amount of that about it. Hutton completing his 3rd over. Bowls. That's chipped in the air by Bracey, and Hutton diving away to his left. Can't quite get to it. Still lying prone on the floor as he tried his best to get there. Bracey looking to on drive, but out in front of it and sending that one just safely enough in the end. 10 without loss, Gloucestershire, after 3 overs. I think it was extraordinary recovery from Tom Scriven as well, because having had that 6 and the 4, I think he then, it was a 2, wasn't there, and then an absolutely filthy wide to level the scores, and then 3 dot balls to finish with. Remarkable game.
We're at the start of the 4th over of this match between Nottinghamshire and Gloucestershire. It's going to be Rob Lord from the Stewart Broad end, the Pavilion end, the building site end. It'll be called all of those through the game as Bancroft turns this to square leg. Good diving, sprawling stop from Sammy King, and keeps them to a single. Now King got back to his feet, rubbed his elbow, but he's got those protective elastic sleeves on to I was going to say, those watching the live stream will see he's still inspecting his elbow. The last ball of the previous over, bowled by Brett on, he dived for a potential caught and bowled, and he landed on his left elbow there, and doesn't have any sleeves on, and he's been carefully massaging it better. Here's Lord, short and pulled away. First shot of real intent, and it's gone all the way, I believe, for 6. It has, out towards the William Clark stand behind square on the leg side. Just banged in short by Rob Lord, but sat up at a nice height for Bracey. And he's gone on to 15 from 14 balls. Gloucestershire 17 without loss in the 4th.
And that is what Bracey's been doing at the top of the order. It's almost as though he's just waiting for something short to pounce on. And these days, at the top of the order in 50 over cricket, he's not just looking to hit it for 4, he's looking to belt it over the boundary rope, and that's exactly what he's done there. He's always been a good cutter and puller, Bracey, but really seems to have got that swing away into the onside to make it into a really big shot.
Scored a century against Notts down at Bristol 3 years ago, 104 not out, and that's gone through him and bursting through the gloves of Schardendorf. Schardendorf will be hoping, I think, that this is signalled as a bye. I think it's going to be. It is. So, although it goes down against the keeper, it could have been worse had there been a very faint inside edge. It just burst through the gloves almost above his head. It really took off, but the first extra of the match is a bye. 18 without loss.
There were shouts of catch, but I think it was just because, I'm sure to some, they saw the movement on it and assumed that was off the edge, but it was just through the air.
Playing on a fairly central strip here at Trent Bridge as this has eased into the offside, and there's no run. Ben Peverell is the standing umpire then at the Pavilion end. Phil Mustard, who we were just talking about, at square leg. The umpires in purple outfit for this competition, as opposed to the vivid pink they had for the Blast earlier in the season.
Yeah, they've gone from having their allegiances to Sussex to Essex. Now I think Essex are playing in that shade of purple.
Lord On for 10 from his first 10 balls, and this is drilled up to mid-off. Good work by the Notts skipper. A Sieber Mead, yes. It was very evident when Notts played Essex at Welbeck, first match of the competition, that it was very easy to assume it was a fielder at square leg when it was the standing umpire.
13 of them out there.
Last ball of the over. Just been given a reminder of something that's on in the interval, which should be about 2:30 if these games go the full 50 overs at the appropriate time, as Rob Lord is in and Bancroft drops it on the leg side. No run. 4 gone, 18 without loss. For those of you listening in the ground, you may have seen on the big screen, you may have been made aware of it in the days leading up. This the closest Notts home match to VJ Day, which was commemorated a few days ago, and during the half an hour break between innings, between 2:30 and 3, there will be a presentation in the Rice Bar. That's behind the pavilion. Brett Hutton's just getting a little bit of treatment for that elbow injury, and yeah, there's a bit of scarlet out there. He's
a bit of surgical spirit on that.
Yeah. So there's going to be a presentation essentially about Trent Bridge's role during World War II, the players and the ground that had stories to tell will be shown in a presentation. Take your sandwiches, take your flask, whatever, pop in there. If you're listening in the ground, I presume, or if you're on your way to Trent Bridge, there's a presentation about Trent Bridge's role during World War II. Very, very interesting it is indeed. Gloucestershire 18 without loss after 4. Slight hold-up whilst Brett Hutton undergoes some running repairs for that elbow injury. And now he is going to wear one of those elastic protective sleeves. I'm sure that's not the correct name for them. But
tuba grips.
There we go. On his right elbow. Don't know how different that will feel for him bowling, but we're going to find out, because he is ready to start the 5th over.
I was wondering about that, whether he would go for... He's got the plaster on underneath it. I would have thought that would be a little bit different as you're bowling, but...
A little bit restrictive.
We'll see. He might bowl a couple of balls with it, decide that he doesn't want it and get rid of it. Equally, it could be his good luck charm. Hutton bowls and delivery which is on a good length and played respectfully into the ground by Bracey into the offside for no run.
I think the local constabulary have heard that Ed's in town, because there's perhaps here in the effects microphone there's a lot of blue lights and what have you, and sirens going on. Can't see now, Ed. I don't know if you recall last year, the building away to our right, the residential care home, was no doubt being built. Well, now it's completely blocking our view.
Hutton in and pushing that one up there, hoping for some swing. It's on driven and well stopped up at mid-on by James Hayes. There's no run. No, I can't say I can recall what was over there, to be honest. That's asking far too much. I nearly remembered the code to get into the building. I was just out. I remembered the pattern, I just didn't remember the exact order. He says, hoping not to reveal too many trade secrets, but was pleased enough that I got close. Unfortunately, the exact surroundings not quite in the memory bank. Hutton bowls, edging, and well, you can't really call that a drop. They had 2 slips in there. If they still had 2 slips, then Bracey would have been a goner. But just the one slip, launching himself away to his left, and could only parry it away down to 3rd man. So 19 without loss.
Yeah, it's Jack Haynes, who really is an excellent fielder anywhere. I think through necessity is having to do a little bit of a roll in the slip cord, and now he's got up holding his neck as if he's landed awkwardly. Got his left hand to it and certainly took some pace off the ball, but just couldn't stick.
And which hotel they were staying in down at Southampton, which has done that.
Bracey,
the pillows.
Yeah, exactly. So Bracey, bit of a life on 15.
So Bancroft on strike now as they took a single, and Bancroft will pick up one himself. Just working this one off the hip, wide of mid-on, and moving the score to 20 without loss. So really that only one shot particularly of any great ferocity from Gloucestershire so far. Bracey a 4 and a 6, but the 4 Yeah, it's a little bit squirty through point along the ground, but the edge has been found. And a bit of luck, and they aren't going to put a second slip in there, just move the first slip a bit wider. Hutton bowls to Bracey, who tucks this one to mid-wicket, and there's no run.
Certainly in some discomfort, Jack Haynes. I said a bit of a chance. There's some people say, oh, crikey, that should be taken at this level. And then there'll be others like me that think, well, maybe he saved 3 runs there because that was speeding away to the boundary boards, and
well, not a full chance anyway.
No, he went a long way, didn't he, and took the pace off it. At some personal cost, he's still rubbing his neck.
Last ball of the 5th over. Hutton in now, and Bracey just forward defending, so he's been kept pretty quiet through these first 5 overs, 16 from 20. Bancroft has 3 off 10, and Gloucestershire just going at 4 and over in the early stages, but as we know in 50 over cricket, it is so often in these first 10 less about the runs you've scored and more about the wickets that you lose.
I think it's in the public domain, I should say, now, but there's a number of people, as I say, former players attending a function here today, former Nottinghamshire players, and sort of asked for 1 or 2 to pop up if they'll be so good as to give us a bit of time today and just come and share a little bit of commentary with Ed and myself later on. So we'll see how that goes as Rob Lord comes in to bowl to Bancroft, who punches positively up to mid-off. And I was shown the list of names, and well, if we can have a few minutes with X, Y and Z, that'll be brilliant. Well, one of X, Y and Z was Samit Patel, and then I understand this morning that he's on his way elsewhere. He's been snapped up at 40 years of age to play for the Northern Superchargers in the 100. So you're never too old, Ed. You're never too old. You still might get that call up, mate.
I think I may have to start rigorous netting first.
Start of the 6th over, Gloucestershire 20 without loss. Bancroft just tempted, I think, to have a little nibble towards that one, and then just at the last second bailed out, and it goes through to Shardendorf. What are we going with Gloucestershire? Because I'm an idiot when it comes to colours and specific colours on the rainbow. Is it black and gold? Is it black and yellow?
Black and yellow, I think, tend to go with, although the stripes do look a bit more gold than in some cases with this kit.
Not the generic green and gold, whether it's green tops, gold numbers, or the other way around. Just say green and gold. Lord bowls worked away through the leg side for 4. That's a real shot of conviction from Cameron Bancroft. He was 3 from 12 before that, but gets his first boundary, working it away towards the Larwood and Vose stand. Long way away from where we are. Nice looking shot, and Gloucestershire on to 24 without loss halfway through the 6th.
Yes, I think those roof tiles are fairly safe today, even if somebody like a Jack Taylor were to get going, unlike in previous games on this ground where they've been peppered a little bit.
Yeah, they've been pinged a few times this season in the blast. Moses Enriquez, Daniel Sams hit some big ones as well, the 2 Aussies. There's Lord in again, and a little bit of a scruffy inside edge down to long leg for a single. 25 without loss. Elsewhere, Surrey 21 for 1 after 5 at Derby. That's in the same group as Notts and Gloucestershire, as are Worcestershire and Glamorgan. Glamorgan 26 without loss after 6. And in Group B, Lancashire 23 for 1. That's at Liverpool in the 7th over against Warwickshire. Yorkshire made a fine start at Scarborough, 30 without loss against Durham after 6. Rob Lord, who's taken 9 wickets in this season's competition, bowls to the left-handed Bracey, who punches this up to the scarred Brett Hutton at mid-off, and there's no run. Rob Lord's economy rate 6 1/4 throughout the competition. Best figures of 3 for 30. Only Joe Pocklington with 10 has taken more wickets than Lord. For Gloucestershire, see Josh Shaw has topped the table with 10 wickets so far, but of course Gloucestershire have played a game fewer than Notts. Bracey on strike, facing Lord, and then punches it on the bounce. Shouldn't have been a crowd catch, but the oohs and ahs
He seemed to be a little bit sleepy this morning.
Nicely fielded by Sammy King. 25 with Outlaws after 6, 5 from that over. I was doing a little bit of homework, which I needn't have bothered because I know you've got all this sort of stuff, but just having a look at James Bracey yesterday. List A best, 224 not out against Somerset.
Yes, it was a handy innings, that. But, yes, it was a very young Somerset attack, but then it probably still is now, and they seem to be doing quite well. So I think from what Somerset have done the last couple of years in the One Day Cup, the innings looks actually rather better. I mean, it doesn't look good anyway. Hutton bowls, is cut by Bancroft straight to backward point. There's no run.
Doesn't matter what level you're playing at. 224 not out in a 50-over game looks impressive.
That is
and
something quite special. Yeah. Yes, he absolutely smashed the record for Gloucestershire in terms of List A cricket, high scores, and it was quite a short boundary at Bristol, but still an extraordinary innings. Gloucestershire piled up 454 from their 50 overs that day. Hutton bowls inside edge from Bancroft. It squirts out to square leg, and he's not looking exactly settled. Bancroft, one boundary, but 9 from 16, beaten a couple of times, but Gloucestershire still remain with this opening stand unbroken, 26 without loss. It was a funny year, that, a couple of years back, because all sorts of records were broken, but Gloucestershire didn't qualify for the knockout stages. Jack Taylor hit the fastest 100 for Gloucestershire in List A cricket that year as well, against Sussex. As James Hayes had one stump to aim at, Bracey might just have made it. It was very close though, 27 without loss.
Yeah, good bit of work. It was slightly risky single, but no harm done in the end. Just a 53-year-old's been in touch. Irrespective of today's result, Dave, I think Paul Franks has done a fine job with the hand that he's been dealt. Peter Moore's away with 100, so Paul Franks' assistant has been looking after knots. And
Hutton in now, full delivery driven by Bancroft. Again, slightly aerial for a moment, causing Hutton's hands to be clasped behind his head, but this time no need for a dive. It's fielded by Hayes again at mid-off.
Total of 10 Nottinghamshire players not available to him. Obviously one or two have popped back. Freddie McCann's had a couple of games. Dylan Pennington has had one, I think. Yeah, he played down at Glamorgan. Liam Patterson-White's played one, but 10 players in all unavailable.
Hutton bowls. Bancroft across his stumps, defending out onto the onside. Again for no run. And Gloucestershire were missing 4, but now they're only missing 3, considering Hammond is back for this game. I haven't seen whether he's back for the whole lot. I'm guessing at the moment it's just for this one, but also Marchant de Lange was due to be missing, but he's sustained an injury anyway. And then Ajit Singh Dale and David Payne, who, well, it'd be an interesting one whether Payne would play if he could. Hutton bowls, clipped away out through mid-wicket by Bancroft. I don't think it's quite going to go though. Hamid chasing it off towards the mid-wicket boundary that gets quite a lot longer in that area. They're going to come through for a third run. That's good running from Bancroft. And 30 without loss at the end of that over. 7 gone. Bancroft on to 12. But Payne did play a couple of games the last time Gloucestershire qualified for the knockout stages in this competition, but whether he would feel he's got, whether he'd feel he's happy to have 10 overs in him at a time, it would be an interesting one, but it won't happen unless he got released right at the end of the group stage. which I don't think he will be because he's playing all the matches, and then it would need an injury for him to be able to come in. I believe that's how it works in the knockout stages. But it would be an interesting one to see whether he would play if available.
It always looks an attractive proposition once you reach the knockout stages. Rob Lord and again beats Bancroft on the outside. A couple of really good deliveries from Rob Lord there. Starts the over with a Jaffa. 30 with Outlaws. Simon Aldridge, one of our regulars. Morning, gents. Conflict of interest for me today, Dave. I'm a Notts follower, but born in Stroud and went to primary school with Alex and Will Gidman. Massive game today. Thanks to you both for the commentary. You're very welcome, Simon.
I think the Gidmans were both playing the last time before last year. These two sides played a List A game on this ground.
Back in 2011?
Yes.
Next ball on its way and whipped to mid-wicket, where Sammy King does the fielding by Bancroft. No run. Of course, Will Gidman came and played here for a couple of seasons. Now up at Durham, part of their coaching staff. Lovely fellow, Will Gidman. I'm sure Alex is as well, but I don't know Alex as well as obviously. I've got to know Will from his time here, and indeed he would occasionally pop up and share his thoughts with us on the commentary.
Where's Alex these days? He was Kent's batting coach, but I can't remember whether he still is.
It's Lord to his fourth over, right up in the block hole, dug out by Bancroft, and he did well there to respond to Gilles Brace's encouragement to scamper through for that single. Just giving Notts a little bit of the run around at the moment with these sharp singles, the drop and runs. And in the 8th over, Gloucestershire 31 without loss. Outlaw Chris, Dave, if you manage to get Greg Mike up into comms, please remind him of me. Greg normally comes to see me on Players' Day, but I'm at home with COVID today, so can't be there. Crikey, Chris. Say it's going round again, don't they? All the best to you. Hope you're feeling a little bit better. We'll see you again soon. This is driven through the offside immaculately by James Bracey for 4 runs through extra cover. It's a lovely shot, nice and full from Rob Lord, and Bracey all over it. It looks in fine fettle here. He's on 21 from 24 now.
Yeah, he's got runs in this competition, as basically everybody has for Gloucestershire. An 83 against Derbyshire and the 96 against Leicestershire that was the mainstay in that innings. But to be honest, even when he hasn't got runs, he's looked in great touch, and he's one of those players that even before the current composition of the competition, let's put it that way, had a cracking List A record anyway.
Lord in, and again it's short and whipped away on the leg side, and the ball just really checked, having it some of the old netting wickets out there, but still had enough juice on it to go away for 4. Ben Slater goes and picks it up from the railings in front of the William Clark stand, and another boundary to Bracey. 25 from 25.
He's striking at around about a run a ball, which I know you would say, well, he's batting in the power play with the field up, but then he is also batting when the white ball is doing something. So he has been pretty aggressive, and in fact it's basically on his career strike rate in List A, which is 106, which isn't a bad average.
Next one is cut away, and there'll be more runs here, and I think there'll be 4 more. So 3 boundaries in the over, and Notts really coming under pressure here from James Bracey in particular. He's sped to 29, 8 gone, 43 without loss. Gloucestershire making an impressive start, having been put into bat by Asib Hamid, the Notts skipper, who at the moment is enjoying a really good little spell of winning the toss and doing what he wants to do. Long may that run continue, certainly when Notts get back to county championship action. 3 matches left. They're second behind Surrey in the table. They'd love to be able to dictate terms if he can win the toss when the red ball stuff resumes, with Notts having to go to New Road, Worcester, then the big one against Surrey at the Oval before finishing here against Warwickshire. That's all to come in September. County
Championship will be back before we know it. Here's Hutton into Bancroft, tries to force that one out into the offside and can't pierce that inner ring. Sammy King fields at cover. Gloucestershire will resume their championship campaign against Leicestershire. So they visit Grace Road, then the last home game of the season against Northamptonshire, and they finish the season at Lords, which...
Well, that's not bad, is it?
Yeah, it was quite a pleasing sight when the fixtures came out. Hutton bowls into the hip of Bancroft, who turns it away out to a forward square, I'm going to call that. There's no run. So 3 games remaining. Gloucestershire's promotion bid taking a knock with that loss to Lancashire at the Cheltenham Festival. They did end Cheltenham on a high with that win against Derbyshire, and in this competition that is, and they haven't looked back since. Here's Hutton in to Bancroft, who drives, and good work from King there at cover to put his body on the line and stop it, fielding on one of those used pitches.
London matches I've taken now to sorting a Dave night out, a chance to go and see a...
Sorry, really, is this you and other Daves?
No, a really, a really selfish act. Go and see something for myself, which I've sort of never really done over the years. Explain in a second.
Hutton bowls width on offer. That had to go for 4, and it will. That was ripe for the picking for Bancroft, who cuts it away through cover point. And when you get deliveries like that with the field up, that's what you've got to do with them. 47 without loss. Bancroft has 17.
There are shows on in town that I couldn't drag my good lady to, and so as a consequence,
oh gosh, this is sounding even more concerning now.
So, the likes of, well, the last 2. There was the one with all the Drifters music, the Drifters lady. Terrific musical, it really was. And last year I went to see the Temptations one.
Hutton bowls inside edge from Bancroft. He does almost a full pirouette trying to locate where he's accidentally hit the ball to. It's down to fine leg for 1. He'll tuck his bat under his arm and contemplate exactly how that happened. 48 without loss.
So I'm on the lookout for September, mid-September, when Notts are down at the Oval, just to see if there's something that I wouldn't normally go and see on one of the 4 nights they'll be down there.
It is always a great trip, but especially somewhere to finish the season off with.
Yeah, very much so.
Very much looking forward to that. It's actually only last year the first game that I've covered at Lords. Hutton over the wicket bowls, and Bracey works this one into the onside. He'll consider 2 here and decide against it. His fine leg racing in off the boundary with a one-handed pickup. So a single to complete over number 9, and Gloucestershire are 49 without loss. Bracey will pinch the strike on 30. Bancroft has 18. They've both faced 27 deliveries.
Yes, there are merits into covering cricket at Radlett, at Richmond, at Merchant Taylor's School and what have you.
Are there? No.
But when the fixture comes round and you, oh crikey, we could have been at Lords that week. It's not quite the same, is it?
They've given Northamptonshire the Merchant Taylor's treatment, I think, for the last couple of years of Middlesex, and I think as long as that happens, as long as that happens, I think most supporters will be quite happy. Just keep putting Northamptonshire
apart
there,
from
eh?
Northamptonshire supporters, yeah.
Exactly.
I've got a bowling change, which don't know. Is it an odd time to do it? Last over of the power play? Is it a little bit harsh on Lyndon James to bring him on for over 10 when perhaps they're looking to go a little hard, make the most of the fielding restrictions this last over? Or is it a chance for him to capitalise? Maybe there will be a loose shot. He's in and bowls. This is pushed back to Lyndon James, who before start of play today was given a presentation. The sponsors, club sponsors, Player of the Month for last month when he got his maiden double 100 in the county championship against Hampshire. How a little twosome has become a little threesome with Kevin Howells popping in to say hello. Hello.
I wish it was little David Boyd, but I'm afraid that the season it's taking its toll. I'm getting rounder and rounder and less littler and less littler. Dear, dear.
Lyndon James bowls. This has eased into the offside, and there's no run. 49 without loss. It's very rare for me to say or to announce that over the last week you've seen Nottinghamshire more than I have. You've seen them a couple of times, haven't you?
The pressure upon me to try and do a job which is only 25% of you. I have. You were unable to join us. I was looking forward to a trip to Derby with you. I couldn't happen. And then down to Old Sutton or West End near Southampton. I try to keep in with the locals down there now because it's not Southampton.
No.
You see.
Lyndon James from the pavilion end, the broad end, and Bracey pushes it back to him. 49 without loss.
I don't know what the equivalent would be, Dave. Whether it's fair to say that if this ground, for example, was at Long Eaton, would the people of Long Eaton be prepared to accept that that was Nottingham? I don't know. Maybe.
Well, we're West Bridgeford here. This ground is in West Bridgeford.
So we should be saying West Bridgeford.
NG2.
Yeah.
We're in West Bridgeford.
Well, we're not in Nottingham.
We're not in Nottingham, no.
This isn't Nottingham.
This is West Bridgeford.
So perhaps the West End thing doesn't matter so much as Southampton, but I like to keep in the locals down there.
Lyndon James. Jack Haynes is at slip, but he's gone very, very wide. And in fact, he fields this ball as it's just run with soft hands behind the wicket by Bracey. 49 without loss. 2 balls left in the power play. Fine start by the invincible Gloucestershire side, Kevin.
It is. They've had a terrific campaign, and this game, because of results which have gone our way, so to speak, in the sense of lining up a good game, a game of some importance, with plenty riding on it, it's ended up here at Trent Bridge today. Terrific.
There's Lyndon James in. Bracey will chop this down to third, and that's the 50 up. So solid foundations being laid by the Gloucestershire openers. 50 from 59 balls. Cameron Bancroft's been happy to play the undercard. He's 18 from 27. James Bracey very much front and centre, 31 from 32.
Yeah. It's been a very interesting competition. I mean, it's an absolute minefield for coaches to work out what teams they can put out. And
there's Lyndon James to conclude his first over, and Bancroft didn't properly get hold of that one, just runs it into the offside. So 50 is the prize for Gloucestershire from the opening power play. 60 balls have gone, 10 overs, and now Asiba Mead at least will be a little grateful that he can release some fielders out into the wild.
Coaches and directors of cricket management, whatever, they've got used to in the last few years. It's not anything new, this idea of players can be pulled away to something else. It could be England, it could be international duties, and sometimes I think they get wind that a bowler's not going to be available, bowlers especially. England might need to rest them just a couple of days out from a championship match, for example. So they're used to that sort of disruption, but it's that, and on a bigger scale here, isn't it? For the coaches trying to work out who exactly they might be able to pick from.
Hutton will continue, gets a full delivery, does Bracey, and slices the drive somewhat out to backward point, and there's no run.
But I'm looking up, just if you take a photograph, a screenshot of whatever the board over there. I mean, this is proper Gloucestershire away to Nottinghamshire, isn't it? The names of Bracey and Bancroft, Hutton and James. You know, this is not second or third string.
That's probably why they are in the table, I guess.
Well, yes.
Partly. Anyway, short delivery down the leg side. Hutton wheeling away, thinking he might have got him, but he doesn't get a great deal of support from his fielders. Only the keeper went up for that one. There was nothing from Hamid, the captain, at extra cover. And I think they dissuaded the umpire from calling the wide, which may have been their aim.
So it might have brushed the shirt or sleeve or something.
Yeah. Anyway. Yes, well, I think it's always been a competition that Gloucestershire have looked at and thought, you know, we should actually be targeting this as a competition to really push for the title in. I think last year Hutton in and Bracey drives fluently. We'll just take one though. There's a deep cover and a deep backward square, as well as the fine leg and deep third back on the boundary. So 51 without loss. I think last year they got off to quite a slow start in this competition, which really sunk them all. They still had a chance to qualify going into the final game. I don't know if you remember. You took the Michael Adamy something rotten to last year.
Oh, did we? That's not like us.
No.
David, how bad of you?
Hutton to Bancroft, who clips this down to fine leg for a single.
Remind us how bad we were as people.
Oh yes, it was awful. I'm still scarred by it even now.
Clearly.
Well, it was the game. The game between these two sides, I think, was the one before the last round of fixtures. I can't remember whether Nottinghamshire whether it was their last game and weren't playing in the final round. I think that might have been the case anyway. Right. Something like that. And Gloucestershire had the announcement come through. It was a fantastic announcement. Ollie Price, Ajit Singh Dale, Zaman Akhtar have all been selected by England Lions and therefore will be unavailable for the final group game.
Yes, yeah.
And we teased you over
You
that.
did.
David, you must have led me astray.
You said
there.
Hutton bowls and shovelled away by Bracey out to deep forward square for one run. You said that I was
I did.
thoroughly
He made me do
I was
it.
so disappointed about it.
There's some
And
scars here.
you
aren't
were taking the Michael
Over there
O'Sullivan.
was his fault. He pushed me.
No.
Sir, he pushed me.
It was disgraceful.
Some scars.
Absolutely disgraceful.
But that's what the club would always say. The club would always say it's great news for the players. We're thinking
Exactly.
of the players. Yeah.
It was. And Lyndon James also played in that
Well, there we
game. So. Hutton in and cut away powerfully by Bancroft, but the protection will do the job. Out at deep point, so 4 singles from the over 54 without loss. The other problem at the start of last year was, I think there was a certain amount of hangover from the T20 because they got in Gloucestershire by absolute skin of their teeth, and then all of a sudden those same players who'd been pushed through that, and of course you had Championship cricket as well, starting the 50 over comp, and I think it just derailed them a little bit in those first couple of games, started the competition a bit slow, whereas this year, having not qualified for the T20, it's been more obvious that this is their best chance.
Makes a lot of sense. I think from a neutral's point of view, Dave, because the final is here at Trent Bridge, it'd be lovely to see Outlaws at a final at the ground, wouldn't it? From a neutral's perspective, as well as obviously a Nottinghamshire.
There's Lyndon James to begin the 12th over. I'm not sure if all neutrals would share in that with
Really?
you.
All neutral. Well, why wouldn't a neutral want a lovely atmosphere to final with the home team?
They might feel Nottinghamshire have won enough.
I used to hate it back in the 70s, 80s when Middlesex got through to a Lord's final. Yeah, I did. I thought, they've got an unfair advantage. It's like Warwickshire at T20 finals day, isn't it? The Bears at
Mind
T20
you,
finals day.
with the way that they go at Edgbaston, I'm not sure it is much of an advantage.
Bancroft on strike on 20, 54 without loss, and he's played this back to the bowler. There's no run.
It's all right, I can have a dig, just not you two.
Oh, I see. Right, it didn't feel like a dig, to be honest.
But I was having a dig at Warwickshire's record in the
Oh, yeah.
blast, especially.
Well, we didn't feel their pain then. It somehow
No,
straight over our
I could
heads.
see that. It's just absolute non-plussed expressions.
Yeah. Oh no, it wasn't that. We were with you. We're always with you.
Lyndon James to bowl to Cameron Bancroft. Little bread and butter shot off his hip out to deep square leg for a single, 55 without loss. We'll try the old commentator's curse jinxy thing here. This the only ground without a wicket so far this morning.
Oh,
Sorry,
I see what he's doing there.
sorry, a 57 for 2 at Derby. Glamorgan 61 for 1 at Worcester. Lancashire 65 for 1 at Liverpool, home ground for the Red Rose. They're playing Warwickshire, and Yorkshire at Scarborough 63 for 1 against Durham. All the scores as always on the BBC Sport website and app. 55 without loss here, and a little drop and run from James Bracey. Might think about 2. He did think about 2, but was sent back by Bancroft. Sammy King doing the fielding. 56 without loss.
I should have the number in front of me. I've only been doing it next door for a short time ago. So 2 or 3 teams out of the 18 who definitely don't stand a chance mathematically. I mean, Glamorgan have had a torrid time, haven't they? What a turnaround there. They're the only team without a win.
Yeah, I think I
They'll
They
be
have
kicking
probably
themselves.
made it fairly public that they're focusing on the championship, but still.
Really?
Bancroft. Oh, he's lifted this one back over the head of Lyndon James, and it only just fails to reach the rope on the full, and about 6 or 8 inches shy of the rope. One bounce into the boards at the far end. Cameron Bancroft, a nice clean pick-up from the Australian, and it's 60 without loss.
Sorry, I've just remembered that was Leicestershire, wasn't it? Alfonso Thomas. Well, I knew there was somebody in this group who you expected to be strong.
I was going to say to you, if that has happened at Glamorgan, somebody needs to have told our BBC colleague Webby, because Webby's he was right up front at the start of the competition.
Sure he was.
Yeah.
They've done it twice, haven't they, since
Exactly.
the final's been switched to here. Single for Bancroft onto the offside. About 10 minutes ago I said not so without 10 players, and then I sort of seconded myself. That's the end of the 12th, but there are 10. Got to count Ben Duckett as a Nottinghamshire player, but I don't think he's played in this competition.
Yeah.
Ben Duckett, Joe Clark, Freddie McCann, Josh Tong, Ollie Stone, Dylan Pennington. Tom Moore started this competition, got 148 and was then whisked away. Farhan Ahmed, Calvin Harrison and Liam Patterson-White. So 10 players not available for Notts. Not a bad side. You'd say that 10 would have a good chance against a lot of the 11s that are playing up and down the country. Here's a young man who's eagerly taken the opportunity to fill in for the absence of all those spinners, McCann, Ahmed, Harrison and Liam Patterson-White. Snapped him up from the National Counties side, Lincolnshire. And Joe Pocklington is the leading wicket taker for Notts in this year's competition so far with 10, and has been very impressive from what I've seen so far.
Well, I saw him, and I thought his performance bowling in tandem with McCann the other day was actually a really important part of that game, which led to that victory for Nottingham. Obviously the runs from Jack later on were vitally important, but I thought put a real squeeze upon Hampshire, so that was a lovely, and obviously Freddie's gone away now, isn't he, McCann again, but yeah, really impressive. Is he just signed on for this competition, Dave, do you know, or just this competition? Right, okay. Because the thing is, if you're given your opportunity and you take it, what's there for you at the
Yes.
end? No further details of any signing any further as yet, I don't think.
A year ago, exactly the same for Rob Lord.
That's
got him
just
from
what I was
Cheshire
thinking.
and then extended it.
Yeah.
There he comes. He's got a whirling approach and bowls and strikes Bancroft on the pad. Not out, says the umpire. Just sliding down, I think. Yes, there's various arm movements being made towards the leg side by both bowler and umpire. It just didn't quite seem to straighten for him, but Bancroft was a little bamboozled by that one, as I think I was. I wasn't quite sure when he was going to let go of the ball.
Have we seen a replay?
I haven't, no.
I think Aaron's on replays today in production.
Bancroft paddle sweeps, and that's a good response because that will go down to the boundary for 4. Fine leg. So Bancroft doesn't wait around, and Pocklington staring away at Bancroft. How dare you do that to me? Second ball. 65 without loss, just meeting it on the full. Fraction of a second before it hit the ground, and picking out that gap to that shorter boundary down towards the Batman board.
Is he a keen reverser, Ed? Because they've got 2 men in there for the
Yes,
the
he
reverse.
is certainly very capable of a reverse. Mid-off up, extra cover pretty close, and as you say, those 2 fielders behind square on the offside. Works this one away firmly down to long on, straight long on, and just the 1 run there, so 66 without loss. Interesting to see how this pitch takes turn or doesn't take turn. Saw a game here the other day where the ball was certainly turning a fair bit, although I think that particular pitch was on its 3rd usage.
Well,
So
what do you do? I mean, there's so much use of a square, isn't there?
and you know, as so often they don't always make for bad games of cricket, even if they're just lower scoring. He'll still come round. Will Pocklington to the left-handed Bracey. He bowls, and Bracey's well forward to that one, running the ball out through backward point and coming through for a single. So 67 without loss. I was wondering exactly how positive Gloucestershire would be against the spin, because they are blessed with quite a lot of batting, which in general isn't as much side's problem in this competition as bowling, but paddle sweep comes out again from Bancroft, but they've got a fielder back deep now to protect that, so just a single, 68 without loss. But Graham van Buren coming in at number 7. Probably been championship games this season where Graham van Buren hasn't come in at number 7.
It's strong. Not to be aware this is a tough game for them. Very tough.
Daz Ahmed has shown glimpses with the bat as well at 8. Pocklington bowls and worked her way out to short mid-wicket. So dots to start and finish the over, but 7 runs from it, 68 without loss. Gloucestershire after 13 overs.
I was listening to a commentary this morning, which is still ongoing actually, on the BBC, of the international between Australia and South Africa. If you could drop a score for us there, possibly.
Yes, I could do. Right.
I might have to go next door if it comes in quite quickly. But I was very interested in the comments. I think it's Stuart Clark, the former Australian international, who's on the commentary team there with the ABC.
He's fantastic. He sounds exactly like Richie Benno.
And he was talking of 50 overs competition, an international obviously there, but 50 overs competition, saying when you're defending, it's not a competition you can defend. You need to take wickets. You have to take wickets these days.
Lyndon James to start his 3rd over, bowls to Bancroft, who manages to cut this beyond the dive of Sammy Citron, who's on as a fielding sub at backward point. Not sure who's popped off for a quick comfort break, but single taken, 69 without loss.
And it's perfectly true. You know, you'll be looking at a scorecard and you think, oh, they seem to be behind the rate here. But the levels of expectation now within the game, what a batting side can achieve in the last 15 overs is just amazing.
James to Bracey. Again, chops this out into the offside. They're picking out the fielders in the deep. I think both sides will be relatively pleased with the progress that each is making at the moment, not just putting the squeeze on and trying to deny the boundaries, but they'll want to pick up a wicket or two. And Gloucestershire keeping the board moving.
I hadn't noticed that, James to Bracey. I suppose in the past there would have been Miles to Hammond as well, but now they're on the same team.
70 without loss. This is dropped again on the leg side by Bancroft. I think Kevin was having some Eddie Jack to Jack Haynes the other day as well.
Oh, yeah.
That got crazy. Oh, that's crazy. Yeah, Mays, the wicketkeeper, Hayes, the bowler, Haynes, a batter. Dave, you know me at the best of times. And then we've got Brendan McCullum, who of course isn't Brendan McCullum.
Yes.
Brandon McMullen. Oh, find me a darkened corner to lie in for an hour.
Halfway through the 14th, 71 without losses. Lyndon James bowls and he's taken a little bit of a pounding here as this is hit all the way for 6 by Bracey. Again, straight as you like, back over the bowler's head. That one very high indeed. No fielders down the ground, and 6 more to the total, and Gloucestershire just going through the gears here. 77 without loss in the 14th.
I don't know what's got into him this competition, James Bracey. He's getting very excited. Pumping bowlers straight back over the head for 6. This is not something that you usually see from him.
We may not like to talk about the other competition at times, listeners certainly don't, but there is no doubt that these players, and they'll tell you, and the coach as well, they watch what's going on elsewhere and they'll be thinking, oh, I fancy a bit of that, and go out and do it.
4 fours, 2 sixes to James Bracey, and this is pushed up to wideish mid-off, and there's no run. 3 of those 4s came in the same Rob Lord over before he was taken out of the attack. Rob Lord's figures 4 overs, none for 28. Brett Hutton, who opened the bowling, 6 overs, none for 24. James Hayes had 1 over. James Hayes had an over.
I don't think he has.
Yeah, it says he's had 1 over for 7, so that might need amending. Next ball on its way now and chopped to backward point. That's a good bit of fielding by Pocklington, who's come into the Notts first team here with prowess, I think, in all 3 disciplines. He's a very capable batter. He got a half century in just his 2nd match in that tied game against Worcestershire. We know what he can do as a bowler, but he's an excellent fielder as well. And after 14, Gloucestershire are put into bat. 77 without loss, 9 from that over.
Yeah, well, I've been banging on about, the big digital thing about the highlights and things of the day, moments of the day or you never see, or I've never seen ground fielding included. And yet I sometimes will think we need to put a compilation together of some and that was a terrific stop. Well, no, brilliant stop. Never gets seen again by the world. What a shame, because it saved runs. Saved runs there.
Here's Pocklington bowling, finding the inner portion of Bancroft's bat, squeezes it through backward square for 1.
Do you know what they need to learn to do? I tell you what they need to learn to do. When they've pulled off a great stop like that, piece of ground fielding, they need to get up and do a dance.
Yes.
And then if they get up and do a dance...
For TikTok.
Yeah, if they can do a dance after the great piece of ground fielding, that might get seen again. I think that's a great way about going about that. That's the future. It is the future. I'll get on to the... Who do I get into? Mr. TikTok.
Something like that.
Let them know.
Pocklington bowls, reverse sweep from Brace. He's got it quite fine. Probably not enough for the boundary. No, diving stop out there on the boundary. The fielder gets up. Oh, he's doing the floss. No, he's not. It's 2 runs.
It was a good tumble, though.
It was.
That's the sort of tumble that we need to see a little bit more of. If he'd tumbled another couple of times...
Because you don't do the floss, do you? You just floss.
Yeah.
Don't you? Something like that.
We get one of the Strictly judges to give a mark out of 10 for the 3 times he rolled over there.
80 without loss. Pocklington in nice looking delivery, a little bit of drop on that, which is played back towards Pocklington, who dives and stops it for no run.
Sharp work, and he's hurt his bottom doing it. It's a bit of a rub.
We've seen a few bumps and bruises early on. Pocklington in use of the feet from Brace. He is able just to turn this one past the bowler, who's given himself another knock there down to his left. A little bit of a strained adductor perhaps that time. 81 without loss with a single.
There's a South African spinner. Is it Shamsi? To Brace Shamsi.
Yes.
Does magic tricks.
He does, and he takes his boot off as well and dials up.
Oh, he does.
Yeah,
yes.
Dials up his victims.
But didn't he produce like a bit of rope and then flicked it and then it became a magic wand, like the magicians do?
Pocklington bowl cut away by Bancroft, and that'll just be the 1 run to move him to 36, 82 without loss. You know, I haven't seen that one.
Yeah.
Of course, you've got to be a bit careful doing things like that, because it was fellow South African spinner Keshav Maharaj who injured his ankle so badly celebrating a wicket that he couldn't. He was supposed to play for Middlesex a couple of seasons back and couldn't turn up. Pocklington bowls full ball on, driven by Bracey. That'll move him on to 46, so 6 off the over, 83 for no wicket.
Back, this is quite a new thing, this sort of injuring yourself while celebrating. However, there was an Arsenal player, Dave's got great memories.
Yeah, Steve Morrow.
At an FA, but this was post-match, wasn't it?
Yeah. They
were celebrating an Arsenal FA Cup final. Something like that.
Or League Cup final. It was at Wembley, wasn't it? Was he on the shoulders of Tony Adams?
Something like that, and he dropped.
Oh, no.
Broke his arm.
Well, that wouldn't get good marks from the Strictly judges, would it?
That would have got some traction back in the day, I tell you, but I think we could just see it a couple of times on Football Focus the following Saturday. Yeah. But yeah, what a dreadful thing.
You're not missing any cricket, folks, because we're...
Here he comes.
Yeah, we're just waiting for the Gloucestershire batters just to have a change of gloves and a little swig of water, towel off and get themselves ready for the next block. 15 overs have gone, 83 without loss. James Hayes is going to have a bowl. So the website I was looking at that had got him 1 over, none for 7. No, didn't fall asleep through that over. It was wrong. 83 without loss. So James Hayes, plenty of pace, right on, medium fast, made his first-class debut out on loan for Sussex earlier in the season and shared in a record last-wicket partnership. What can he do with the ball here? He's given that lots of width, and Bracey will feel he's missed out as he chops the ball down into the ground and fielded by Hamid.
He plays a useful role, doesn't he, here as well? I mean, not in his usual batting position,
Hamid,
but yeah. Vital to have that sort of person coming in. And again, I talked about the importance of various aspects of that game on Wednesday against Hampshire, but he obviously played a massive part as well with his runs.
Hayes passed on by Peverell. Bracey with soft hands drops it down to backward point. We were just talking about injuries there. I've I've been out of the loop, I've not been around, and I was filled in by somebody who was here the other night when Adam Hose picked up a very nasty injury on this ground. So, lovely fella, Adam. Best wishes to him, but I was getting it all in graphic detail.
Oh dear.
83 without loss. One of the two Isle of Wighters in the domestic game, isn't he? Adam Hose and Danny Briggs, the other one. This one's chopped away into the offside for a single by Bracey. It moves to 47, and a very fluent innings from him so far.
Corkheads.
Is that what they're called?
I think that's what they called them for the Isle of Wight, yeah. What's to do with shipbuilding.
I do wish you'd double check that before you said that. Well, it's been nice being with you, everybody. Ed meant no offence. Look it up, make sure it's right.
I know it's right.
Okay, well, that's right then.
Bancroft on 36, next ball on its way, and this has gone through to Shardendorf. Again, Bancroft getting into a position to pull the ball onto the leg side, then bailed out, and then immediately looked towards Phil Mustard, who isn't standing at square leg, the umpire. He's gone over to the point side, and I think Bancroft felt that was too high, but the umpires didn't, and it remains 84 without loss.
You went over there, didn't you? Did you jump a game?
I heard Kevin James the other day saying if Hampshire have to play a game next Thursday,
Yes.
the only probability might be Arundel, as this is worked on the leg side by a single, and then there were lots of people talking about when they used to play at Bournemouth and they used to play here, there and everywhere, and nobody mentioned Basingstoke, nobody mentioned Isle of Wight, and I feel a little sorry for the new close ground, because we had a great few days there back in 2019.
Was that when you were stranded?
No, I was standing on the quayside. He was only going there for a one-day match, but the girdler set off on the ferry and insisted I wave to him. See you soon, David.
No, sadly,
Giving the royal wave across.
How long is it?
Sadly, like too many times when we go to see Hampshire host Notts. This is edged past Shardendorf, couldn't get there. You're not going to get a slip in the 16th over, but that would have been a regulation offering at least for Jack Haynes had he been in there at slip. And there's a celebration for James Bracey. That's not going to take anything away from the fluency. 51 balls for his half century, 5 fours and 2 big sixes, but that might just be his first false shot, although there was another one that flew close to the fingertips of Haynes early on. But splendid half century, and with power to add, he's still there on 51 not out, and Gloucestershire 89 without loss after 16.
Yes, the Isle of Wight. Was it the championship?
It was, yeah. It should have been a 4-dayer, but Notts were walloped in 3 days in 2019.
And you have to come back on an earlier ship. How long does it take to get across, seriously, by water?
I think it was only something like 40, 45 minutes.
Yeah.
I did the Portsmouth run, some did Southampton.
Pocklington bowls, whipped on offer, cracked away through extra cover by Bancroft, but it's the longer side of the boundary there, and it allows Martindale to cut it down to 190 without loss. Never been.
I fancy an Isle of Man trip. I've never been to the Isle of Man.
No, I haven't.
Who's going to play there?
No, don't be silly. But just getting up to the, it's fantastic.
Oh, I see. We're just talking about holiday plans in general.
Yeah, islands around the country. We'd love to go and see them all. Yeah.
Pocklington bowls. This is played past the bowler by Bracey for a single to long on.
Well, you say who's going to play there? I mean, for years and years, I waited for. You remember when the Netherlands and Scotland and Ireland and the Unicorns and all that were in the competition? We waited for years for Notts to be drawn in the same group with Holland. Now, where was that match played? Not Amsterdam, not Rotterdam, but Truro.
Was it?
Really?
Yes.
I didn't know that.
Yeah.
Wow. Pocklington in a quicker delivery, just run out through point for one more.
Back in 2013, I think there was whoever ran the Dutch cricket team at the time was either related or a good friend, whoever ran the cricket down in Cornwall, and they had a Truro cricket festival, and on one day Unicorns hosted Somerset, and on the next day it was Netherlands versus Notts.
Fantastic.
Pocklington in, played back to him, so a dot delivery.
I mean, you're more of a Devon man, but you love that part of the world. You went to that game then? Yeah?
I did, yeah. And it's not really spent much time in Cornwall, but I tell you what, it's a long, long way.
It is, but it is
Truro.
worth it. It is worth it. Beautiful.
Pocklington down the pitch, Bracey driving, and Mid-off can't get there. He's just got it straight enough as Bracey and down to the boundary. So 96 without loss. Joe Phillips was in the squad for this game. Truro born and played his club cricket for Truro as well.
Well, there's a Somerset newbie who's a Truro lad. I saw.
Yes, is it Roberts? Is it that?
Is it Kean Roberts?
It might be.
Well, not said Neil Edwards and
Cornish.
Charlie Shrek, of course, from them.
Oh, that's just chipped up in the air, and he's done fantastically well there as Pocklington to get as close to it as that. He's launched himself onto the third strip away from the one that they're playing on. He's got a wingspan on him, but he just couldn't quite get there. Down to long on. Bracey is slightly living by the sword in these last couple of overs. 97 without loss after 17.
Is it my imagination, or in the last couple of overs, there have been 2 or 3 of those?
Yeah.
It just makes you wonder, as dramatic and as wonderful it is to see him throw himself and very nearly get a catch. Why didn't they put somebody there?
Yeah.
I mean, somebody's just a little bit to his left-hand side, so that obviously would. Well, no, I think
But it can often be quite a good position. I think you're starting to see it more with that short straight mid-on, because it's such a comfortable shot for batters now. That little turn down to long on gets so many singles.
James Hayes beginning his second over. Bracey a little more confidently pushes us into the offside. Out to Ben Martindale for a single. I know Ben's dad is here, Duncan Martindale, who played for Notts in the 80s.
So be the past players.
Yeah, Duncan. Duncan's on the list to be here. He's I guess known well, for a lot of things. He was a fine player for Notts, but he was at the non-strikers end of that Lord's final where Derek Randall, I think, needed 18 off the last over, got 16, and then fell to Derek Pringle last ball as Bancroft turns this on the leg side for a single. 98 without loss. This is really problematic call now for Notts. There is an ull at the end of that word, isn't there? Problematical.
There is now.
For Notts, 99. This is a terrific platform. Gloucestershire will be really disappointed if they don't get well beyond 300 from here, you'd imagine. Hayes in and Bracey eases this into the offside. And it stays 99 without loss. Bracey 58, Bancroft 40. Just the one extra. That was one from Rob Lord early on, which took off past Bracey and burst through the gloves of Shardendorf for a bye. That's the only extra we've had so far.
Australia in that one-day international, 187 for 8 after 36 overs, need another 91 from 14 overs. But only the 2 wickets remaining against South Africa. That's a second ODI in that series.
A little bit of sunshine. This is pulled up into the air and down to long leg, and it's been spilled. There was a catching opportunity for Ben Slater down at long leg. He had to come in quite a way off the fence, and that drop would, under I think normal circumstances, certainly for more Gloucestershire fans here, then be followed by a big round of applause. In fact, there is the round of applause as the Century partnership is announced. That will quickly just smooth over the drop by Ben Slater, but that was a chance. Bracey on 58 pulled Hayes down to long leg and rushing in. He got both hands to it, diving forward. They're never easy diving forward, are they? But he got both hands, and he's a good catcher, Ben Slater. He'll be, well, ruin that, and he's still looking and rubbing his hands. Hayes in again and turn to leg. 101 without loss.
But that score, in the context of it, bit of a horror, isn't it? You've got to take them. You've got to take them.
Yep.
Those chances are not going to come too often, you imagine, yeah?
He could have made his life easier, couldn't he? Just take that extra couple of steps in, but even from the position that he was in, he should have held on.
Aeroplane eye overhead. Hayes in again. Bowles once more pulled away by Bracey out to Sammy King. Safely fields and that very nearly bounced twice. Shardendorf had to leave his position from behind the stumps to make sure it didn't bounce twice, because that would have got Sammy King a bit of a ticking off, I think, from the umpires. End of the 18th, there was an opportunity in that over, but it was spurned. There's 3 runs from it, and Gloucestershire 102 without loss. Here at Trent Bridge in Group A of the Metro Bank 50 over competition. Gloucestershire top of the table, 5 wins from 5. Nottinghamshire have played a game more. They've won 3, tied 1, and lost to both of their East Midlands rivals quite heavily as well, Derbyshire and Leicestershire, which means they've not got a very good run rate or net run rate either. So they really need to win this and then beat Surrey on Sunday to have a chance of scraping into the top 3.
Pocklington whirls in, bowls, and not much room there for Bracey to work with, so he can just nudge a single through point.
It's fairly quiet around, isn't it? I mean, Surrey 100 for 2 in the 17th over against Derbyshire Falcons. That for me is such a sad story. I know Dave particularly, why are you feeling sorry for Surrey? I'm feeling sorry for the competition that Surrey just been so, I mean, club like that. I mean, they've been walloped. They haven't just lost matches, absolutely walloped in games. And then, oh dear.
Pocklington to Bancroft. Was that a stumping chance? I think it may have come off pad, possibly. Yeah, it did. He just saved himself with a little bit of pad there, Bancroft. Otherwise, he would have surely had a stumping chance down the leg side there. Schardendorf, 104 without loss as they take a leg by. They are doing everything but getting out. Gloucestershire down Bracey, playing it straight to short mid-wicket. He'll be forced back into his crease with a throw from that short mid-wicket position.
So that's 101 for 2 in the 17th over away to Derbyshire Falcons. The Falcons still mathematically have a chance, yeah. Surrey, not so good for them.
Pocklington bowls, Bracey drives. No run there either up to mid-off, so he'd look a little bit frustrated, Bracey.
Glamorgan licking their wounds and up against Worcestershire Rapids at Worcester today. The Rapids are very much in it, and Glamorgan 85 for 1 after 18 overs in the first innings of that match there.
Pocklington considers and bowls, and a good delivery which Bracey has to defend, so just 2 runs from the over so far with 1 left.
And in Group B of the Metrobank One Day Cup, Lancashire against Warwickshire. Lancashire pretty much out of it, 93 for 2 after 20 overs against Warwickshire. Warwickshire are still very much in contention. That game being played at Liverpool.
Want to win and win well, Warwickshire. There's Bracey coming down, you could see that coming, but he's drilled it to mid-off on the bounce. So it is only 2 from the over, and Gloucestershire at 104 for no wicket, 19 bowled.
And before I just disappear for a second, Yorkshire 91 for 2 after 19 overs against Durham there at Scarborough. That's a good venue. Coming from the north and the west and the east down on that one. That's a nice one there. But 91 for 2 after 19 overs. Yorkshire, of course, at the top of the group, and Durham, one of those several teams all on the same number of points, vying away in that group. I'll be back in a second.
Now, every day is a school day here, and we just heard Ed enlighten us all with the use of the word cork heads. I don't know how Kevin imagined that to be spelt, but I imagined it to be C-O-R-K.
Oh, no.
Next ball on its way now, and this is turned onto the leg side by Bancroft. Will come back for a comfortable 2, 106 without loss. Graham Rowley, yes, Dave, your colleague is correct. Islanders, born and bred there, are cork heads, C-A-U-L-K heads.
Yeah, and it's poor. I can't. I think is it ship's hulls, something like that. There's a certain part that they apparently they used to manufacture there. So as you say, I think it's only people who were born on the island that get to call themselves that. Something like that, anyway. Next
ball sent by Hayes, again turned to leg by Bancroft, and again they've run the first one quickly. They'll only get one here, 107. Yeah, it's just the order that these messages came in, because no sooner have I read out Graham Rowley's, but Nigel says, Dave, listening to you whilst watching the live stream to confirm Isle of Wight are called corkheads, and it is almost a 45-minute ferry trip. I used to live there. Thank you, Nigel. Graham's come back on what you've just said. To be known as a true corkhead, you have to be 2nd or 3rd generation from Islanders.
Okay.
Crikey. 107 without losses. James Hayes bowling from the pavilion end, broad end, bowls to Bracey, who cloths this one, mistimes it up to mid-off. Really good start this by Gloucestershire, laying the foundations. They've been full of runs, as Ed will know too well in this competition. They beat Derbyshire by 59 runs, having made 341 for 8 at Cheltenham in their first game. They made 293 for 9, beating Surrey at Guildford by a whopping 85 runs.
It was a very good score for that pitch.
Next ball on its way, and pulled to mid-wicket for 4. It was summarily dismissed from his presence by Bracey, as Hayes just pitched it in just short of a length. And got Nelson on the board. I wonder if Nelson might strike, says he, again clutching at this pile of straws. Gloucestershire's next victory was at Bristol when they beat Leicestershire by 3 wickets, chased 286. These are all big scores. Another one, they chased 289 to beat Glamorgan at Bristol, and they beat Worcestershire at New Road, chasing a modest 240. This is through to Shardendorf, a play and a miss from Bracey, 111 without loss. So there's some whopping scores there, really.
Yeah, and you know, really that score at Guildford was probably worth a good 30-40 runs more than that, because it was a tough pitch. There was turn there. It had already been used once, and it was contrary to my impression of Guildford, which was runs flying absolutely everywhere. But
look out if you're filling up with petrol over the road.
Got a massive fence there.
Hayes is in, and this is eased into the offside. There's no run.
I forget the name of the road, but massive fence there now. It's a good thing.
Yeah, Notts have been there a couple of times. There's been plenty that have landed in the petrol station. We're through 20 overs, 111 without loss, 7 from that over. James Hayes 3 overs, none for 18. He's been a little unlucky. Did have that nick that went wide of Shardendorf. Pocklington 4 overs for 22. Managed to come on and break partnerships throughout most of the matches, but unable to do it so far. Joe Pocklington, economy rate of 4.7 in this year's competition, with 10 wickets so far.
5th over for him. Bancroft just going about his business on 43, and he'll make that 44 with a shot that brings him an awful lot of runs in List A cricket. Just a gentle turn into the onside, and up he trots to the other end, 112 without loss. It's almost easy to forget that he's there at times, and I mean this in the nicest possible way, because he just has that air about him when he gets in, that
an air of permanence.
Just the way that he accumulates. This is stabbed into the ground by Bracey and back to the bowler for no run. All the events really of late have been off the bat of Bracey, whether that be boundaries or chances, and Bancroft's just steady as you like at the other end. Bracey waiting. Pocklington, big gather, bowls, reverse sweep attempted, he's missed it as Bracey. He actually got a ball that he probably could have played the shot that he'd selected to, but maybe a little bit of bounce there, I don't know, but it was a sort of line outside the off stump that was there to be helped away, but made no contact. So he has been dotted up a little bit in the last couple of Pocklington overs as Bracey, and that will be another one there, as it's right up in the block hole from Pocklington and can't get it past short mid-wicket. So he showed signs of just ticking a little bit in the previous over. 3 dots in the shorter format, they often say, brings something. It may work here as well. It does. There's an attempted slog sweep from Bracey, so he goes for a shot that he hasn't really played yet. Wasn't the most convincing, out to deep mid-wicket, all along the ground, but certainly not particularly close to the middle of the bat. 113 without loss with another single.
Now he hails from Eastbourne down in Sussex, Pocklington, but as a lot of people have commented on it, it's almost a Lincolnshire village sounding name, isn't it? And apt that they got him from playing for Lincolnshire. Pocklington
Bowls in a part of the bat, just popped up in the air for a bit. There's no run, so two really tidy overs from him. I think he's only gone for 3 off the bat in his last 2 overs with a leg bye as well. 113 without loss. Yeah, it's in East Riding, isn't it, Pocklington?
I don't know.
Yeah, I think it is, because I used to go there back in my school days. There used to be a 6-a-side cricket tournament that they organised. I can remember making that trip every year for the Pocklington Sixes. I think if it did amazingly well, but it was always a fun outing. It was about 5 or 6 grounds in use, and finish one game and then pretty much straight off to start the next. One of those days that's good for the kids.
Very much so, yeah. Hayes to continue. Gloucestershire yet to lose a wicket. We started on time at 11 o'clock. Gloucestershire put in 113 without loss, make that 114 as Bracey moves on to 68. Dave Bracegirdle, Ed Seaborn, Kevin Howells with you. Hopefully we'll get 1 or 2 surprise visitors popping in, and when I say that, generally, or genuinely, I think that's what may happen. Past Players' Day taking place today, and I think there's a number of expected candidates that might just pop in from time to time, certainly as the day wears on, to say hello to us. 114 without loss, pulled down to long leg, but it'll bounce short of Rob Lord, wearing the sunglasses, way in front of the big board down below us for another single. If Gloucestershire win today, they will level up the head-to-head against Nottinghamshire. 23 wins apiece, going way back. There's been 6 matches that haven't gone the distance because of rain over the years, but 23-22 Notts lead in all the various one-day guises. Hayes bowls, and Bracey will get another easily garnished single, just pushing it into the offside. 116 without loss. The first meeting was a Gillette Cup tie here in 1968, quarter-final of that competition, and Gloucestershire won that. David Green and Arthur Milton with runs at the top of the order. Green made 90, Arthur Milton 87, and although Garfield Sobers and Mike Smedley came back with 70s, it was Gloucestershire who went through to the semis that year. 116 without loss. Again, short enough for Bancroft to roll the wrists down to Lord, and not really applying any pressure here, Notts, and most balls are being played into the gaps, and singles coming virtually every ball.
At some point, though, these two will feel almost a little bit of the pressure of the players that are still to come. You know, they're still out there in the 22nd over. They will feel that they want to, even though they're in a great position, they might feel that they want to accelerate, and that could create opportunities.
Bracing on 69, the left-hander again chops it away, and Rob Lord's got work to do, and he won't get there this time. Rob Lord been down at long leg for the right-hander, and he'd come just a little finer to third for the left-hander, and this was hit pretty much in the same area of the field, same line, if you like, from the stumps to the boundary rope that the previous ball did, but the fielder had been moved 20 yards and it went away for 4. 121 without loss.
He's played that so late as Bracey. I didn't think that was going to be 4 off his bat, and he's placed it perfectly.
It's been a fairly consistent top 5 for Gloucestershire, with Price, Charlesworth and Taylor the next 3. This is pushed into the offside, but of course Miles Hammond in the side for this game. Where's he going to slot in?
Well, the card has him at 5, but yeah, I don't know. He bats at 4 in the Championship behind Ollie Price, but I'd imagine that they would be loath to move Ben Charlesworth. But
he opened here last year, didn't he, when he got his 150?
Yeah, because he wasn't taken in the 100 last year, so he was available for the whole comp. Almost possibly more off the back of his 2024 than his, well, I suppose it would have been, of course, because he was a wildcard pick, was he? Most of his 2024 form saw him back in the 100 this year, but he hasn't, understandably, given the way that they've been playing, been able to crack the Invincibles side. Pocklington bowls, and Bancroft hits this one in the air, and he's caught at mid-off. This time the catch is taken. Rob Lord holding on down low, so Bancroft falls, looking for his 50 in one blow. And the opening partnership is at an end at 121. Bancroft gone for 46.
Yeah, it was a good catch from Rob Lord, and it's not too dissimilar from how Ben Slater went about his, having to throw himself a long way forward, got both hands to it. Slater's slipped out, Rob Lord's didn't, and it's a really, really important wicket for Notts. They will feel long overdue. Pocklington celebrating his 11th wicket of the competition, but everybody to a man just congratulating Rob Lord for the quality of that catch. Well battered, Cameron Bancroft. 56 balls for his 46, 4 fours. He was content just to keep the board moving, getting James Bracey on strike whenever he could. Put 4 of those, as I say, away to the ropes. But he's certainly helped lay the platform. 121 for 1 in the 23rd as Ollie Price comes out of the makeshift dressing rooms down below us. Understand the players really do like the facilities at this end of the ground. There's a lot of work gone in over the winter to convert what were 2 or 3 hospitality rooms into changing rooms, showers, and obviously rooms for the physio and everything. It's been a real undertaking over the winter because they're likely to be at this end for next season as well. So the home from home is at the Radcliffe Road end here, and that's where Ollie Price has emerged from.
Yeah, he just didn't really get any of that at all, did Bancroft, and in some respects the only thing that could have saved him was him hitting it so badly that it dropped short. I think Lord was expecting off the bat it to be hit a little bit harder, and then had to just move forward and move forward well. So Ollie Price at 3 started this competition with a ton against Derbyshire, but is forward and defending first ball, and he's built up to that wicket as Pocklington. Bracey tried to have a go at him, couldn't really do so, and Bancroft looking to take him on perishes in trying to do that. Deep forward square, deep backward square, because Price does like a sweep. He's gone for the little flick over his shoulder. Hasn't got a great deal of bat on it, but will take a run as he at least gets it over the keeper on 22 for 1.
Sammy Seacher is on again as the fielding sub. He's just gone out to deep backward square. I think Brett Hutton's popped off for a comfort break.
It was almost like the little Ollie Pope flick, that one from Ollie Price. Full ball, which is just steered down to long on by Bracey, only for a single, 123 for 1.
New name for me on the Gloucestershire card. Either, as it says on the scorecard, Dariush Ahmed, or as we've written it, Daz Ahmed.
Yes, I think he does seem to prefer to go by Daz, so that's what I'll be calling him, I think. Yes, just signed for this competition, but he's been playing a lot of second team cricket for Gloucestershire over the last couple of years. Quick delivery, Price had to come down on that pretty sharpish and just push it away into the offside. MCC young cricketer, I believe part of that programme, Daz Ahmed, but he's also spent some time with Saka, South Asian Cricket Academy. Pocklington to complete a successful over, and just about meeting that one on the full is Price. Does sweep it to deep square. What a great connection, so another terrific over. Only 3 from it and the wicket of Bancroft. 124 for 1. Gloucestershire approaching the halfway stage, and they won't be too concerned with having lost that wicket, but I just wonder, these conversations are so important, the one that's happening at the moment. Bracey talking Price through what he feels there is in this surface, because Bracey will be the one now that will be the one to say, right, okay, I actually think, you know, whether it's, you know, I actually think just 300 would be good on this, or, well, you know what, we really do need to push on to that 350 mark or something like that if we can.
Notts need Bracey out, don't they, and have 2 fresh batters if they're to get back a little bit of control here. Price, whose first 2 runs have both come courtesy of the sweep, now faces Hayes. I don't think he'll be sweeping him, but he's got another one on the leg side behind square, down to Rob Lord. 125 for 1 Gloucestershire. Cameron Bancroft out for 46. So Price in at 3. Still Charlesworth, Hammond, Jack Taylor, Graham Van Buren to come. Strong looking top 7. Trying not to offend the lower 4 on the card, but there's a lot of runs to come before Notts can get down to the bottom 7, you'd imagine, as Bracey pulls this down to Ben Slater. Long leg, 126 for 1. Not simply must win. They won't be able to get enough points if they lose this, even if they were to beat Surrey on Sunday to make the top 3. Need to win their last 2 matches. Gloucestershire, imagine 1 win out of the 3 matches, this one and the 2 to follow, and they'll be safely in the knockouts. But of course they want to get home advantage for the semis if they can. This one's chipped to mid-wicket and there'll be a boundary. I think they will. Martindale's fast but can't get there. Nicely played shot from Ollie Price, his first boundary. Way through mid-wicket out towards the Hound Road stand.
I think Gloucestershire can secure a home match, whether that's in the playoff stage or the semi-final stage. I think they can secure it today, but they would need a favour from Glamorgan, beating Worcestershire too badly. Glamorgan 109 for 1, 23rd over.
Hayes in his 5th over, already gone for 32, bowls to Price, who with a high left elbow punches it up to Lyndon James at mid-on. No run, 130 for 1. Gloucestershire and Hampshire, of course, play in the last match of the group, or on Tuesday in the last round of matches. Notts will have finished their 8 matches on Sunday when they host Surrey, who are down amongst the dead men at the bottom of the group.
I'd ideally love it not to come down to that. Gloucestershire. So a couple of wins before then, here and at Chelmsford, would do it.
Hayes in once more. Nice controlled steer into the offside by Ollie Price. Out to Sammy King, who's an absolute giant when you stand next to him. Lovely fella, Sammy King, and chomping at the bit to make his mark in this competition. Only played in 1 of the games and didn't get the chance to bat. But back in today with Freddie McCann. Back away on 100 duty. 131 for 1. Hayes to Bracey, and he threads this through the leg side for 4. Really nicely played shot. Picked his spot at deep mid-wicket and found the boundary boards, and the over comes to an end with Gloucestershire on 135 for 1 after 24. James Hayes just getting a little expensive here. 5 overs, none for 37.
I mean, you see shots like that from both Bracey and Price in that over, just leaning on it, and off the bat you think, well, maybe a couple. Away it flies. And, you know, the outfield's a little bit greener than some of the ones that there are around the country at the moment. It's still speeding away, so...
Got a bowling change.
Ooh, hello. Yeah.
Sorry, Ed, we've got a bowling change here. Ben Martindale is going to get his first bowl of the competition. Ben made his debut at Bristol in this competition in 2022. Had a little bowl. He only got 1 run with the bat. Took a catch, I remember, on the boundary away to our left. I think the Army were on exercises or something.
Oh yes, it was
that
sort
day.
of. Yeah, of course we had the police there, didn't we? We had all sorts of people. Here's Martindale then. Starts off with an offside wide. Pacey delivery, but just a little bit too far outside the off stump. 136 for 1. So that's the first wide, I believe, of the.
Yeah, I just wonder how much notice he was given there to warm up and get on with it.
He's got a brisk approach, whippy action. No slip in place, as you'd imagine. There's another wide delivery, driven square by Price for no run out to backward point. Got a fair bit of that, but straight to the fielder.
Yeah, this is just his 11th List A game, and the only 2 overs he's bowled in List A cricket were on debut down at Bristol in 2022. So be eyeing up a maiden wicket here if he can.
And comes Martindale. Bowls short and wide. It's been cut away by Price, but deep cover should just get there. And although Price thinks, wow, that shot deserves more than one, it won't get it. Sliding stop out there.
Pocklington again, he's really, really impressing with pretty much everything he does. Yeah,
definitely. I mean, this is my first time seeing him. I didn't get to see too much of the game at Southampton. I saw a little bit of Nottinghamshire batting, but didn't see any of Pocklington bowling. But he's certainly doing everything that he would want to be doing to catch the eye of those powers that be watching. Martindale to Bracey, who turns this away, times it well, wide of mid-on, and once it beats the infield you can forget about it. Down to the boundary, and Bracey moves into the 80s, onto 83.
That's a repeat of the shot from the last over, wasn't it? To mid-wicket, just threaded it through the ring of fielders and away for 4.
There's not much wrong with the delivery either, really. I mean, you want to be keeping it fairly straight to Bracey because you know how strong he is through the offside anyway, and then also that's the short boundary, so bringing that into play. 141 for 1. Martindale to Bracey, who just gets a bit turned round there. He's trying to play that one out into the onside as well. Rehearses a straight back defensive shot, but just left the face open there. Did Bracey to play it back to the bowler. So 6 runs from the over, and Gloucestershire looking to try and move this scoring rate up towards 6 and over, about 5 3/4 at the moment. Martindale bowls down the leg side. It'll be turned away. He's not got a great deal on that, Bracey, but he's got enough on it for 4. 4 runs as well. On to 87 he goes. Kevin Howells is back.
Yes, well, I'm back, along with some new friends for you all on Sports Extra, as well as Sports Extra 2 for those listening on BBC Sounds, with us for the remainder of this innings on Sports Extra, and sort of set out the basic tale, but it was a very basic tale of Gloucestershire doing rather well, just having lost a wicket. And I introduced you, so they all know who you two are now.
Oh dear. Martindale bowls, good delivery, and defended by Bracey, but 10 runs off Martindale's opening over. That is the halfway stage of the innings. 145 for 1, so wickets in hand for Gloucestershire, and the rate starting to move well for them too. And Bracey has been the key man, really. 87 support from Bancroft, but let's see how far he can take his innings.
And now we can talk through a drinks break, Kevin, as the midpoint of the innings comes around after 25 overs. The players are just going to take a little time out here and freshen themselves up.
I did promise to flesh out a little of the basics that I gave some of our listeners just 10 minutes ago, or so 5 minutes ago on Sports Extra. So I wanted to come to you boys for the commentary, but we are very much at the interesting stage of this competition. You can't really afford to make mistakes, although I suppose you could contradict yourself straight away by saying, well, Gloucestershire probably can.
They won't want to start doing so,
no,
though.
Well,
things can still get sticky. If Gloucestershire lose this one, you head to Essex, who've just come off an absolutely thumping win in their last game, and then you finish against Hampshire, and you certainly wouldn't want to be playing Hampshire just to get in, never mind, you know, they'll be hoping for, which is, I mean, the best way of making it back here in a month's time is to finish top of the group, because it is such a reward, that home semi-final, and you play a team that's only played a few days before, an extra game as well. I don't know, I'd have to go back and look at the numbers, but I would imagine a vast proportion of the sides that have ended up making the final have been in those semi-final spots.
I know it was a different set up, a different way of doing it, if you like, but when Notts won in 2017, it was Lord's final and what have you, they finished 3rd in the group, had to go to Taunton to beat Somerset, and then straight from there to face Essex at Chelmsford 48 hours later and won that, and then got through to the final. So I know they've done it, but
I'm pretty sure Kent did it the year that Darren Stevens had his exploits here. What would that be, 3 years ago now? 2-3 years ago?
You are aware that year, I mean, I don't know at the time if people knew, but that had to be won by Darren Stevens.
Of course it did.
It was all there, wasn't it?
Yeah.
Written in the cricketing stars.
One more year for Steve-O became about 11 more years for Steve-O by the end of it from the Kent supporters.
Would that have been 2021, I think, because we didn't have one in 2020, did we?
I think it might have been 22. Because it was Glamorgan and Durham were the first ones here.
Yes,
yeah,
were,
Glamorgan over Durham
yeah,
was the first one.
yeah.
I think it was 22
Yeah.
against Lancashire.
But you take a look at both these groups, Group A, Group B. Although Gloucestershire quite clearly, having won all 5 of their games, in a very strong position. And some teams such as Hampshire and Nottinghamshire, Essex and Leicestershire played 1 game more going into this round of matches. But you know, you're 1 to 7 with teams who still have a chance of going through in Group A. And in Group B, well, technically, mathematically, you go down to 7 again.
Yeah.
Very unlikely because of Kent, who've only won 2 of their 6 matches. We're calling that the par score. It's a course, it's an 18-hole course, where the par score is probably 5. And even then, you may not make the cut-off. Because we had it last year with Derbyshire winning 5 of their matches, and they still missed out on the net run rate. But that's the number you're looking for. So Yorkshire, by that means, a 1 win away. Somerset, having played 6, they've also won 4. Middlesex have won 4. All of them on 16 points at the top of the moment in Group B. So that's really tight there. But back up to Group A, 20 points for Gloucestershire, 16 Hampshire. Not same as Worcestershire on 14. Their run rate is inferior to Worcestershire at the moment. Worcestershire playing Glamorgan. Then you've got Essex. I mean, that's some turnaround, isn't it? You lose your first 3, then you win your next 3. And Gloucestershire Sunday
Next, yes, that's right.
That's a biggie. Leicestershire on 10, Derbyshire on 8. So yeah, it's proved for whatever reason to be a really interesting, and for my old simple mind, complex at times, run into the end of the group stages. But you know, good fun, real good fun. Let's see how it all plays out over today, Sunday, and then Tuesday. Those are the days to qualify.
And then the eliminator round, if you like, is to go Australian or American, I guess. The eliminator. They take place on Thursday, don't they?
Yeah,
then the
semis on the Sunday.
semi-finals.
And then the 3-year wait for the final.
Rob Lord's back into the attack for Nottinghamshire. We're going to restart with Gloucestershire on 145 for 1. He's bowling from the building site end, if you like, and this is dropped on the leg side.
Uh-oh.
And a little bit of a wild throw by the skipper, so he's only got himself to blame there. Had they scampered through for an overthrow, but it was a little wild. But backing up was Ben Martindale, 146 for 1. That last over before the drinks break, again, I just wonder how much notice Ben Martindale had before getting his first bowl in this competition for 3 years. It just seemed like it was a little bit of a last-ditch decision by the skipper. Come on, Ben, have a bowl, and the over went for 10. Interesting to see if he continues from this end. Rob Lord, a little expensive as well early on. This is his 5th over, none for 29. Bowls to Bracey, former England international, who nudges this up to mid-on, and there's no run.
So just a little reminder of those scores then for Dave, just to update people. Surrey 145 for 2 after 25 overs away to Derbyshire Falcons. Glamorgan 117 for 1 after 25 overs. It'll be just the time for them to get some wins when it's all too late. They're away to Worcestershire.
I think from both these sides' point of view, it would be a perfect time
yeah,
today,
exactly.
as we've said.
All too late for them, I should have added, of course, but they're away to Worcestershire Rapids.
Come on, Glamorgan, 146 for 1 as Lord bowls, pulled on the leg side out to Sammy King. Just a single. Again, bounces the ball in very deliberately into Schardendorf. 147 for 1.
Yes. I mean, the shock news from Scarborough is Imam ul Haq is out. He's out for 22. Lythe made it 37. So Yorkshire 133 for 2 in the 28th over against Durham. Luxton and Wharton are going along quite nicely. I do think that Yorkshire may have turned a corner with that group of players, not just in this competition. Lancashire 128 for 3 in the 30th over at home to Warwickshire and Liverpool.
Ollie Price on strike. 10 not out from Now 12 balls as he pushes this back to Lord.
So those are the scores. We'll update as the day goes on, of course. But
good bit of business to get Imam ul Haq in.
Oh, it's just pure Metro Bank One-Day Cup, isn't it?
Well, because he isn't supposed to be there.
Well, it's just you've got somebody who opens the batting. Well, has opened the batting a lot in international cricket for Pakistan, opening the batting in this competition, devoid of so many of county cricket stars.
Lord in again to Price, and it's defended. Notts, I know, did have an overseas player, all signed and sealed, all agreed, contract signed and everything. Was going to come in to replace Carl Verena for the last county championship match, and it would have been a 30-day permit. Could have stayed around for all of August to play through this competition, and just couldn't get a visa. So their hand tied a little bit there. Here comes Lord, passed on by Ben Peverell. Bowles turned away on the leg side, and they take a single. 148 for one.
See, I've mentioned this a couple of times on recent days' broadcast, and I really must pluck up the courage, but I don't really want to speak to Alex Stewart at the moment because I'm not too sure what frame of mind he's going to be in with Surrey. And they open themselves up to the accusation all the time of buying their way to trophies, supposedly with all the money they've got down there. But I am surprised that they've not gone looking elsewhere to come up and shore up what is such an inexperienced group of players.
And they only ever get to play one format and one time a year, an awful lot of them. I mean,
yeah. And I find it painful that a team under the name of the Oval then get all the attention and headlines they're grabbing in the 100. But there you go. Move on.
Martindale. Moving on. Short ball. Price clatters this away through mid-wicket, but hasn't middled it. And it's the short boundary out that side, so it's basically 1 or 4 when you've got somebody like Sammy King roaming the boundary.
Yeah, he'd do well to take his arm on.
149 for 1. No, as you say, you would think there are things that Surrey could do with that bowling attack especially.
You applaud a team for sticking with giving opportunities to young players, of course you do.
Martindale bowls. There was a little bit of a rush on there from the fielder at was down at deep third, inside edge by the way down to fine leg for a single that'll bring up the 150, but racing up there was Ben Slater, and if he'd not quite completed his race into the circle, then that would have been a no ball because they didn't have enough fielders inside the ring. He just realised in time. So the 150 up, second ball of the 27th over. Bracey on to 89. Martindale to Price, full ball on driven. It's a good looking shot, but wait is the call, and they do wait and stay put, so there's no run. Yeah, when you think, I think it was the first year, wasn't it, 2021, when the One Day Cup took its shape. Surrey made the semi-final because Gloucestershire played them in the playoff game at the Oval, lost to them, and then Surrey went up and lost to Durham in the semi-final, clipped away to short mid-wicket, and there's no run. So they have performed in it before. Tim David that year,
they brought him in.
Yeah, he hit the hardest forward defence I've ever seen, that went whistling away to the straight long off boundary. It was just a defensive shot. The noise, I think, is still reverberating around the Oval now. That game. Martindale bowls. It's a low full toss, which is clipped for a single by Price, who's not yet looking in the frame of mind to really launch. 151 for 1. So just 3 runs from this over. So it's a good comeback from Martindale after an expensive opening over.
See that team that Somerset put out yesterday? We were quite surprised ahead of play that they dropped so many experienced players, and they only went at 1. But Lammerville, of course, was terrific taking those 5 wickets.
Martindale bowls. It's another low full toss, and that's been towed out to short extra cover. So only 3 runs from that over. 151 for 1. Well, yes, and you know, a similar side that Somerset were putting out a couple of years back, and the narrative was that it was a second-team competition and simply couldn't compete, and then that turned around very quickly, didn't it, when they made the final last year?
Oh, that's so human nature, isn't it? Brilliant. Yeah, when we're not doing so well, it's just a developmental game.
No, it's the competition's fault.
And then when it's doing well. Good stuff.
But Rob Lord to continue. Just had a little look on the binoculars and could make out Luke Fletcher and Paul Johnson, thick as thieves, on the balcony over there in front of the Derek Randall suite. It is the past players' day here. Got Ken Poole, aged 91, Paul Taylor, 86 years of age, played in the same side in the 50s. This is pushed up to mid-on, and there's no run. 151 for one. Understand Harry Latchman's here, Phil Wilkinson, Paul Todd, Bruce French, Kevin Saxelby, Chris Broad, of course, famous son of Gloucestershire, Usman Afzal, Wayne Noon, Greg Mike, Johnny Morris, Darren Bicknell, Andy Carter, just looking down the list, Harry Gurney. This one is played with soft hands. Single taken. 152 for one, Ali Brown. Understand he's on the guest list.
Oh gosh. Fear struck through Gloucestershire supporters even now.
Yeah, well, the way things are going, Dave, perhaps they could sign him up right now as a, I don't know, a sub-replacement to come on in the second innings.
There's Rob Lord going to bowl to James Bracey, who's on 89, and this is run away into the offside for a single, so he moves on to 90. Week before last, managed to catch up with Franklin Stevenson, who's in the country. Of course, played for both these sides. A little bit for Gloucestershire before beginning 4 years with Notts. He's in the country. He's looking after the Barbados under 13s, under 14s, who are playing in a cricket festival all this week down at Taunton.
You did the book with him, didn't you?
Yeah.
Yeah. There's a reason I've said that.
153 for one. It's a nice looking shot from Price. Takes the single on, shy at the stumps from Brett Hutton. Hits, but umpire Peveril in a good position to adjudge that he was safely home. 154 for one. So it's always nice. I know Gloucestershire do it as well. There was one year down at Bristol when they had their past players' day. But a lot of the counties do their level best just to keep in touch with their former players and invite them all together for one big enjoyable luncheon each season. Now, Richard Stevenson on the committee's worked hard to get upwards of 70 this season, as this one's pulled away on the leg side again. One bounce, falling short of Sammy King. 155 for one, and Bracey on to 91.
Second
Just
time he's done that now. Sorry,
Yeah.
it's a second two bouncer. Both times. I mean, it's all that ever happens is the umpires just spread their hands out and say, "Why are you doing that?" But nothing actually happens.
That book of yours, Dave, I saw it yesterday at Hove.
And the second, it was the second hand, was it?
Well, it's going to be. It's been out for a few years.
Which,
now,
the
isn't
Franklin
it?
one?
Yeah, yeah.
Oh.
Or the Luke Fletcher one?
No, the Franklin one.
This one's pulled away again down, and that's really, that's a little unlucky. Really, really good work by Pocklington. Going to his right, got a hand to it, and hope he's not done himself a mischief. Landing on his hip bone there, but the ball just trickling into the rope. 159 for one, or the current one that's out, the Bobby George life story.
Oh, you can tell us about that in a minute, but I didn't see how much your Franklin book was being. I think it was all part. You know, they've got a great museum there at home.
Yeah.
Really fantastic, and it was
Yeah.
just outside. So I think.
Well, he played there as well, didn't he, Frankie?
For whatever money was being, charged for people buying it, I think it would have gone to the museum or the foundation, whatever. So that itself is a good thing, isn't it? But it was there. I spotted it, and I thought, there's the Girdler's book. I thought. You just mentioned him. I don't think he was at full recommended retailer's price. But available still in all good bookshops and the odd basket
Yeah.
every now and then.
Notts acting head coach Paul Franks is on the boundary edge, wearing the white floppy sun hat over to our right in front of the Smith Cooper stand. Brett Hutton back into the attack.
6 overs up front.
And at the end of this over, we need to know just briefly a little bit more about the Bobby George ball.
Yes. Well, I think we could do it during the over.
No.
Hutton bowls, and defending is Bracey back to the bowler. So the problem is now you've said that we must do it next over. All I want to do is talk about it immediately.
Keep them waiting. Keep them waiting.
I'd love to find a cricket link, but he's not a great cricket fan, is Bobby.
Oh dear. Anyway, it's coming, folks. It's coming. just the briefest outline of his latest.
Hutton in and bowls, swung away by Bracey into the onside. He's hit that very well. He's hit it for 6. Behind square. And that's the shot that has really brought him some serious success in this competition so far, just swinging it away and happy to take on that long boundary down there and clearing it by a good distance. 165 for 1. He is on to 97.
We spoke at the start of the day about how infrequently Nottinghamshire and Gloucestershire play in any forms of the game. If he gets 3 more runs, he'll have got 4 List A centuries, and 2 of them will be against Notts, so perhaps as well we don't play each other very often.
Facing up here, Hutton in and bowls and pushed away. Scream of no from Ollie Price at the non-striker's end. He's right to do so because backward points him pretty close there. Hunting a run out, Jack Haynes. It was a remarkable ending to that game a couple of years ago where he got his 100 and in interview with me said I accidentally hit the ball for 6 because he was trying to let Jack Taylor at the non-strikers end get his maiden List A 100. Ended up hitting the 6 when he meant to hit a 4 straight over the bowler's head. Hutton bowls, wide delivery chopped away for 1 run into the covers. He's on to 98. No, because it wasn't quite game over. It just meant that Taylor had to hit a 6 to win on 95. And then was caught on the boundary just short. Off the bat, it looked like it was 6, and then he had to wait another year for his first List A 100. But he's certainly added to that list now.
The stories within the stories.
Yes.
I just loved that though, because I know Bracey's is a very honest interview. He said, "Yeah, I didn't mean to hit it for 6." Hutton bowls and attempted low pull from Price. Doesn't really connect with that. It's fielded out at short mid wicket, so there's no run. 7 runs off the over.
Oh, but this is. I'm going to move aside here. All I'll say, and I need these lads to hear in the back. Don't forget the Bobby George story, okay?
Oh dear.
Wow, with James Bracey on 98, we've been
inundated,
blessed with some former Nottinghamshire legends. There's also a former Gloucestershire legend in the back of the box as well. Mr. President's in the house. Mr. President. 166 for 1.
Deep third coming up now, so everybody back on the onside apart from short mid wicket. Hutton in and bowls, and this is just push gently away to backward point, and there's no run as I will take a break.
Eddie, your man is on 98 here. I think.
Okay.
I think you should stay on.
Producers allowing me to stay on for one more delivery.
I think you should stay here for a moment, unless you can.
I better sit down again, otherwise I'll be accused of standing up.
Well, you should stand for the president. You should stand. You should stand for the president. And you're on now.
Ex-president.
Well, you know, it's an honorary title. Christopher Broad is alongside us, or as though they still say on the BBC Sport website, Brian Broad is with us.
Well, at least it's not Stuart Broad.
At least it's not. Although we're bowling from the Stuart Broad end.
Here is Rob Lord bowling to Bracey, and Bracey's forward and won't get the single. It always happens.
Past president.
He needs two, not 1.
Oh, so he does.
98
You're right.
Is on.
So you're right. There you go. Somebody's on at least. Oh dear. Well, I said 99.
Chris, this is Ed, the Gloucestershire commentator. Ed,
who doesn't count? Yes.
This is.
In many respects.
He's played well though, hasn't he?
Yes.
Bracey.
Yeah.
This is
My word.
This is our token representative on the ground today who's played for both sides, we think.
Oh, yeah, well, possibly, yes.
Lord bowls and cut away just for a single through the offside. He has moved on to 99.
He has.
Really appreciate you popping up before the dinner, before the free drinks get flowing. Very nice to see you. How are you?
I'm all right, thank you, yes. And you're wrong, because the free drinks have already started flowing. But we have to wait until 2:30 for lunch, which is rather disappointing, I think.
Well, I'm surprised that the free drinks are on, because I can see Fletcher and John are on the balcony.
They were, yes. Yes, taking it easy.
Lord in now, and this is played down into the onside. Won't make it out of the 30-yard circle, but will be a single. 168 for one.
It's a great day, Chris, isn't it? Richard Stevenson does a lot of ringing round through the early part of the year to get 60, 70, 80 of you together for a once a year get together.
I can't slag him off then. Listen, old players' dues are always good fun, because rarely do we meet up with our former teammates throughout the year, but occasion like this you always meet up with mates and chinwag, basically.
Lord over the wicket bowls. That's a very short delivery, which Bracey ducks underneath and is staring off to the umpire in either direction and says it's one for the over, does the standing umpire.
Is that Colonel Mustard who didn't give that as a wide?
That's him.
Yeah.
That's him. It's perhaps. Well,
James Bracey's former teammate.
You've got a foot in both camps, of course.
Yeah. Listen, I mean, Gloucester have done very well in this comp this season. Notts obviously need a win to keep their position going forwards, but we'll see.
Lord in now and bowls and pushed away. That'll be the moment. Through point, and James Bracey reaches a terrific 100. 98 deliveries, and he really has guided Gloucestershire through this innings so far. He was put down on 58, clearest moment that Nottinghamshire had to remove him, but 11 fours, 3 sixes, and he's looked in fine fettle, as he has, to be honest, this whole competition. 169 for one. Shall I just do this one delivery and then I will leave you to it? Lord to Price and poked away. That'll be a single through the offside. 170 for one after 30 overs. Over to you.
Thank you, Ed. More from Ed Seaborn a little later on. We've got Chris Broad alongside at the moment. Has eldest son written an apology note?
In what respect?
To not be here for the President's Day.
Well,
he's not here, is he, Stuart?
Yeah, no, he's not. No, I mean, he's busy with the media work for Sky, and he's also got 2 young girls at home who he loves looking after as well. So, in between the times that he's not working for Sky, he's at home, and also he's got to fit in the game of golf as well. So it's a busy old life for him,
Ed Seaborn's been replaced by Ali Brown. Great to see you, Ali.
Good to see you, Dave.
How are you?
I'm very well, thank you.
Again, just getting the phone call and hopefully logged in the diary, come back and catch up with a few old teammates as Brett Hutton, one of those former teammates, bowls, and this is eased into the offside, and there's no run. 170 for one.
It's always nice to come back. I mean, the food is excellent. And they do it very well, and although it's a bit of a journey up here, it's definitely worth it. I came for the first time last year. Couldn't make the year before, but I thoroughly enjoyed it. It's good to catch up with a lot of players in my era and some older players too, and it's a great day.
I'd say it is a good effort for you to come all that way for a day. Are you driving back tonight?
Well, I've got my driver with me, Ely, and I had to persuade him by getting him bacon butties and
Hutton bowls is his turn
coffee
to
this
leg.
morning.
They get a single, 171 for one.
But I mean, last year I did drive up myself, but Ely couldn't make it last year because his father Alan's birthday, it was 80th birthday. And this year it hasn't fallen on that day.
Does that mean it's your turn to drive next year?
Potentially, but he's got a better car than I have. So and he was keen to show it off to me. He's a bit of a petrol head. So
nice.
Yeah, it was a nice smooth drive up, bar the last 10 minutes. But I'm sure he can tell you more about that later on.
50 partnership has just been reached between this pair. 50 from 49. Gloucestershire put into bat. 171 for one. Bracey cuts this out into the offside. We've got, I would imagine, a fairly even split, Chris, Gloucestershire and Nottinghamshire listeners and viewers as well. For your Gloucestershire fans, just a memory or two there. Obviously, that's where you started your first-class career, and obviously finished it second half at Trent Bridge.
Yeah, and I actually finished down there as well. I went back for a couple of seasons at the end of my time at Notts, and enjoyed those periods with some of the boys down there.
Price on 22 gets a low full toss, which he punches out to Rob Lord inside the ring. Does the fielding, 173
one of
for
the stories that Stuart often tells is he remembers being on the boundary's edge when Courtney Walsh would come along and give him some bowling or batting tips. Now, Courtney obviously wasn't the greatest batter in the world, but as a bowler, there is no one finer. He was brilliant, and Stuart will often recall his time on the boundaries edge, as my daughter as well. She played a bit of cricket with him as well, and it was good fun for all.
Hutton to the Centurion. James Bracey turns this to leg. He'll push hard for two here. They're going to go for it. Throw from Pocklington into the non-striker's end. Hutton couldn't take it, but I think they'd have been home anyway. Two more to Gloucestershire, 175 for one.
So yeah, I mean, Gloucestershire, Bristol was my home, and it was only early 80s when I wasn't over enamoured about the way the club was going that I offered to leave, and they weren't happy for me to go, but fortunately Notts came in for me, and I moved up here, which was brilliant. I just love this place, and it's I call this home now.
Last ball of the 31st over, wide of the off stump and driven handsomely by Bracey. Past the diving Notts skipper Hamid, who won the toss at 10:30, but not a lot has gone right for his side since then. Lovely boundary, 31 gone, 179 for one. Something in the back of my mind says, was your club Down End down there?
No,
right.
No, my club was Long Ashton.
Right.
I played with a guy called John Sullivan, who sadly passed away last year. He was a former Gloucestershire player as well, and Long Ashton was my club. Loved it. The Bristol District League at that time was quite strong, had some good players in. Sadly, Long Ashton have dropped down the leagues over the last few years, and I think they're playing in the third or fourth tier now, which is a shame. But I have been back to the ground, and the ground is pretty much the same as it's always been. So right by the Long Ashton bypass with trees, and you get drivers shouting "How's that?" as they drive past, which was rather mildly annoying, but it is what it is.
179 for one. Lyndon James comes in to bowl, passed on by Peveril, and bowls now, and this is pushed into the offside. The only reason I say that, a little bit of knowledge, as you know, is a dangerous thing. Last time Notts played at Bristol, I was told there was a lashings game on at Down End that evening, and finished my duties at Bristol, and then went and watched lashings. I think Osman Afzal was playing, and maybe one or two more guys I knew, and I remembered there was lots of your memorabilia in there on the wall, maybe an England shirt, maybe a Gloucestershire shirt, or whatever, and put two and two together and obviously made five as this is pushed into the offside. No
it's
run.
A postage stamp of a ground, isn't it?
Yeah, no, it was
right
great for that sort of thing.
and the graveyard and what have you. A number of cricket balls used to end up in there during the league matches.
I was trying to think, it was there Chris Lewis played that night as well, but all the usual lashings paraphernalia. You must have played for Lashings, Ali, no?
I have played one game for Lashings. I haven't played too many. I played a lot of games for the PCA England Masters, or the England Legends as they call themselves these days, which is great fun. I played a couple of weeks ago, which is quite nice. But a number of games. But I tend to favour the PCA games. But the Lashings is going very well, and we see a bit of Usman Afzal ourselves. If he was,
is he here today?
If he's walked here from near the ground or run here, it would take him quite a while to get here. He's 0 to 20 miles an hour in about an hour and a half, I think. But
you're trying to say he's put a bit of weight on?
I know he's just a little bit slower than he was back in the day, but he's still great fun with excellent humour. And but he plays a few games for the PCA, and I think some for Lashings too.
180 for one. You answered the question there, because I was going to say, you're still playing, he's still doing a bit. Next ball is cut away to beyond backward point, past the diving Martindale, and away for 4 runs, 184 for 1. Something
you
you're
can
both.
you can ask me that question. Am I still playing? No. Short and sweet answer. No.
You did play on here, and so did Ali, and both of you will know how fast the outfield was here. You beat the field, and you're going to get full value for your shots, aren't you? It's always been that way.
It's probably got quicker in recent years because they've obviously relayed the outfield into a sand-based outfield. So when we don't get the rain, it dries quickly.
Next ball is
and
work
runs
to point.
quickly as well. So yes.
Foundations here for a big score, Ali.
It is, yeah. I mean, it's if I was James Bracey, I'd be thinking, could I get a double here? It's that he's just played very well all the way through. I think when Notts are bowled a little bit short, he's picked that off, and it's just a case of acceleration. He looks like, I think a score of 150 to 170 is definitely within his compass, and if he can accelerate towards that, maybe more.
We were just saying the teams are in the same group last year, and Miles Hammond got 150 in this same match last year as this is pushed into the offside, and he's yet to come in. 184 for 1 at the end of the 32nd.
Is it still the case that at 30 overs they look to double the score? Because it certainly was when I was playing, and 32 overs now, 184. That's a mammoth score. 360, 400 possibly.
It's a lot, isn't it?
It is a lot.
We've seen it done on this ground. Back in the days of the likes of Lawman, Hales and Vessels, got 400 quite regularly, but it's going to be tough to chase it after tea.
Yeah. Looks a good pitch though.
Yeah. So you're no longer president.
No.
Did you enjoy your little reign? Or?
Well, it was an interesting time. I'm not a committee person, so sitting in committee meetings and listening to some of the arguments that were going on was kind of, I don't want to say frustrating, but it was just interesting. It's just moved so slowly. As a player, you make decisions instantaneously, whereas committee, you just got to go through the process, and it's kind of frustrating.
There's Pocklington bowls and attempted reverse, and might have been a little bit of bat on that because Schardendorf flung himself forward from behind the stumps and ends up in a little bit of a heap. He just couldn't quite get his glove underneath it. From the animation out there, you'd suggest that might have been a little bit of bat on it. Price on strike on 24, 184 for 1. We've got Chris Broad and Ali Brown alongside me. I know we'll have a lunch to get to in a moment. There's a reverse sweep.
Do you want to get Mr. Elam?
We'll have a little word with Mr. Elam. Chris, great of you to pop up.
Thanks,
and
nice
say hello.
Nice to see you again.
You're always welcome. It's not the worst view in the ground here,
it is not,
as the coaching staff are finding out this year. Now they're down.
The Stuart Broad end looks a bit sparse at the moment.
All on its way, and this is swept away behind square for a single. He was so proud of we'll just turn Chris. Thank you, Chris. He was so proud. He was actually up here on the day that the Stuart Broad name was the Stuart Broad end was named. Came and did a little bit of commentary, but the seat has been vacated to my right. Ali's still with me, and Mark Elam's popped in. A wonderfully suntanned Mark Elam. I spent last week in Italy on the beach, and I've not a fraction of that tan as this is turned on the leg side. 185 for 1. Thanks for popping up. How are you, fella?
Pleasure. Very well, thank you. Lovely to be back at Trent Bridge. Amazing place.
Last saw you a year ago at Guildford. Your young man's with Surrey, Surrey?
Yeah, no, he still is. He's had a few injuries this year, so he hasn't appeared much. I think he's disappeared a little bit. But yeah, unfortunately, some of the younger guys now, they pick up a few injuries, and he's had a season to forget in terms of that, playing cricket, but hopefully he'll get strong for next year.
2 more to Bracey, pulled away on the leg side. Chris was just saying, good chance to go big here for James Bracey. You'd have been looking to do that.
He's a good player though, isn't he? I think me and myself and Ali were just chatting over the far side. I think Ali more than me would have been booking him for a double, I reckon. He said, well, there was 22 overs to go, and he said he's definitely got a double on the cards. And I was saying, actually, I'd probably be sitting in the pavilion thinking I wasn't going to get a bat. So I expect he'll want to cash in.
End of the over, 187 for 1. It was your big one again. It was Glamorgan, wasn't it? Not Gloucestershire. Your big one for Surrey.
Glamorgan, yeah, 268 against Glamorgan. But I just like the way he's playing. He's playing positively without taking an overwhelming risk. He's full in control of all his shots, and I think that's the key. I think sometimes when you see players, they get to 100 and then they almost feel that's a milestone. But the way he's playing, if he's still there in half an hour, I think it'd be quite an interesting way to maybe target that. But he's playing some very good shots with not a massive amount of risk, if that makes sense. And he's booking himself in on a good wicket.
Certainly is. There's Lyndon James from the Stuart Broad end. To bowl to the right-handed Ollie Price. Comes down the track and he's got a little bit fortunate there. It spooned up off the outside portion and flew over backward point and away for 4 runs. Nice looking shot. Now I've done this long enough, Mark, to know when I'm being set up, but Ali said ask you about the last 15 miles of the journey here this morning.
It was interesting following Waze. Yeah, we would chat. We don't catch up very often, so it was quite nice to have a chat in the car. And the journey went really quickly, bar the last 10 minutes where I kind of went off map a little bit. We were off road for a bit, which was interesting.
James bowls and turned onto the leg side for another single by Price, who moves on to 30. And whose job is it to keep you and Fletcher apart today?
Well, that's an interesting one. He's such a he feels a bit underdressed, didn't he? He said we've all turned up with our jackets on, and he said I was told smart casual, and he's come quite smart casual. But we said he lives with his character, so we're all right with it. He's such a great lad, so it's just nice to catch up with all the boys. I haven't been up for a long time, so yeah, it's really nice to see a few old faces and talk a few old inningses from Mr. Brown here. Play a few more.
He's been living for this day all season, Luke Fletcher, as James bowls short, hit up into the air, but well to the right of Sammy King, and too deep for Sammy King as well. That's gone for another 6. 4th hit by James Bracey, short from Lyndon James, and just dispatched into the stand. Ali Brown like.
Well, short hasn't really been the way to go here today, is it? I mean, it's a good wicket, and I think bar the drop catch, I think we saw at deep square, which was Ely said I'd have caught that. I think that was a missed opportunity, but everything else has been dispatched with a fair degree of comfort, hasn't it?
Very quickly gone on to 119 now, Bracey, and this is really worrying and damaging in equal measures for Notts, as this one's pushed into the offside. 198 for 1, a match that Gloucestershire would like to win. Notts need to win. If they can't win, if they don't win, they can't qualify.
Yeah, it looks a good pitch though, doesn't it? I mean, I don't know. We said before with 20 overs to go, they'll be looking for 300 plus, won't they? But it looks a good pitch. So from a batting perspective, I'm sure they'll be thinking they can keep it under 350, something like that. They'll be more than happy.
There's Lyndon James. Passed on by Peverell, bowls to Bracey, and straight away he was trying to switch hit. He'd moved into a position to play it right-handed over the keeper and very nearly got bowled. Whoa, what a dreadful way that would have been to get out, wouldn't it?
Well, I did get out like that actually with one of my decent scores. It was very, very frustrating, which was a game against Gloucester actually. I think we broke the record for the highest score at one point. I don't know whether that still stands, about 496 I think that was. But yeah, I was out reverse sweeping in that game, which was highly frustrating.
I didn't have it in my locker, unfortunately.
James bowls again and punched by Bracey to deepish mid-off for a single. 199 for 1. I should have briefing notes. I haven't. I know you both reasonably well, but I don't know what you're doing at the moment. Are you still in cricket in any form? Still coaching?
I'm still in cricket. I work for King's School in Canterbury as a cricket pro, so I've been involved with cricket ever since I retired from Notts. So yeah, love that. Get a bit of time off in the summer, do some personal coaching as well. So yeah, very much that's where the tan comes from. Standing out on cricket fields, watching lads play. So, and the girls as well. School girls cricket's kicking off nicely. Yeah. So. Yeah, very busy still within the game, which is great. And I get the chance to watch a lot of cricket. I still watch.
You still love it as much as you always did?
I watch the county stuff. I follow Notts. I follow Kent, obviously. Follow Surrey, where my son's at as well. So, yeah, I get a good view. I watch quite a lot.
It's in your veins. It's in your blood.
It is. It never goes. We talk a lot of rubbish to us.
199 for 1. Pocklington, the left-arm spinner. The lovely action. Bowls to Bracey, who chops it out onto the offside. Sammy King will field, but there's 2 runs. And Ali, just to bring everybody up to speed, what are you doing at the moment? Wasting a shilling or 2 on greyhounds?
A little bit. Well, I say wasting a I mean, I used to present a greyhound show for the Racing Post for 5 years, which was quite good fun, and then I found quite a few of my accounts disappeared. But I still do a little bit of that. Which is a bit of fun, but I've been very lucky to do.
Pocklington bowls and Bracey's gone onto the leg side, and a catching opportunity for Martindale, but he can't get there, and it's Another one that's cleared the ropes only just. Phil Mustard raises those arms. 207 for one, and Bracey into the 130s.
Yeah, I've been lucky enough this year to do quite a bit of work for Surrey at the Surrey Stream, so for the Surrey home games, which has been very enjoyable. So I've got involved with that, and I still play quite a few PCA games, which with Phil Mustard actually, who plays for the PCA England Masters.
Very comfortable on the mic then, aren't you? Very good.
He's done a lot of damage on this ground in the past, Phil Mustard. This one is chopped into the offside for a single. Getting just a little prompt from producer Kevin saying, I did ask Mark about your son. I did, didn't I?
You did?
I did.
Yeah, at the beginning, yeah. He's been injured, so we've not had a lot to
Yeah,
talk
no,
about.
he's injured now.
Young off spinner. Yeah, he's with Surrey, which is obviously a great place to be. Amazing setup there, and he's getting a lot of support and help. But unfortunately, he's had a stress fracture of the back for most of the season.
Oh.
And then he come back fit in the middle of July, and then decided to take a tumble down the oval steps, and has ruined his ankle. So he's pretty much done for the rest of the season, unfortunately. But hopefully next season will be a bit more.
Pocklington to bowl, and this one's just helped
productive
down the leg side, I think off the thigh pad, or off the pad for a couple of runs. 211 for one. One or two guests here as well today, I understand. The world of football, Ian Storymore, John McGovern. Frank Hayes is here. Alan Ormerod, who didn't play for Notts but was a manager stroke secretary stroke all sorts of things back at the turn of the century.
It's a good crowd over there, without a doubt. Just got to make sure you don't miss the lunch, haven't you, Lordy?
Yeah.
No, I'll...
No, that's not a problem. It's not till a bit later anyway, so we're okay.
This one's driven down the ground for a single, 212 for one. They've appeased the members. Apparently the members who normally use that can have free teas and coffees at this end all day.
Oh, that's
so
good.
That's the...
Well, we're giving information about the amazing lunchrooms at the top of this building, so it'd be quite good to
Have
look
they
at
taken
that
you up there?
No, not yet.
All
I've
right.
definitely got to have a bit of a tour, I think. It's obviously changed since we were last here.
And the pavilion, of course, there'll be a lot of memories in there that have been knocked down as this one's hit towards us. I don't think there's anybody down below us, or is there? Yeah, there must be, because they're only running two. Can't quite see down below us because of the advertising hoardings for the 100 competition, but two more, 214 for one. One more over, gents, then we'll let you go. Is that all right?
Yeah, so the pavilion is, when we turned up and came round the corner to head over to where we're at, that was quite a shock to see that, actually, because it's obviously quite a historic building, and we knew there was plans. I didn't realise it was going to be fully done. To see it gone today was quite a shock, really, but I'm sure, as with all these grounds, that it'll all be for the betterment of everybody. But yeah, it's a big change, isn't it?
It is indeed. Who's here from your championship winning side? Fletcher. Samit's not here, we know. He's been whisked away to the 100.
I mean, Samit claims that he's playing for the Superchargers, but I think the rumour...
He's the same age as you fellas.
Well, the rumour the other side is that they put the lunch back to 2:30, and he couldn't wait that long. But yeah, he's not here today. But I've been in touch with him quite recently, and he definitely was before his upgrade to the 100. Yeah. But it's great to see Luke here, who I spent... we used to spend our mornings down at Roco and then going off to number 8, I think was the sandwich shop in West Bridgeford.
Lyndon James bowls into the pads of James Bracey. Paul Frank's on the ground. I can see him over there right now, walking around the boundary edge.
I think he'll pop in, Franksy. Greg Smith's here today, which is nice for me because I was 2005 championship winning season.
We had two Greg Smiths. We had the batter from Leicestershire, and we had the South African left armer. Yeah,
it's the left armer.
Right.
It's the bowlers club. We were just reminiscing about how many overs we got through that year.
Shrekky?
Shrekky's apparently he's on the list. We haven't seen him yet.
We haven't seen him yet. He's timing it for lunchtime. But yeah, it's going to be good to see him. I mean, my first year for the photograph.
Next ball is lifted to just short of mid-off, and Lyndon James down on his haunches. Can't believe he didn't get a wicket there. 216 for one.
No, I remember the team photograph in 2009, and they put me between Shrekky and Will Jefferson, which I thought was some sort of joke, and it looks as if I'm sort of standing in a hole in the ground. But yeah, that was.
I'm surprised you were on the bench at the front, mate.
Well, I wasn't the most. I was sort of mid-table, I think, but I was next to those two, so yeah, I looked even smaller than normal.
Good times, weren't they? Good times.
216 for one. Lyndon James bowls, and again the attempted reverse. Again, Gloucestershire listeners and Gloucestershire viewers, any memories of Bristol, of Gloucestershire?
Well, yes.
Good or bad?
Always kind of in the memory, because if you went anywhere and Courtney Walsh was bowling, it was always a. I remember turning up at Cheltenham and he turned up in a neck brace because he'd gone in the neck, and we all did handstands in the changing rooms that we didn't have to face him for the day. So that was always the one. You tended to look out for the fast bowlers who was fit on the day, and so he was always a bit of a challenge, wasn't he, Courtney? So, but yeah, through that era of their very dominance in one-day cricket, they were a tough side to go to. So, yeah, good memories in lots of ways.
Lyndon James bowls now edge past the diving Schardendorf. He's got away with 2 or 3 of those, James Bracey. It's not detracting from the quality of his innings, but some days, as you both know, some days you nick them straight into the gloves, and others just seems that lady looks on your shoulder.
Well, I think the slips obviously went quite early on, so he's bought that with his positive nature. And I said there've been a few. There was a drop in the slip, not too much going to hand. They've had a little bit of luck, but they've also played very well. And but Notts will be looking to try and get a wicket or two. And as I said, you talked about that game against Glamorgan. We only won that by 9 runs. So at halfway stage, you don't know quite what a good score is until both sides have probably battered it at the end. But certainly Gloucester look in the ascendancy at the moment.
220 for 1. Lyndon James bowls again, dragged onto the leg side for a single, and you've both done a bit of coaching. If you could just get a word into Asiba Mead's ear right now, is there anything he could be doing, should be doing, isn't doing?
Well, I think he could have batted first if he won the toss for a start. It's probably what he would be thinking at the moment. But as I said, it looks a good wicket. It doesn't look like it's going to deteriorate to me. There's a touch of colour in it as well, and that's not a bad thing. But yeah, I said Notts have got some very good players, and but you look at Gloucester, they've got sort of internationals opening up with James Bracey and Cameron Bancroft. So it's a quality top 4 or 5, and. But Notts.
James to bowl. This is nudged down the ground for a single. So we're going to get double Nelson. Perhaps double Nelson can strike for Notts. There we are. Great to see you guys. I hope you have a thrilling day, a really good day, and enjoy it. And if ever you're on the ground, you're always welcome to pop in. You know that. I've had many a happy day watching you both play cricket, and it's great to spend a little bit of time with you today. Enjoy your day. Thanks for popping up.
Nice
Mark Elam here
on
our live stream, and also the great Mark Elam, but the great Ali Brown, who like to give it a bit of a wallop. Thank you, gentlemen, and we hope they enjoy their lunch here on the Past Players Day. Hope you enjoyed as much as I did, just seeing some of the old fellas again, popping in to say hello. Might just get a little bit messy later on over there in the Derek Randall suite. There's about 65 former players over there, very much enjoying each other's company and the quality of the cricket, and enjoying the quality of the commentary from Ed Seaborn right now. Moves in alongside. Nice to see the fellas. Appreciate your time, Ed. Just
not
at the
at
back
all.
And
Absolutely, it's great to be able to stand aside for these things. James Hayes into Price, and that's worked away to short mid wicket, and there'll be no run. Yes. Did you close by saying many a happy day watching Ali Brown play? I think there many an unhappy day watching Ali Brown play as a Gloucestershire supporter, including that time when Surrey broke the world record for 50 over score against Gloucestershire at the Oval. In comes Hayes, gathers and bowls down the pitch, and hitting it straight up in the air is Ollie Price. Should be a simple catch at mid-off, and it is. So the time had probably come for Ollie Price to really try and enter his almost T20 mode, and he's just chipped it straight up in the air, and a pretty comfortable catch. Is that Lord again?
Yes, it was, yeah.
So he's got both catches, and double Nelson does indeed strike. It's 2-2-2 for 2.
Yes, who's going to come out now, and no doubt will be given a licence with 13 and a bit overs to go to throw the bat. Really solid foundation. Well, it's more than a solid foundation. It's a good score already, but certainly from here, you'd imagine 350's got to be very much within the compass.
I mean, to be honest, even just thinking back to last year, 332 was, I think, chased with consummate ease, really. I mean, okay, it takes somebody going on to get a huge score like Hammond did to do that, but it does show you that, you know, this ground is fast scoring. You're not safe with just getting 300. You've really got to go big into the 300s to really feel as if you're an imposing score. So the batting lineup will remain the same. Ben Charlesworth will come out at 4, and to be honest, Ben Charlesworth is Gloucestershire's T20 finisher, so you're not really losing anything depending on who comes out. And Charlesworth has certainly been a good touch in this competition so far, and in fact really found his touch right at the end of the T20 when he was flip-flopped with Ollie Price. Price had been batting at 4, Charlesworth at 6. They switched round and Charlesworth found some runs at the back end of that competition. A big ton at Cheltenham, his first Cheltenham ton during the festival as well against Lancashire, and then off to a fine start in this competition. You'd imagine he'll, as he should, give himself a few deliveries to get himself set, but he is a fearsome hitter at the ball, Ben Charlesworth, when he enters his top gear. 222 for 2, 13 overs and 4 balls to make use of, as Hayes bowls, just holds that one back a little bit, and Charlesworth guides it out to backward point, and there's no run.
Were you familiar with Chris Broad's club?
Yes, actually not as... I mean, I would have been able to say that they were no longer in the Whipple, to be honest, but I wouldn't have been able to tell you exactly which division they were in now, but I could have...
No, which team was it?
Could have told you.
It's not
was,
down end.
No, it was Long Ashton.
Right, yeah.
I've not been, to be honest, but Hayes in now. Charlesworth drives crisply through the covers. Just take a single. 223 for 2.
Yeah, went down the list of names on the guest list, and as far as I could see, the only one that represented both counties. So very nice for Chris Broad to pop up, along with Mark Elam and Ali Brown. When they've had their lunch a little later on, hopefully we can get 1 or 2 more of the former players to come and say hello.
It's a nice part of, well, the outskirts of Bristol, that. Wide delivery, slashed up and over short third, and that will be 2 bounces over the boundary rope for 4. There's plenty of pace to use with James Hayes, and Bracey pretty much just had to get some bat on it, slashed it away, and has 141. Gloucestershire to 227 for 2. Yeah, just a sort of southwestern reaches of Bristol. You've got Ashton Court Estate just a little bit to the north of that. There's a golf club there as well. Another delivery which I think he's taken maybe a little bit of pace off. Bracey just drives it for 1 through the covers, and at this point you wouldn't mind Bracey doing that, really, keeping the strike and facing the majority of deliveries. He's on to 142, 228 for 2. Of course, with a lot of batters, you would be checking whether it was their career best at this point, but as you've already alluded to, his career best is a long, long way away. To 224.
It's nice to hear Mark Elam and Ali Brown saying, though, with this sort of score, book yourself in, get yourself a really big one. And
he really was the king of those sorts of knocks, wasn't he, Ali Brown? The big hundreds in 50 over cricket. We were really one of the first people to just think in those terms, really. Think of being able to go on and get a score like that.
It's Lyndon James. We'll begin the 38th over, and Bracey's lifted this one up onto the leg side again, and he's managed to just drop it between Sammy King, who does really well to prevent it going for 4, and Ben Slater, who responds and throws the ball in after fine work by King. And there's 2 more, 230 for 2. Those of you that are aware of Ali Brown but don't recall the last few years of his career, of course he had so many years, getting on for 2 decades with Surrey, winning everything there was to win, played for England as well, but spent his last couple of years here at Trent Bridge and was very much to the fore, helping Notts win the county championship title in 2010. Made some significant contributions that year as this is eased into the offside. 2:31 for 2. Mark the Mod's with us from Sevenoaks in Kent. One of our regulars. Not sure about this rigid putting in of the opposition every time. Invariably ends up with Notts chasing a big total. But anyway, we live in hope. Need to win these last 2 games. Lovely to hear the names from the past with you at Trent Bridge today, and also lovely to hear the headmaster, Kevin Howells, again. Thank you, Mark the Mod, and Steve Crawley. I don't think anybody's going to argue here. Steve Crawley on this show in James Bracey looks a very good player. He does indeed, as Charlesworth helps us into the offside, and Mead, his fingers as ever heavily taped with plaster, makes the stop.
Well, it's one of those things I've said many a time, and I'll say it again, but James Bracey is a far better player than he was when he played for England. He's churning out the runs, you know, he's almost, for the last couple of years, he nailed on for about 1,000 runs, approaching 50 dismissals as well.
Lyndon James halfway through the 38th over. Bowls now, and this is heaved away towards Sammy King. Over Sammy King. Might have hit the rope on the fall. Maybe only Sammy King will know for certain if that's 4 or 6, but he might not as well, because he was trying to catch the ball very, very close to it in front of the William Clark stand. In fact, they've given 6. It looked from here, and I'm in a different postcode, but it looks from here as if it hit the rope. But I don't think anybody's going to argue. 2:37 for 2. Mark the Mod says say hello to the headmaster for me. Hello, headmaster.
Oh, don't call me that. Please, don't call me that.
You're just one of the kids, really.
No, I'm God. I get into so much trouble for that. I really should not have said that. I was only being light-hearted and jesting, of course.
Even that comes below president now, doesn't it?
Yes.
We've had the president in here, Mr. James, Lyndon James Bowles, and it's hit down the ground. Yes, Chris Broad popping in, who was president of Notts last year. 2:38 for 2. How many are they going to get, Kev? 320, 340, 360?
Yeah, I'm going 340 to 360.
238 for 2. Still looks a good deck, and there's one or two of our guests were saying no real reason that Notts shouldn't set off at least with a little bit of confidence. Oh, this is banged in short. How high is it? Well, he's got away with that. Goes through to Schardendorf. The slow bouncer loops through to the keeper. 2:38 for 2 after 38 overs. 12 to go here at Trent Bridge in this Group A match between Nottinghamshire and Gloucestershire. Gloucestershire top of the table, Notts 4th. If Notts don't win, they can forget any hopes of reaching the qualifiers. If they do win, well, they'll need to beat Surrey again on Sunday, and then cross their fingers that other results don't manifest themselves against it. It's a really difficult situation. It's a really competitive group, Kevin.
Certainly is. How competitive is this batting lineup, Dave, for the Outlaws? Because I agree that, in the run chase, they should get a lot of runs, but
Hayes in driven, sorry Kevin, through the
that's my fault.
Covers, there'll just be 1 run.
I'm just looking at if they've got the potential. I mean, the strike power here, good batters, but you've really got to be quite attacking, haven't you?
Somebody else needs to chip in. Haynes and Mead have had good tournaments. Ben Slater hasn't fired a big one yet. Martindale and Sammy King, youngsters, still looking for a really big score, really good opportunity for them both.
Hayes in now, driven sweetly wide of mid-off, and that will run away to the boundary for 4 just about. Gets to the rope past the chase of Lyndon James. And you see a shot like that and you think, well, actually, maybe you don't need to be blasting the ball to all parts to score at 7 and over or so. 2:43 for 2.
I mean, it's just quite clearly, evidence in front of you that the visiting Gloucestershire side have so much more experience within their ranks. But the Outlaws are still within the competition, still competitive at the moment for a reason that clearly players have performed, but they really will need to step up here today.
Hayes in and just chopped down into the ground, and they can't come through for the single that would take Bracey to his daddy 100. To backward point.
That's the cut-off, is it? 150, or the beginning of a Daddy 100? 150.
Yeah, I thought it was. I must say, but maybe I'm wrong.
No, that's.
No, I thought it was. I must say, I thought it was like a hard cut-off at 150, but maybe it's not. Perhaps other people got different definitions.
Bar's always been raised, you see.
Yeah. Oh, 150 is just simple, small fry. Hayes bowls, and he'll get it this time. Just a gentle tap out to point, and that is another 150 plus score in 50 over cricket for James Bracey, and he continues to accelerate. 128 balls, 16 fours and 5 sixes. It has been another fabulous season for James Bracey, and this is quite some innings, and still 11.2 overs to go in it. So what could he face? He could face another 40 balls here.
And worryingly for Notts, that's by far the quickest of his 350s. Just 32 balls.
Hayes to Charlesworth, backing away, cutting just for the one to deep cover. Already swinging for the fences is Ben Charlesworth inside his first few deliveries, so he's not come out there thinking about giving himself too much time to see himself in.
The girdler, quietly now, he'll be delving or deep diving, deep diving to all his potential records. He won't be there yet. He'll be nice and quiet, but he'll be just thinking, where do I go for that? Where do I go for this? Just in case.
Hayes bowls, Bracey cutting away, and there's not a big gap between backward point and short third, but he's found it. And that is to that short boundary, onto 154, 249 for 2, end of over number 39.
Well, we've already touched on it. Ed and I, a year ago, they were in the same group and played at Trent Bridge, and they both scored their highest score against each other in all the List A matches over the years, in the John Player, in the Gillette, in the NatWest, etc., etc. Notts got 332. And Gloucestershire chased it down 333. So we know what the highest score that Gloucestershire have set against Notts already is, and we saw Hammond get 150 last year. So 2 years in a row that there's been a really solid individual contribution from one of the Gloucestershire openers.
Still waiting to come out to bat.
Yeah, yeah. He opened last year and got 150. 249 for 2.
Yesterday, it was always a little bit freaky yesterday. You notice that Northamptonshire Steelback scored 243.
Oh, I did.
And Somerset scored 243. And there's only one ball difference. Steelbacks got their 47.2, Somerset in 47.3. Whoa, just imagine if they...
Spooky.
Oh, yes. It took me 2 hours to spot that. Somebody else to spot it for me on social media, but still, it was good.
You're going to have an over, Kev?
I think I should. Thank you. This one's played by Charlesworth. Hey, me? No. He picks up a single, and he moves to 11, and the score 250 for 2 in the 40th over. Anyway, that's me. I'm done.
Well, that was what I'm sure that's what Hamid did to Martindale his first over. He looked round and Ben have a ball.
That I wouldn't have minded if somebody had come on at the last minute to bowl the 6 balls. I could have done that. That's a different. Easy. But to pick up a commentary.
On, slow left arm.
Whatever it would have been slow. I'm giving you that much.
Nice.
Okay.
Nice to catch up with 3 former England internationals.
Bracey, 154 not out. Back to that in a second as this short one has been pulled away. There's a fielder out there, should get down to stop it. It is a single. Bracey 155, 251 for 2. Well, not only that, Dave, but on just little chats there, 3 of most decent blokes you could ever come across as well, eh? Yeah. Lovely to have them on. Well done, and thank you very much to you and to Richard. I know it's Richard. Yeah. That was really
nice to hear from them.
Brilliant, absolutely brilliant. Charlesworth on 11, round the wicket, in and bowls. Square on the offside. Single moved this score on by another. Just one more to 252 for 2. Moves to 12. But just listening to Mark talk about his boy down there at Surrey, so you're waiting for your opportunities, and then you get the 12th duties, and then you slip on your studs coming down the steps of the Oval, and season's over. Oh dear. Young enough, he'll be back, of course, but That's a very sad story. That Bracey on 155. That's not a sad story. And looking to ramp this one, he doesn't actually get it away that well, but he gets it away effective for a couple. I'm without stretching my neck there, I'm presuming that somebody was going to run around and that Slater does so. That's 2 more to the total. Bracey to 157, 254 for 2 now. We're in this 40th over. Moving into the last 10. What did I say? 340 to 360?
Yeah.
Wow. It could be more. Could be more. This is a real problem, isn't it, for the Outlaws, how to defend here, because they know that the pitch is good. They know this ground is such a tradition for high-scoring, thrilling matches, but you can't just give the runs. You've got to try and do something to stop them, and at the moment that's proving a real struggle. Bottom edge into the offside, and 1 more to the total. 255 for 2. Bracey to 158. Charlesworth on 12. A plane there. I reckon that one's got to be coming into East Midlands.
Yeah.
It's definitely not on the right track if it's going into Heathrow.
Left. Get you. Left to right, and in the distance, way in the distance there, on a day that, I mean, it's quite a lot of cloud around, but it's very high, and every now and then the sun makes a real appearance and becomes really bright. Charlesworth's on 12. This is Lord bowling the last ball of this over, round the wicket in the bowl's width. Tries, I think, to take the pace off it as well, but he still gets it away, does Charlesworth, for a single. He'll keep the strike. He's moved to 13. 256 for 2. 40 overs gone. Lord has bowled 8 overs, no wickets for 50. It's going to be one of those days where they may walk off the field thinking it's been easier, but could still lead to a thrilling game of one-day cricket here.
Yeah, got to go after it, haven't they, Notts?
Just remember that you're not Sam Cooke is all I'm going to say today. That's all I'm going to say today. Now we move into the final phase of the power play. I'm also thinking a little bit about the timing here. I mean, the cut-off time is 2:36.
9 overs, they've got to get in.
Well, 10.
No, because they're starting the last over, isn't it?
I see. Okay, from that point of view, 9,
9 plus the...
Because we're running, compared with some of the other matches, we're running quite late here on overs bowled.
They've been guilty of it, I think, 3 times out of the first 6 overrunning.
Really? Oh, gosh. That's a serial offenders, so they have to have 5 inside the circle.
Well, the first time was at Welbeck, and it was about 20 to 3 after 47 overs, and the rain came, so I don't know how that manifested itself, because we were waiting for some sort of restrictions, and the rain came.
Hayes bowls, Charlesworth drives towards mid-off, and an attempted parry there to get a hand on it, and I think he's probably saved a couple of runs, and that will be 2 to Charlesworth to move him to 15. James Bracey has passed Miles Hammond's score from this fixture last year, so he's the owner of the highest List A score against Nottinghamshire, but he's now levelled Zahir Abbas's 158 against Leicestershire back in 1983. Only Michael Klinger and Tony Wright and himself are ahead of this innings. Hayes to Charlesworth, gives him the charge again, plays it straight into the ground. Hayes and Bracey almost collide at the non-striker's end, and there will be no run up to mid-off.
Highest individual innings in List A against Notts. Darren Lehman 191 for Yorkshire at Scarborough back in 2001. Hammond was 7th on the list, so this has now become the new 7th highest against Notts all time.
Hayes in now, a powerful pull shot down to long on. It'll be played on the bounce by Rob Lord down below us, who has both catches that have been taken so far and not too far of having a third. 259 for 2.
This isn't a bad list of top scores in one-day cricket against Notts. Darren Lehman, Graham Gooch, Kumar Sangakkara, Dane Vilas, Ben Stokes, Kenny McEwen, and now this one.
Well, we've been talking a bit about Mr. Sangakkara this year, being a decade since the 2015 One-Day Cup final, Gloucestershire over Surrey. Pushing forward to this one, Bracey just taking a single to the edge of the circle at extra cover. 260 for 2. A game that just looked to be heading one way. Surrey cruising to victory, and Jack Taylor tempting Sangakkara down the pitch with a filthy full toss. Straight up in the air, he was gone, and Surrey rather capitulated. Must have only needed about 4 and over. That's 70 or 80 to win. Backing away, Charlesworth driving just for a single through the covers, so no boundaries yet in this over, and Gloucestershire will want at least 1 boundary and over from this point to get them up to that 350 mark or so.
I don't think Stephen himself would say it, but I think there was a time I called Sangakkara Stephen Mullaney's bunny. He came on for a token over before lunch at the Oval one year and bowled him first ball, and then he got him in the 2017 Lord's One Day final coming on to bowl.
Yes,
nice to have a couple of wickets on the cheap against him.
Short ball on the shoulder of Brace. He pulls it viciously down to long leg, but long boundary there, and that's a good over at this stage for James Hayes with just 6 runs off it. 262 for 2. They went through a run of losing those finals at Lords, didn't they, Surrey? And so they weren't too happy about it. They were never a side particularly to.
That's quite an evil giggle you've got there, isn't it?
Well,
Not stood them in the 2017 Lords final and the 2020 Blast final. Which,
oh yes, I was there for that one. There weren't too many other people.
Well, they weren't.
There. I think all of us would have been there for that one, wouldn't we?
That was the behind
Oh,
closed
don't
doors
look at me.
one.
I'm
sure you were there.
I don't know where I was yesterday, so come on.
I'm certain you were there. I remember because it was where I first met you, Kevin. And who could forget the first time we met?
I tell you, there's plenty of people who remember the first time, and they also like to remember the last time.
That's where they piped in fake crowd noise because it was behind closed doors at finals day.
How peculiar that was. How peculiar.
Gloucestershire had lost to Surrey in the first semi-final.
Oh, they're giving me another over here.
Yeah.
Me and my old pal Rob.
Notts walloped Lancashire, Dan Christian at Liam Livingston for 4 6s to win it, and then Notts beat Surrey in the final.
Come on, Rob. Into Bracey. In, round the wicket. And that's reversed. And yes, a couple of bounces, rolls away. That's skillful from Bracey. Confidence, skill, execution. They like the word execution.
Innovative.
Yes.
They like that as well.
Well, I can't say that one, though. But it was everything of those. And poor old Rob Lord makes his way back to his mind thinking, what exactly am I supposed to be doing here? Because at the moment, for all the effort, it's almost as if there's been served up to Bracey, the way that he's just bounding along here. 164 of 135 balls.
Bracey's now matched Ben Stokes' 164 against Durham in a cup semi-final in the northeast.
Sorry, Dave. 266 for 2, 42nd over, round the wicket, in the bowl. Oh, and a swipe. That's the only way you can really do it, I reckon, is to, well, vary. It doesn't matter if you're varying your lengths, you're varying your pace, you've just got off a bit of variety and just hope at some point Bracey's going to have a bit of a brain fade and just get the timing wrong or just the execution wrong. Just something, but just every ball has to be asking almost a different question here, because to say that he's well sorted and in the groove, it's clearly an understatement. 164 not out of 136 balls, 266 for 2, round the wicket. Again, a slower ball into the offside. One of those shots that Bracey looks a bit more effort than he's got out of it, really. Hammered down into the ground. 165 not out, 267 for 2. We'll update the scores. The game that caught my eye for really making a lot of progress compared with this one was the one at Liverpool, which is now in its 49th over. Lancashire 232 for 8. So progress in terms of the wickets being taken there against Warwickshire. Warwickshire 8 got Lancashire 8 down, 232 for 8. That is in the penultimate over of that one there. But I think they've used quite a lot of spin. They've used a lot of bowlers.
Taz Ali's bowled well.
And they've used some spin along the way there. Charlesworth on 17. In the air, gone straight. Fielder comes round, takes the catch. And that's the end of Ben Charlesworth for 17. And the score is 267 for 3. Try to hammer that one straight. And Lord has a wicket. And the catch has been taken by Lyndon James. Had a little bit of ground to cover. And once he'd done that, it was a fairly comfortable take for him. So something at last for Rob Lord. Something for the Outlaws. And that's 17 of 15 balls. Struck 1-6 there, 267 for 3, but still we're talking about platforms for others to come in and see what they can do. I mean, the others, you're not talking about how many runs as such you can get, it's just how quickly you can get. I mean, you could have 4 or 5, 3 or 4 going out there and just hammering the ball and just getting on with it now.
Yeah, 15 off 10s and 20 off 15s and whatever's crucial at this time of the innings with Bracey, if he can stay there. But here comes Hammond. Won't get 150. Confidently predict this
Doing
year.
well.
Dave, what have you said?
Say the rate Sam Curran went last night, he might be able to manage it if we could do something similar. I don't know if he might have been there yesterday, because that is his team, so might have been there to watch it. But I did wonder whether they might decide, even with Hammond's ability to play his shots, whether they might just decide to send Jack Taylor out there. I suppose at this stage it's just go out there and swing it in. And
one does offer something different to the other. You feel?
Well, I suppose, I don't know, left hand, right hand. Sometimes they like that sort of
yeah.
thing, don't they? And I don't know. It's a time of an innings where you'd more associate Jack Taylor, but then you're not going to sniff at Hammond either. So
He's going to face his first ball. This is Lord. He's got 2 left of this over, and that's driven, and he's got a wicket. Thanks for coming, Miles. Miles Hammond out. Well, that's the annoying and the frustrating thing. You've made the journey, you're sitting there waiting, and you're at first ball. But well done, Rob Lord. He's taken 2 in 2. He's on a hat-trick. And, as I say, all they can do really is take the wickets to try and stop this total from being horrendous. It already has the lookings of a monumental target, but that's 2 in 2. And Hamid takes the catch in the covers, and Miles Hammond has gone a first ball duck. Whoa. And Rob Lord on a hat-trick. So at this stage, I shall just keep quiet, because it is my very good learned colleague, Dave Bracegirdle, upon a moment which could bring about a one-day hat-trick, that I shall step aside here, Dave. But look, for all the effort, for all the running in, the hard work, and the looking at the board and seeing all the runs that are on there and thinking to yourself, why am I putting myself through this? Well, because on a hat-trick. Last ball of the over as well, it's going to be, isn't it? 2 for 55.
We've had 1 hat-trick on this ground this season. Farhan Ahmed in the blast. No Notts player, no Notts bowler has taken a list A hat-trick this century. The last one was Vasbert Drake's against Derbyshire in '99 when he got 4 in 4. Just quickly, just down the A52 at Derby, Adam Thomas, whose best work I haven't yet had privilege to see, but he'll be here on Sunday. He's 151 not out. Ollie Sykes 104 not out. Surrey 299 for 2 after 43 overs.
Gaffer's had a few words
against
there.
Derbyshire, and well, I say that's the start of an East Midlands double for Surrey. They're here on Sunday.
The Gaffer, I think, had a few words before the last one when they got
thought so.
Yeah. But anyway, Dave.
So it's Jack Taylor, the Gloucestershire skipper, who's come in at number 6 in the card. 42nd over being bowled by Rob Lord. Crowd just getting a little animated. This is a hat-trick ball. Rob Lord to bowl to Jack Taylor, and nice and full right in the block hole. Well dug out by Jack Taylor. End of the over, 267 for 4, and Rob Lord's figures just transformed by those couple of wickets. He's now taken 2 for 55 after 9.
I was looking for the pole vault then. Such was the clapping. I thought, where have we gone? It's the Golden League.
It was Sophie Eccleston was doing that the other day.
Was she?
Yeah, she was.
It is a thing, isn't it, in modern sport, where the players now, the managers do it as well. So they call the crowd in.
Yeah.
A ball goes out for a corner, and a player on their way to get the ball to take the corner kick, they have to stop to get the crowd, and then they remember that they were at the wrong end. Oh, well, that's brought a bit of life, hasn't it, to proceedings here at 2 in 2, and Pocklington's coming back on.
So Miles Hammond.
Yes, it's always a bit rough, isn't it, when you're coming back for your first game in 3 weeks, and then you're basically asked to go out there and tonk it from ball 1. He actually played a fine-looking shot, just happened to be straight to a fielder. Pocklington on to bowl, and Bracey turns this one into the onside. They're sprinting the first, but they won't get a second. And 268 for 4. It does reach this sort of stage, though, sometimes, no matter how many wickets you have in hand, where the batters coming out have still got to try and thrash it from the start. And actually, it's not always the easiest thing to do, and you can start losing wickets. And they've had so much batting in hand for so long, and they've still got Graham van Buren due in next, and then the lesser experienced Daz Ahmed has only batted once in his professional career so far, and then you're into the bowlers. So I'm not saying there's pressure, but Jack Taylor might be thinking in different terms than just going out there and scoring at 10 and over from straight away. On the other hand, he's looking to go in the air first ball over extra cover, and not quite wide enough of the fielder down there. Rob Lord is having a good day both in the field and with the ball, and he keeps that to just a single.
One thing we need to remember is that Gloucestershire will be going out there fully in the knowledge that you do need a lot of runs here. So they, there isn't a lot of time just to settle in right now for these batters.
Pocklington bowls, that's too short, pulled away, and that will be 4 by Bracey. That's really about the first obvious drag down that Pocklington's had in his 8.5 overs, but that one was right there to be swivelled on. Helps it away, and in so doing, James Bracey passes Michael Klinger's 166 not out, so now there's only 2 scores for Gloucestershire in List A cricket, higher than this one of those being his own double 100. Pocklington approaches, bowls a full ball, worked away down to long on by Bracey just for 1.
Now joint second highest scorer ever against Notts in one-day cricket. Graham Gooch for Essex here in 1985 also got 171. The only one ahead of it that after this is Lehman's 191. But as you were saying, he's already had a double 100.
Yeah.
It's nowhere near his career best. He's had a double 100.
He's going to have to go some to get to that. Pocklington bowls and Taylor drives in the air, but there's no fielder at mid-off. And it will roll down to Rob Lord at long off, 275 for 4. He does have, Rob Lord, the best name for an outlaw, doesn't he? So that must have been pointed out plenty of times before. But
we've done some Lord, even you and I have done some Lord stuff, haven't we?
Yeah.
Pocklington in. There's another shorter delivery, but Bracey can't pull it. Has to play it with a vertical bat. Just working this one to mid-wicket, out on the boundary, and he'll keep the strike on 172. 7 overs left. Gloucestershire 276 for 4. And what's that? They need to go at... Yeah, they need to go at 10s to get to the upper end of Kevin Howell's prediction.
Yeah, I think we're all expecting it to drop in somewhere between 240 and 260, aren't we? That's going to take some chasing down. Notts will need to have a decent start themselves. Ben Martindale yet to really fire in this competition. Be a nice chance for him to show what he's all about. Scores regularly in the second 11, big scores, and all you can do is hope for an opportunity, and you won't want this competition to pass him by without making a significant contribution. Here's Rob Lord.
Well, he knew you hadn't quite finished there, Dave, so he stopped and he's going back. So it's asked 3 balls off the previous over. He took 2 wickets, then the hat-trick will survive, so he's in the wicket in his last over for more wickets, and looking to reverse. Oof, my gosh, Bracey, he was very nearly got an edge through to the keeper. I say an edge, he was looking to reverse ramp it, and toe end, not an edge really, through to the keeper.
Absolutely furious as well. He motioned as if to punch his bat.
Decent crowd in now, actually, you know. Both sides of us is pretty congested.
I don't even know what day of the week it is. What is it?
It's a Friday.
Friday.
It's a Friday. 276 for 4 in the 44th over. This is Lord to Bracey. Bowls now. This is in the air. It's going to be 1 bounce out to mid-wicket. There's a man on the boundary. So it's a single. Bracey to 173 277 for 4 in the 44th over. I just want to add one more thing to the guests you had in earlier, Dave. Ali Brown, Mark Elam, and Chris Broad, to say that they were 3 players who you would pay money to see for all sorts of reasons. The most of which, I think about Mark Elam as well, where the effort that he'd be putting in. He himself likes to talk about the fact that he used his brain to make sure that all the effort was usually put into cricket on the field as opposed to in the gym of that particular generation, that age. But gosh, a game was never over when he was still involved.
They were all winners.
That's it, yeah. And Ali Brown, obviously, with the bat was just amazing.
Yeah. No such thing as a lost cause with any of them.
That's right. Taylor on 2. Make that certainly 3 and only 3 out to the deep mid-wicket region. 278 for 4. And I say this again, there are past players events. I think lots of clubs, all of them will do it. To get that number in here says quite a bit about Nottinghamshire, to be fair, because that doesn't apply everywhere. It's, that they will get in the sort of numbers to come back and says something about the club. Bracey's on 173. Not out. A slow ball played behind square on the offside, and he moves with a single to 174. So the board just ticking along here, which, to be perfectly honest with you, is half a result for Nottinghamshire. It's not been hammered. I mean, you watch the next ball, it'll be flying to the boundary, but that's good for Gloucestershire. They're keeping the board going, but also it's not a horror show. Still, there is time for that to happen because we're only in the 44th over. But right now, of the moment, I'm saying well done, keeping it as tight as possible. Lord's got 2 balls left of his 10 over allotment, and 2 for 58 his figures. Oh, that's a good Yorker length delivery. Again, what can you do with that, Jack Taylor? But just keep it out and pick up a single in front of the square on the offside. But the great ball from Rob Lord. 1 ball left. Can you end with 3 wickets? That'll be terrific from his point of view. And bearing in mind the venue that we're playing at and the sort of runs that can be scored, if he were to finish with, for example, just 2 for 59 from 10 overs, I'm saying that's not a bad job done, really, all things considered. So he comes in again. The young Lord around the wicket, in and bowls again, full driven. They'll have to run hard and fast, but I'm afraid Asif Hamid's just got one problem in shying at the stumps. You've got to have the ball in your hand at the time. He picked it up, dropped it, and then he's got to be a little bit careful there that he doesn't get done for mimicking a throw in. There isn't actually. Anyway, he's got away with it. 281 for 4. Bracey on 175, and Rob Lord gets applause, and I'm pleased so, because 10 overs, 60 runs, 2 for 60, and the importance of taking those wickets a couple of overs ago as well. I mean, it's good stuff. So well done to Rob Lord for that. But still, Gloucestershire with the potential of setting something mammoth. Already, it's challenging. It could become mammoth.
It does have a little bit of the feel of that opening game at Cheltenham, where Gloucestershire got the 3-4-1, and you just thought, well, that's a very, very good score, but could they just have got 20-30 runs more? Did they need 20-30? As it turned out, not. It could be different today. Pocklington into Bracey. This could be another run out here. No, I mean, decides this time. So that time, as they get a single to extra cover, he had the ball in hand, as Kevin Howells pointed out that he should do. But what he didn't do there was incline his arm towards the stumps at the non-striker's end in order then to release the ball in that direction.
There was no
put two parts to put those 2 parts together. No, exactly. It's that time of the innings as well, isn't it, where you just think, actually, we're happy with the one. One's a handy result, and we'll just ensure there are no mishaps here. Pocklington to Taylor. He's looking for the straight boundary, chips it down there, and I think that'll be 4. It will. It is Jack Taylor's MO against the spin at this stage of the innings, looking to go as straight as possible, long off and long on, quite wide, and a boundary to him, 286 for 4.
It's a press conference day in football, of course, today. One of them, as he one of the Premier League managers saying, "Oh, it's a difficult time to manage your team during the transfer window when you don't know which players you've got and which you haven't." Try cricket, mate. That's not just for a few weeks of the season; it's every day of the season.
Paul Franks and Mark Thorburn with no respect at
Franks,
all.
you go over to Wolves, and we'll send the Wolves manager over here for a week and see how they cope.
Yeah, Mark Thorburn, of course, Gloucestershire's head coach for the 50-over campaign, as Mark Elaine is off his duties with Welsh Fire. Pocklington over the wicket now to Taylor. It's short and wide and too wide, just too wide outside the off stump. You can see what he's trying to do, and it's not a bad strategy against Taylor, who, as I say, does love to go straight. Just pushed it a little too far across the right-hander for Phil Mustard's liking. Next delivery comes in, that's a little bit more in Taylor's half, but he doesn't get hold of it. Just cloths it somewhat down to long off for a single. 288 for 4. But yeah, Mark Thorburn in his second year as One Day Cup head coach, but has been with Gloucestershire a long time now. I can't exactly remember how long, but it's a long while in various different roles. Slog sweep from Bracey, hit it hard and has got it square enough to beat the fielder. Running around from deep mid-wicket, Martindale's quick round there, but the ball on that occasion was quicker, and that boundary means that James Bracey now has the 2 highest List A scores in Gloucestershire's club history. 292 for 4, breaking records. Has become a bit of a pastime of James Bracey over the last 3 years. He pocketed quite a lot of the club's keeping records last year, various ones, and he's back to batting records this year. Pocklington bowls, slog sweep. Oh, he has absolutely monstered that over mid-wicket, and that's gone several rows back into the stand, which itself has got to be, what, a good 10 yards away from the boundary rope, over the hover cover, into the crowd, and that is a mighty 6 from Bracey, who's on to 186.
There's often fun made of people in the crowd when they try and catch it and end up making a real Horlicks of it, and the ball bounces out, or they don't really make much of a job of it. That ball was arrowing in on a row of 5 people there, and none of them could be bothered to even stand up or move, and then there was just a little sway of the shoulders, just making sure that the ball clattered into the seats and not them.
298 for 4, Pocklington's last ball, and he almost got him there. Bottom edge into his shin, and it trickles away from the stump. So, end of the over, 298 for 4. There are 5 overs left. You say that, and now I'm remembering one of the One Day Cup finals. I'm sure it was somebody sitting in that stand did exactly that. Tried the catch over his head, collapsed over backwards into the seat behind. I think it was an umbrella that went flying as well. Oh gosh, that's probably why you just sway out of the way of it.
Yeah, that's Pocklington and Lord now finished. Pocklington 10 overs 1 for 69, Lord 10 overs 2 for 60. So we've had 45 overs. Lyndon James has bowled 7 overs, so he could potentially bowl the 3 from the Stuart Broad end, and from this end, well, Hutton's got 2 and Hayes has got 2. I'd imagine be one of those to bowl out. 298 for 4, and still very much within Gloucestershire's remit to get somewhere in that little window between 340 and 360, and maybe now towards the top end of that.
Want me to carry on, Skip?
That'd be very nice.
I can just about get through one more.
You can just stretch it for one more, yeah.
James, it is, bowling. Hammered, fired, but straight to the fielder. Hamid, who was an extra cover. Crikey, all right. Look at Surrey today. 328 for 4 in the 46th over. Thomas 162 off 149 balls. Sykes has got 115 off 92. Derbyshire Falcons are still in it, the competition, but crikey, O'Reilly, that's Derby, I don't know, maybe they're playing on a very short boundary one side, I don't know, but that looks a massive target there. On a play at that, and falls short of the keeper. I'm not too sure he got anything on it, but a good change of pace, and this is what they're doing well for me, Dave.
I think.
Yeah,
Off the helmet, I think.
Oh, did it? So we're going to have a being checked. But it was a slow one. It didn't. I mean, they have to check it. But I think they're varying the pace up really nicely the last few overs, because we know the capability of a team that has not lost many wickets, what they can achieve at this venue, especially in the last 10, 12 overs. And right now, yeah, they're on course still to get a very big score, but it could have been an awful lot worse.
I think also Gloucestershire will look at this and think in terms of those slower balls do seem to be the harder ones to hit. So eventually, this is one of the slower concussion checks I've seen. I must say, Chris Powell is making his way out there. It looks as if he's injured himself on the way out, has he?
He went sprinting on and then it looked like he's done his knee.
Oh, no.
On his way, so that is he a physio?
Yes.
So the physio's injured himself, going out to do a concussion test.
He was running on and then pulled up and felt his knee and stretching and bending it and then tried to jog again.
But he might need some help in getting off now. He's got to style this out. Let's see if he can style it out properly. Yeah, well, he is, but look for he's running backwards now. He's showing off. He's showing it. No, it's a bit ginger there. Why am I laughing?
Everyone's laughing. There was a significant laugh around the ground.
He's had a standing ovation. The physio's had a standing ovation.
Come on, Chris, this isn't about you.
That didn't seem to be the most strenuous concussion test ever passed.
No, I think in the end, it was Taylor asking the physio if he's all right. Next ball bowled, and that's driven with some power, but straight to the fielder at long on. Forget me. Are you okay? How's your knee? My knee. It was my elbow. Maybe there is a problem. Maybe you failed the concussion test because you got the wrong part of my body.
I don't know if Gloucestershire had been told this morning about the renovations at the pavilion end, but I saw their coach this morning pulled up at the gates at the far end, and they were all trooping off when they were no, you've got so they had to get back on and do another lap so they could come back in at this end.
Okay. As long as somebody doesn't walk to the wrong end when they've been dismissed.
299 for 4 at Gloucestershire. Bracey's on 186 and looking to reverse this in the air, and Bracey goes. And it's Brett Hutton who takes the catch. Simple as you like. One reverse too many. Oh, nice shake of the hands with Slater as he makes his way off. That is some knock, is that. Bracey caught Hutton, bowled James for 186. 201 minutes, 150 balls. 24 6-6s, and that does get a standing ovation from some as well, because that really was power, skills, everything that I guess, especially Ed, if you watch Gloucestershire day in, day out, you're sort of used to, but you shouldn't really ever underplay that, because the consistency in which he can perform like that is something else as well, isn't it?
Well, yeah, quite. I mean, you think the number of scores over 150 in a list A history of a club, admittedly, which tended to make its living out of keeping things very tight with the ball and maybe some of the slower pitches about. But in terms of a club with such a rich history when it comes to 50 over format, however many overs it's been over the years, that Bracey has done something there that nobody had ever done for the county before. He did it himself a little while ago, and it really is special to watch in this form of the game, where you're constantly having to assess risk and reward and pace in your innings and trying to judge what a good score would be. You have to do all that whilst still trying to actually negotiate each delivery. And to do that for nearly 150 balls for 186 runs is a really special innings.
So we do it in the right order. We congratulate the batter on that performance. I'm then going to flip it over to say Nottinghamshire continue to do a really good job in these circumstances. You know, pegging back at the moment, there's still opportunity to score a huge total. It's 299 for 5 right now. And Graham Van Buren guides the ball behind square and straight to the fielder, and he is sent back because it's gone behind. He needs Taylor to say to him, look, it may be your birthday, you may be 35 years old. In fact, because you're 35 years old today, that's part of the reason why we're not going to risk that one. But anyway, happy birthday to Graham Van Buren.
There are still not many runs that he doesn't think he can take, though.
Okay, all right then. So he's going to face his second ball, 299 for 5. One ball left of this over, 46th. Again, I think that's a slower ball, and it's been pulled way out there to the wide, long-on area. It's a single, and that's fine. I mean, the fielders are well set back, protecting the boundaries really well. I'm giving big tick to Notts here at the moment. Gloucestershire 300 for 5. That might seem a bit strange, but in these circumstances, 300 for 5 after 46 overs. Van Buren's on 1. Taylor is on 10, and James now figures of 8 overs, no maidens 1 for 54. I have to say, since I've come on at that pavilion end,
you've dried things up. As always,
Well,
Kev, you've dried things up.
I think I know who might be taking that next over now somehow.
well,
from that end.
I have other duties to attend in a moment or two.
Yeah, only 2 runs from that over as well. And as you say, that's really important at a stage where teams want to be rattling along at 12, 13, 14 and over to turn 300 up to 350, 360 very quickly.
Well, I noticed the score predictor did say 3-4-1, so exactly the same as that game that I was alluding to.
Well, right now it's saying that.
That is what it said, yeah. 3-4-1.
4 overs to go, 41 from 4. I mean, that's not unreasonable, is it?
Same as that game at Cheltenham start the campaign. Hayes to Graham van Buren, who is on 1, bowling there, and that's been slammed into the stumps of the non-strikers, and he's got a touch on it as well, and that's the end of Jack Taylor. Well, the wickets continue to fall one way or the other. That is a desperately unlucky way to go. I have no idea how he got a fingertip on that. He certainly did, because he's holding his, I think his pinky finger, is it? How's he touched that? That was blasted back towards him. Uprooted the stump at the non-striker's end as well, and that is, you know, for all the larking about, that's a really big wicket, because Jack Taylor can score.
Yeah.
In, you know, how many balls he's got left. I mean, that could be a really costly strike. You see the deviation. There's no question that he got a touch on it.
I mean, sometimes we blame non-strikers for being a little dozy. I've every sympathy in the world there for Jack Taylor, because that came back at the speed of light, didn't it? And he got a fingernail on it, and it's onto the stumps before he could just put his bat down. That was very unfortunate from one aspect, but very, very handy indeed from Notts. And there's the young man that has his name on the board as Dariush Ahmed, but
yes.
DJ
Ahmed.
Ed says we'll call him Daz or DJ.
DJ, because he.
Well, those are his initials.
Oh, I thought
I'm not sure that
he's a man on the decks.
I'm not sure about that. If he did, then he's got his career sorted for after his playing days. But here he is in his first season, first competition actually, as a professional cricketer, signed just for this campaign. But I've got to say that he's already impressed with bat and ball, but he's not on strike. Run out happening at the non-strikers, and Hayes' balls will just be too wide. Van Buren did take a little bit of a step to have a look at it, but the umpires decided that wasn't him moving to play the shot, so 301 for 6.
James Hayes clearly not superstitious, because he's changed his numbers this year. He was 35 the last couple of seasons as he's sort of advanced his career with Nottinghamshire, and now with a proper contract, he's got number 13, so clearly not superstitious.
Benny Howell was 13 for many years for Gloucestershire. Hayes bowls, it's a low full toss, but Van Buren can't get hold of it. Down to long on, and as much as he sprints down to that non-strikers, and there is absolutely no chance of coming back for a second. 302 for 6. And speaking of numbers, Daz Ahmed has chosen number 77, and I just can't help but look at that number and think Zafar Gohar, because that was Zafar's number again for several years in recent times.
I think you've got to sort that one out.
Well, it's quite easy, considering one is a left-handed batter and a slow left arm, and he's a pace bowler and a right-handed batter. Oh, full toss, but it dipped considerably. It was only about, in fact, it was well under knee-high, what a shin-high full toss in the end, but I don't think that Ahmed was quite expecting that. It swerves past his outside edge, and it's another dot delivery.
I don't think the bowler was quite expecting that.
No. Play that one, Daz.
Well, the low full tosses have worked quite well, actually. I haven't seen too many of those put away. 350 is looking a long way away now. In fact, even 340, I think Gloucestershire would take that from this point. Hayes bowls. There's a full toss which has been clattered over the top of the bowler, and it lands safely, and they'll come back for 2 runs as once again Rob Lord's called into action out there, wide long off, 304 for 6.
So Yorkshire had Matthew Revis taken away from them, snatched from them for the Superchargers. Finn Bean, who couldn't really get into the Yorkshire 11, he's regular in the Championship, he got himself big runs here, didn't he?
Double 100, yeah.
But he's certainly made his presence felt today in that Yorkshire score, and I'll tell you why in a moment.
Hayes in across his stumps. Daz Ahmed picking this one up high into the leg side, and that will go just, I think, for 6. He hit it a long way up. I thought that was going to go way back into the stand off the bat, but actually it ends up only just clearing what is not a massive boundary, but it still counts the same, 310 for 6.
Yorkshire scored 354 for 7 at Scarborough after 50 overs against Durham. Finn Bean unbeaten, 102 off 57 balls, 8 fours, 6 sixes.
Wow.
Hayes bowls again across his stumps. That's an excellent Yorker, dug out by Ahmed to extra cover. That will be a single. That will keep him the strike at 311 for 6. 3 overs remain in this Gloucestershire innings.
Reminder about that Lancashire total, 249 for 9 off their 50 overs against Warwickshire. Nobody really with anything very big there. Liverpool for that one. What else we got for you? Because sorry, 350 for 4, 48th over.
Just a reminder, if you're listening in the ground, there's a presentation in the Rice Bar, that's above the ticket office, back of the pavilion during the interval. You're very welcome. Lyndon James starts a new over, and backing away there, Daz. It goes through to the keeper. Can't say Daz too many times without thinking about Danny Baker for some reason.
I thought you were going to say about washing my clothes when I get home tonight.
Was it Danny Baker?
What's that?
Used to ding dong on the old doorbell and
for the
wash powder.
For the washing powder.
Was it?
I think you might be right. You just brought it all back to me. I'm going to have to do a deep
Baker,
dive on it.
Dong, Lyndon James bowls, and Daz plays 3 or 4 different shots, but doesn't actually make contact with the ball, and it's got through Schardendorf, and they scramble 2 byes there.
I should really be concentrating on the cricket, but Dave, I've never really been able to get my head around why would you want a bluey whiteness? Why would you? I'd want white.
313 for 6.
But it was a selling point. I mean,
yes, it was. We've disappeared down another rabbit hole. Here comes Lyndon James into his 9th over, 1 for 54. Bowls now through Daz and into the gloves of Schardendorf. 3-1-3 for 6, and we've got 15 balls left in the innings.
Acer Tribe not out 111
good player.
off 120 balls. 11 fours, 1 6 for Glamorgan. 1 over left against Worcestershire Rapids there in Worcester. 285 for 7.
You fancy a trip to Jersey?
Come on, the Welsh. 313 for 6.
What am I missing there?
Acer Tribe is from Jersey.
Is he?
Wow,
He's played international cricket for Jersey.
Okay.
This ball
My bad.
is driven into the offside, fielded by Hamid, and once again he was in that no man's land of, well, should I throw it at the stumps, knowing full well there's nobody backing up, or hang on to it, and he hung on to it. 314 for 6.
So we've been through all the scores basically. Can I just do a bit of a BBC Sounds thing? BBC Sounds, Sports Extra will be off to the 100 about 3 o'clock. We will continue as we've been doing ever since 5 to 11. BBC Online and also Sports Extra 2 on BBC Sounds.
And then James bowls now to Van Buren. He's worked this out to long on. They come back for a comfortable 2. 316 for 6. The clock's showing 2:32, but the cut-off time's been put back to 2:38 to complete this inning, so they'll do that comfortably. That's with the, I guess, the little mandatory concussion check, and maybe 1 or 2 wickets going down have added to that as well. I don't know, but they've got 6 minutes to finish this over and bowl the next one, essentially, and start the last ball of the 48th over. Again, Van Buren drags it onto the leg side for a single. End of the 48th, Gloucestershire 317 for 6. 2 overs to go, and Lyndon James has figures of 1 for 58 from his 9.
This again, I think, is a bit of a Trent Bridge connection with earlier in the season. Was it Sonny Baker here who had his own personal fan club?
Yeah.
Well, they've all been quite excited in the last couple of weeks or so. Just a short little snippet of a conversation on BBC Sound.
Before that, did you know the club?
It
was his brother
That's
on his stag do.
Yeah.
Oh, right.
Yeah. Anyway,
Excellent.
bit of a conversation on BBC Sounds coming up on Sports Extra between us and Andrew coming up later. Anyway, back to this.
I've heard some bits of that. Hayes bowling off the toe end of the bat from Van Buren. There's only going to be a single there down to long on, 318. It was well worth it. He was targeting a place to study biology at Oxford, so a few strings to his bow. Hayes in low full toss. That's blasted out through mid-wicket by Ahmed and will not quite go to the boundary. More good work from King out there, just tipping the ball back in and keeping it down to 2. Just 320 for 6.
Been out there throughout the innings, hasn't he, Sammy King?
Well, at least they haven't made him go mid-wicket to mid-wicket.
No.
I've seen that a few times
Yeah.
recently, especially at this sort of stage of an innings. Can't imagine going mid-wicket to mid-wicket here. That's flipping heck.
Thrown himself about quite a lot.
Hayes in and bowls. There's that reverse attempted by Ahmed, and he's missed it again through to the keeper. To play a few of those tricksy shots on his debut innings at Guildford, but more off the spinners than the seamers. But he's perfectly happy to express himself, as does Ahmed, as most of the young cricketers that come through without having played professional cricket before seem quite happy to do. Hayes in now, bowls, full toss, it high in the air over the offside. Should be a catch out at deep cover, backing back and just about inside the boundary rope. Martindale takes the catch. Just a matter of centimetres from the rope, but he knew exactly where it was. And as Ahmed's breezy 12 is at an end, a 7th wicket for Nottinghamshire at 320, and there are now 8 deliveries left in the innings.
A lot going on there, wasn't there? It was a full toss, and for a moment you just, from the Notts perspective, wondered if it was below waist height. From the Gloucestershire perspective, you wondered if he might get away with it. And then the next phase of that dismissal was, would Ben Martindale be aware of where the rope was? And he certainly was. He judged that very nicely indeed, didn't he? Made sure his heel wasn't touching the rope. That's a well-judged catch from Martindale. So Daz Ahmed out for 12, faced 11 balls, hit 1-6 in that, and was just a yard or two away from hitting his second 6. But he goes 320 for 7, and we've got 8 balls left in the innings. And Notts just wrestled this back a little bit when Brace hit his last 6 to go from 180 to 186. I think at 360 that we were sort of saying the upper limit might well have been on the cards, but they'll do well now just to scrape into the lower limit of what we were talking about, 340 to 360, that sort of window. They're 320 for 7 with 8 to go as Craig Miles, back at Gloucestershire for a second stint, comes out to bat at number 9.
Yes, lovely to have Craig Miles back, not just for the 3-year contract which will start at the beginning of next year, but also for this competition as well, adding yet more experience into the side. Hayes into him, it's a wide Yorker which is steered away through backward point. Miles gets underway with a single, makes it 321 for 7. It was a hefty hit still from Daz Ahmed. I mean, that would have been 6 on many boundaries. I think even to a long boundary at Bristol they would have had a chance of clearing the boundary rope. Last ball of the penultimate over. Hayes into Van Buren, a wide delivery, chases it, and he has been wided for it. It's always one of those where, and he's going to have to sprint back as well, because there's 2:37 according to this clock, and it's 2:38 is the cut-off time. So
that wicket's not done him any favours.
No, exactly. I should have just allowed it to hit for a single. Should have left it over the boundary rope. That should have been easier. 322 for 7. Hayes in across his stumps. He was looking, I think, initially for the ramp there was Van Buren, digs it out into the covers. They'll take a single. I would imagine that even if that clock ticks over to 2:38, which I don't think it's going to do, I think the umpires will allow them to get through this last over. Okay, so Hayes' figures 10 overs, 2 for 77, but he did take a wicket of Ollie Price right again as that partnership was looking to explode, and then picking up Daz Ahmed there in that over. 3-2-3 for 7, 1 over left.
James Hayes, 10 overs, 2 for 77. Lyndon James then will close things out, and his first ball is another of these slow, loopy bounces, which is pulled on the leg side out to Martindale for a single. 3-24 for 7. Sincere thanks over the last 3.5 hours to our camera crew out there, Spence, Lewis, Lee and Wilson, for bringing you the pictures. I think we've sat here for most of the time watching on, but certainly if you're tied to a camera, having to concentrate every single ball, follow the ball about, you've done a terrific job, and somebody's got to follow that ball down the ground for 4. That was a fiercely struck blow by Craig Miles to go from 1 to 5, and he faced 2 balls, solid connection. 3-28 for 7. Yeah, once again thanks to our camera crew and everybody in the production office, and can look forward to more of their sterling work when we come back half an hour after we head off. 20-3 already here as Lyndon James bowls again, and this one probably will have to be re-bowled as a wide. It will. Didn't have a lot going for it there, and not just trying to rush through things here, and it's resulted in a little bit of wastage at the end of the innings. James Hayes gave a wide away which had to be re-bowled, and now Lyndon James has done the same. 3-29 for 7, still 4 balls to go. Could go horribly wrong for Notts here, and they could be chasing over 340 still. James to Miles, who heaves this one many a mile up into the air, and backpedaling is Martindale, but he won't be able to claw this one back. And I just feel Notts just rushed things to get these overs done and dusted. And that's a big 6, 335 for 7, and Miles has come in 1 to keep strike, and then 4 and 6 at the start of this over.
Well, it's pretty similar actually to the blow that he struck to finish off that Leicestershire match at Bristol, where he cleared a leg side boundary. That was much bigger though. I mean, that was a couple of rows back even to the long side.
Gloucestershire's highest score against Notts now, and that'll be added to still. Single taken, 336 for 7.
Seems to have been working on his range hitting, does Craig Miles, because I think it was second or third ball he pumped Alex Green, who had another 5-wicket haul yesterday, by the way, back over his head for 6 in that game. He'd taken 5 for as well there. I think it's 3 fivers he's got now in the One Day Cup, Alex Green. 2
balls left. Matt Taylor and Josh Shaw, the 2 batters we've not seen for Gloucestershire. Van Buren on strike on 8. Make that 14 as he pings Lyndon James over the leg side into the Fox Road stand for 6. Well, this is a fine finish to what's been an excellent innings from Gloucestershire. It was a terrific opening power play. 50 runs put on by the openers. They extended their opening stand to 121 before they were parted in the 23rd over. By then Bracey was in full sway. Went on to make 186, Bancroft 46, Ollie Price 34. Useful contributions at the end of the innings here, though. This is chipped up into the air, and that's a fortunate single to Graham Van Buren, just chipping it up in the air, and it fell short of James Hayes. 343 for 7, and that is it. The end of the Gloucestershire innings comes with that final single. 343 for 7. Craig Miles 12 not out. Graham Van Buren made 15, and Lyndon James' final figures got a bit of tap in that last over. 10 overs, no maidens, 1 for 78. 343 looks a very good score. Notts are going to go after it, otherwise they can forget about any hopes of further participation in the contest as we enter the knockout phase. Really good stuff from Bracey. 186 from 150 balls, 24s and 6 sixes. Your boys, if we can use that term, Ed, will be delighted with that.
Yes, they will. It's the highest score of the competition, so they certainly won't be sniffing at 343. I think just that last over, I'm not saying they needed it, but it will just give them something just to take into that meeting and the lunch break, because it did look as though they were just being pegged back a bit, but a big last over getting them close to 350. They're going to have to bowl well, but they'd fancy the chances.
Thank you very much, Ed. Enjoy your break.
Thank you.
There'll be a resumption of this game in around about half an hour's time. Gloucestershire 3:43 for 7, having been put in by Hasiba Mead, and to look after things from here on in for the next few minutes, Kevin Howells.
That's right. If you're watching on the picture feed, you won't hear what's going to happen next, and also I think probably on Sports Extra too. But for those listening on BBC Sounds on Sports Extra, we'll still be saying our goodbyes. We might pop back a little bit later on, but we're back on all the others, most definitely for you on the Trent Bridge Live, and also of course on Sports Extra 2. But for Sports Extra listeners, with the 100 coming up in about 10 minutes or so from now, before that, 22-year-old fast bowler Sonny Baker could be in line for his England debut after being called up for England's
Well, hello everybody, welcome back to Trent Bridge, where we're just approaching the time where Nottinghamshire will begin their run chase, and it's quite a stiff one they've been handed. Gloucestershire magnificent with the bat, making 343 for 7, with James Bracey taking, well, I guess all of the plaudits, you have to say, 186. He faced 150 balls, 24s and 6 sixes, and it was only inside the last 7 overs or so when he was dismissed. Put on 121 for the first wicket with Cameron Bancroft, who made 46. Ollie Price kept up the pressure on the Notts attack. He made 34, and as we went down the card, there were 1 or 2 that just dipped in and out quickly for Nottinghamshire. It was a torrid time in the field and with the ball, but they know what they've got to do. 344 to win. They need to do that, otherwise they can forget any hopes of making the knockout phase. So they're going to have to go for this. They've got 2 left-handed Bens out there. Ben Slater and Ben Martindale. All we need is another left-hander, Ben Duckett, to come in at 3, and that would, I think that would boost Notts' chances a little bit, but Ben Duckett's not here. Jack Haynes is due to come in at 3. He's been in fine form. So let's see how we go. 344 the target. I'm Dave Bracegirdle, and alongside me the voice of Gloucestershire cricket to ease you into this Nottinghamshire reply. It's Ed Seaborn. Welcome back. Nice lunch?
Oh, it very much was, yes. Thank you very much to Nottinghamshire for that. I need to applaud them for that. I also need to applaud them for their excellent water pressure. It was one of those you're just sort of washing your hands and you think, you just make sure this doesn't go all over me. They end up looking rather embarrassing going down for lunch. Here's Josh Shaw, Gloucestershire's leading wicket taker in the comp so far. Over the wicket he bowls an in-swinger, which is striking Martindale on the pad. A very optimistic appeal for LBW as the ball was swinging down the leg side. There'll be no run off the first ball.
Phrases you don't expect to hear. Excellent water pressure.
Yeah, oh yes. Yeah. I think it's here in Northampton, the best water pressure on the circuit.
On, what is it, TripAdvisor? Oh, they have excellent water pressure.
Yeah. Oh, it's very important.
It is.
You've got to make sure that you don't splash water all over yourself. Shaw bustling in over the wicket bowls. There's some in-swing there again. Martindale decides against the single to point. So Shaw, who's played in all of Gloucestershire's games so far, those 10 wickets, averaging just about 21, but the economy rate also mightily impressive, 4 3/4. He bowled an opening spell against Worcestershire in the last game of 6 overs for 6 runs, but batting perhaps rather easier on this surface than that one, as again he's targeting the pad of Martindale, who has that bat come across in front of it in time. Played out too short mid-wicket, so 3 dot deliveries to start off with. So the required rate basically at 7 for Nottinghamshire. So a stiff task. I mean, a couple of times this season, it's almost, I mean, you loath to criticise, but a couple of times you just thought Gloucestershire were on for north of 350. Haven't quite got there, but we will wait and find out whether they will need to or not. That's a sharp delivery from Shaw, striking the thigh pad of Martindale. Pops up out towards point, no bat involved, but he's been bowling briskly in this tournament so far as Shaw. And he's a bowler whose pace, I think, sometimes is a little bit underrated. I mean, obviously not quite as quick as, for example, if Zaman Akhtar were playing or Ajit Singh Dale, but can certainly get it up there. In now bowls another full delivery, which is driven wide of mid-on, and Nottinghamshire are underway in their chase. Martindale off the mark to his 5th ball with a single.
Yeah, Josh Shaw, just his 24th List A game, 29 years of age now. He's had to wait a while with certainly his first county Yorkshire. He struggled to really break into their first team picture, and a lot of competition for places down at Bristol as well, of course.
Yeah, he's had a strange career in a way, because in the early stages of it, and with Gloucestershire as well, he was pretty much seen as a red ball bowler. It was quite hard to break into that Klinger era Gloucestershire white ball side. Oh, full delivery, and there's an inside edge which I think has saved Slater there. That one was swinging in again. Maybe it might have been going down, but I had to see a replay, but it definitely caught some bat. You could hear it from here. And Shaw was readying himself for the appeal, but then had to just pull himself back. But it's a great start, just one run from the opening over. But he had a spell of, I mean, a couple of years, I think, even when he seemed to keep coming to Gloucestershire on loan and back and forth. He went up and down the M1, and he... let's get another look at that one. Yeah, well, it would have been an interesting decision for the umpire. Maybe one of those sort of pitching on leg and maybe going on to hit leg type ones. But yeah, in fact, of late it has been more white ball cricket where Shaw has made his name. And Sean Taylor, it's a real luxury for Gloucestershire to have these two bowlers, considering that those are two of the three that did so much of the damage in the T20 win last year.
Yeah, Josh Shaw didn't get a bat, nor did Matt Taylor. Well, he's now going to get a bowl and finds the outside edge from his first delivery. Ben Martindale running it with a little bit of control. Down through third slip for a single. Doubles his tally on to 2. T's been in touch. Can't take anything away from the excellent Gloucestershire batting performance, Dave, but thought there were just too many short balls from Notts, too many wides as well. Thank you, T. Nice to hear from you. 2 without loss. The Outlaws. Been cloudy all day, hasn't it? There was some very brief spell where it seemed as if the sun was going to try and penetrate the cloud cover. We had the ground illuminated by the sunlight for a wee while. This is edge to slip, and there's a wicket, and it's Ben Slater who's gone. Nicking to slip. Bancroft a comfortable catch, and Notts a 2 for 1, and that's one of their established first team players. Vastly experienced Ben Slater, got a great record in 50 over cricket, but he's gone, just nibbling at that one outside the off stump, and he's edged Taylor to Bancroft at slip, and he's gone for naught, and Notts in a hole already at 2 for 1 in the second over.
Yeah, it's a great strike for Gloucestershire earlier. He's kind of got to play at it, but I don't know if he was half thinking about running it down just to get off the mark, because it didn't look as if it was I mean, it certainly wasn't a committed defensive push, so I don't know if he did have thoughts of opening the face there, and he did just guide it into the hands of Bancroft, really. And you know, you mentioned earlier on Haynes, obviously key man. He's been a big part of Nottinghamshire's last 2 chases, and then Hamid as well, who got 100 in that fixture between these sides last year. But Slater was certainly somebody that, you know, Gloucestershire supporters, and I'm sure the team themselves would have thought, right, let's make sure that Slater isn't that other person to get to us. And Matt Taylor, who hasn't been quite as prolific as Shaw, but still 7 wickets in the comp so far, and again, really tidy economy rate. He's got that early scalp that they were after.
It is Jack Haynes then, on his way to the middle. His last 2 scores, 124 at Cardiff against Glamorgan, 97 at the Utility Bowl against Hampshire. Average over 42, has brought up 1,000 runs in this competition over the last few days. Out there much earlier than he would have hoped. Averaging 63 in this year's competition. Outlaws 2 for 1 in the second over. Haynes, a right-hander, of course, former Worcestershire player. Having a great summer, 4 county championship centuries, 1 already in this competition, and pushes his first ball into the covers. And there's no run. Gloucestershire will be cock-a-hoop at getting rid of Slater. Really will. Notts have overturned 1 or 2 periods of adversity in this year's competition. They were, remember, set to score 326 to beat Worcestershire. They were 141 for 7 and managed to get a tie. Last ball by, they scrambled a tie. Extraordinary stuff from the lower order as this is run to backward point. And there's no run. 80 odd from Rob Lord, 50 odd from Pocklington, Brett Hutton, and James Hayes scrambling some runs in an exciting last wicket partnership of 20 odd. And it finished in a tie. To get 326 or 325 when you're 141 for 7 shows a bit of resolve. Might have to go beyond that today. Needing 344 to keep their hopes of a place in the playoffs alive. Taylor bowls and Haynes is away with a lovely crisp drive square of the wicket on the offside for 4.
That's a fine shot. It again wasn't particularly poor in terms of a delivery from Taylor, because he's trying to pitch it up. He's seen that there's swing. He'll want to be getting it right up to the bat, but Haynes clearly in great form and happy to take it on. I was in absolute disbelief when I saw that Nottinghamshire tie, because I can't remember what I'd just gone out to do something. Saw them about 7 down.
Final ball of the second over. Taylor bowls. Haynes again, solid connection, but straight to mid-off, and there's no run. 6 for 1 after 2.
I must say my first thought was, oh dear, that's going to be a huge net run rate boost for Worcestershire, who I must say, you know, they still are right up there, Worcestershire. You're thinking that you know, that really could see them catapulted towards the top of the table, but amazing effort from Nottinghamshire to tie. Hello, Kevin.
Hello to you. Don't disturb me now. I'm looking at net run rates.
Oh, is that what's going on?
Nobody needs disturbing.
I thought you were poised to update us on the state of play in the other group.
I'm just trying to get my head around something I might need to say in 3 hours from now.
A little bit like DLS. They're a thing of great mystery to me.
Yeah, well, yeah. Oh, am I on?
Go on.
Well, what a very fine shot on my very first delivery. I'm going to have to credit Martindale with it, but there you go. Square behind the offside.
Didn't stop you with the bowling earlier.
No, the bowling of Josh Shaw. You know, we were talking about names earlier. I find great difficulty with Josh.
Joshua.
Sean Connery.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
Joshua.
Not personally with Josh, I mean, you know, but Josh Shaw bowling his second over. Just 1 run came from his first over. Concedes a boundary. 10 for 1. The Outlaws at the start of his second. In the air and out. Martindale caught at mid-on. He's gone for 6. The Outlaws ready at 10 for 2. And Shaw gets a wicket. And this is not the start that the Outlaws were looking for.
It's a bit tame, wasn't it?
It was, I'm afraid. Yeah. A disappointing shot. So, Court Miles bowled Shaw for 6, out there for 10 minutes, 10 for 2. A lot of runs off the target, to say the very least. I mean, this run rate required it over 6s, and they needed to get up. Now, this could be the point.
So it's Ben Charlesworth who took that catch, by the way. I know it's
Not
gone up on the board as Miles,
sorry.
but they are both tall and they're both blonde, but it was Ben Charlesworth.
I went by the scoreboard. It's very poor of me to blame other people. 10 for 2 in this third over. It could be now that the innings starts, though. Because we have still experience to come in this middle order, and you're not going to, reasons that Dave's just talked about, you're not going to be writing Nottinghamshire off just because they've lost 2 wickets, but it is the most ideal start, obviously, for Gloucestershire, who can be certain with a victory today of their, at least of their place in the knockout phase, and the way they're going. Who's going to bet against them, perhaps, if going through the group phase with anything but victories? But they've got cricket to play here and still over the weekend as well. But they do look quite the outfit, don't they?
Who have they got ahead? Essex and Hampshire.
Essex and Hampshire, that's right, yes. Essex at Chelmsford and then Hampshire at Bristol.
And in form Essex.
Yes, exactly. Yeah.
And Camphor is going to be back, isn't he? I think for that one. He
played for Gloucestershire for the game that we were talking about earlier on.
Okay.
When they lost all their players. They brought Curtis Camphor in for a game.
I wait for confirmation, but I think that was the idea. He just misses 1 game, I think.
Right.
Needs something I need just to double check on.
They do sort of. I know they've been playing incredibly well, and there was Charlie Allison, wasn't it, last game with a huge 100. Tom Westley as well. Maybe just need that extra batting option with Camphor.
Well, Harmer can get you a lot of runs very quickly at the end as well as taking the wicket. Normally that's me letting you know.
What was it Camphor got earlier in Irish domestic cricket? Was it 5 in 5 or 6 in 6?
Oh gosh, he certainly got 4 in 4 in the T20 World Cup against the Netherlands in 2021.
I think it's 5 in 5 he got this season.
Hasib Mead is the new batters. This is Mead and Haynes. And already you're looking at this and thinking, one of these pair have got to go on. If, in fact, when you're chasing as many as they are, still another 334 needed, both really, for me.
One's got to get 200 and one's got to get 100.
And 99, yeah. Wonderful delivery. I mean, gosh, quality bowling. There was swing and movement away.
Wide umpire, wide. Clutching at straws already here, Nuts. 10 for 2.
I don't mind them shouting wide, but I thought it was a bit strange to hear somebody in the crowd saying, "Get them on side, ref." Hamid on naught at the moment, having faced a very tricky ball. There's just the one slip in. I just wonder at the moment whether you could even afford to put a second in there. But anyway, there's the one there. And this is short, coming away from us, the Radcliffe Road end, and a straighter delivery, but another good one as well. Lift and carry through to the keeper.
I can just see the Colonel there with his flag to wave for the offside.
Indeed. Well, Colonel Mustard, you mean?
Indeed.
Yeah. Can I confess here? I'm struggling to work out which is which of them out there. Which way is the Colonel?
No, I think Mustard is the standing umpire there.
Mustard,
I think
really?
it's Ben Peverell at square leg, I think.
Oh,
Yeah.
he's an older man, of course, but I wouldn't have recognised him. Short in bowls and a full delivery. I mean, he could really hammer the ball, couldn't he, Mustard?
Yeah.
By
There
God.
he is on the live screen.
Oh, I can recognise him from the front.
Yeah.
From the front, it's the back that. Yeah. Well, he's got quite the beard as well, hasn't it? I mean, it's right under there. That's yeah, quite bushy on the neck. Anyway, Hamid on naught. Well, I mean, when that ball's got to move, you needed to be. Oh, it's called a wide on this occasion. I was going to say, but that ball it's a very good ball if you get a little bit closer, because you're just tempted forward and you're going to get a nick on there, aren't you? The movement he's getting, but that one started too wide as well.
And I'm with you though. He's bowling primarily away swingers, which is his stock delivery. Why not get a second slip in there?
11 for 2. That's on the leg stump, clipped away very nicely by Hamid, so he's off the mark. His fourth ball faced and gets a boundary, so both Hamid and Haynes are on 4. The Outlaws are 15 for 2. Need another 329 runs from 43 overs, and Shaw's bowled 2 overs, 1 for 10.
Gloucestershire didn't lose their first wicket until the 23rd over. Notts had lost 2 wickets by 14th delivery of the innings. Stark contrast. This could go horribly wrong for Notts unless this pair can just settle down, settle in together and compile a little bit of a stand here. There's Taylor then to bowl, and Haynes nudges it to mid-wicket. Will come back for a second. Ball's racing away out there on the leg side. Skipper Taylor scampering after it. Notts up to 17 for 2. Still to come Sammy King, Lyndon James, Dane Shardendorf, and then very much into bowlers. Pocklington and Lord, young men making their way. Brett Hutton, this has eased into the offside no run, and then James Hayes bringing up the rear. I'll certainly be hoping he doesn't have to start sorting out where his pads and all his other bits and pieces are for a long time yet. 17 for 2.
Duckworth Lewis, I've just noticed, is 72.
Yeah.
Slightly unrealistic.
Just for the fall of the 2 wickets, isn't it? Yeah.
One of the many things we like about that board is it always keeps you in touch with Duckworth Lewis. As, again, Haynes works it to mid-wicket. Another chase for the skipper, and it should be 2 more to Jack Haynes. Moving on to 8, and Notts a 19 for 2.
I wonder whether we'll see Jack Taylor bowl today. I think he's basically had pretty much the one spell, I think. He's bowled it a couple of times, but a spell of 3 for 16 against Surrey to mop up the tail with his leggies, and of course roll back the years from when he was bowling his off breaks back in the 2015 run I was mentioning.
This game running well behind all of the others. It didn't finish until nearly 2:45. This is pulled on the leg side by Haynes. Will get a single and just short of a length. Haynes quickly into a position to work it away. 20 for 2. Elsewhere in Group A, the same group as these two sides, Surrey made 388 for 4. Centuries for Thomas and Sykes. Derbyshire 31 without loss after 5. And at New Road, Glamorgan 297 for 7. Century for Asa Tribe. Worcestershire in reply 24 for 1 after 6.
Sorry, I shouldn't have sounded quite so directly interested.
2 matches in
step back.
Group B, either side of the country. One at Liverpool, one at Scarborough, as Taylor bowls and beats Hamid on the outside. At Aigburth, Liverpool, Lancashire 249 for 9. Warwickshire 100 for 3 in the 14th. So they're galloping along, but they've lost 3 wickets.
And those wickets gone quite recently, I think.
And at Scarborough, start the car.
Oh.
Yorkshire 354 for 7. Durham 25 for 3.
Ouch.
Oh, it's only 3. Only 3. 3, you can survive 3.
Okay, chasing 350.
Yeah.
20 for 2 here. This goes through to the keeper. Notts will be eager to make sure it doesn't become 3 for a long time yet. 4 overs gone, 20 for 2. Martindale caught Charlesworth bowl Shaw for 6, and before that Ben Slater was caught at slip by Bancroft from the bowling of Matt Taylor without scoring.
I thought the bombing was going to drop there would be 5 down or something like that. 3's not so tidy. I mean, you've got to be a bit concerned that's not gone so well.
Just a little bit concerned.
Yeah. I tell you what as well, it's after 9 overs, 25 for 3.
Oh,
I'd love Coach Howells. That would be terrific. Oh, no, we're fine.
Carry
We're just
on,
25 for 3. It doesn't matter.
Carry on. He's doing a great job.
We'll revert to plan B.
I do have a little bit of an issue. I can see Yorkshire, though, in that Ben Code bowled 2.5 overs and had to be replaced by Adam Lyth, but he took 2 for 4 of the 2.5 overs that he bowled before. Hopefully that's nothing too serious.
Pulled the fetlock, has he?
Shaw bowls, and that is another boundary, and he finds one just tucked away. There's Haynes there, behind square on the onside. And he moves to 13, 24 for 2. There was a silence. I felt I needed to fill it, so I don't feel
been
surprised.
doing
Thank you.
that end before, so you might as well continue your spell.
Oh, I see. Yeah. Well, Outlaw supporters may not think so because we're wicked fell.
They know you.
They know that.
You're very much admired here.
Oh, he talks some rubbish. Shaw in bowls, and that's back in and pushed into the offside and. No run. Haynes stays there on 13. Well, I don't know if that's true, but I do love coming here. That bit is definitely true. I experienced a wonderful day here. The girdler wasn't here, and that wasn't the reason why it was wonderful. But I came to cover one of the women's games, and it was a food festival going on at the same time.
Oh.
Can you imagine all the good things about Trent Bridge, and they had a food festival? I mean, just amazing.
On top of the fish and chips and sponge pudding.
Oh, well, no, I didn't have that. That's back into the pads and behind square on the offside. I went out there. I can't remember what I had, but it was something exotic. I went to one of the stores, and it was exotic.
Was it chicken tikka masala?
Because I tell you what it was. It wasn't the thing downstairs. That's right. We were very kindly given a voucher to go and spend at one of the outlets. What a day that was. That was a great day. It feels like years ago, but I know definitely it was only this season. April or May earlier this season it was. A lovely day. 24 for 2, the Outlaws. And this is Haynes on 13. Oh, goes to the appeal. Looks a decent shout, but I'd say the same thing as I always do. Was it going down? Because that's what it's looking like here. Certainly umpire Phil Mustard. Didn't seem particularly interested.
It didn't seem stone cold dead, did it?
No, but worth a question for me in front of leg.
Yeah,
I got the impression that Shaw was having to sell.
Oh, that was travelling down.
That he was convinced there, rather than Josh Shaw would not be standing stock still; he'd be wheeling away towards the keeper if he really thinks that's out.
Oh, okay. Haynes on 13. Good straight delivery. Scamper through for a single. That's good. Right-footed from Shaw.
Oh, they'd love
I'm
that.
afraid it remains 0-0. 25 for 2.
You stick to your rugby league, Josh.
And
Is he a fan?
Oh, yes. He is.
Wakefield, that is he?
He is, but I will not make the mistake again
Oh.
of suggesting his team would be Wakefield. It's
Pontefract, Featherstone.
Featherstone. Yeah.
Oh, Featherstone.
Featherstone.
Sorry, Edward. Featherstone.
I said Featherstone, for goodness sake.
You did.
Honestly.
You did.
Did you say Pontefract?
Why, what's wrong with that? They've got a rugby league team, haven't they?
Not as far as I'm aware.
Have they not? I thought they did.
They make little licorice.
Well, they do that. Anyway, it's Featherstone. Sure, into Hamid on 4, through to the keeper, and no run. 25 for 2.
Women's Rugby Union World Cup starts tonight across the BBC, doesn't it, for the next month or so?
Hamid's on 4, Haynes on 14, 25 for 2, another 319 needed to win. Shaw's bowled 3 overs, 1 for 15.
Coach Howells might be starting to get a little bit concerned now.
Oh, what a Scarborough.
32 for 4.
Yeah, 4. I've got to have a word with the lads at 4 down, I'm afraid.
Regroup.
Yeah,
Strategic timeout.
So the next one, that's right, the next one going out, I might have just a quiet word.
Would you throw them under the bus? The lads let me down.
No, but I'll make them swim home, Dave, I tell you. Up that Yorkshire coast, they'll be swimming past Whitby tonight, they will be.
There's Taylor, bowls, and notice in the direction of mid-on by Haynes, but the bowler stopped it. They'll be rejoicing in the Ken Dodd stand there at North Marine Road this afternoon.
Oh, why is it the Ken Dodd stand?
Because he was a big fan of cricket. He would always go and sit and watch.
Okay.
During his summer seasons there. In the not the embassy. Was it the embassy on the front at Scarborough? Is it the embassy?
I don't think so.
This is turned on the leg side by Haynes, and there's no run, and then he tries an aborted attempt to run a mead out at the other end.
Oh, it's great to have Miles Hammond back in the
Gloucestershire.
Gloucestershire.
There's a Spa Theatre, but there would have been another one. You're saying Empire, you say? No, Embassy.
I thought it was Embassy. I know there's I know Bernard Mallings was the embassy in Manchester, but I thought there was an embassy in Scarborough. Maybe not. 25 for 2. Taylor comes bursting in and pulls a delivery that Haynes really just defensively blocks up to mid-off, and there's no run.
Oh, GI tells me there is no Embassy Theatre in Scarborough.
GI?
Not GI, AI. You may be thinking of Scarborough Open Air Theatre, it says.
No,
well, I know you're not. That's what AI is asking me. No, we're not thinking of that.
Do you call it Joe?
No, I reckon you'd be thinking about the Spa Theatre there. Probably.
Taylor bowls. Again, Haynes can't pierce that ring on the offside, which has now been supplemented by Bancroft. He started off in the slips and, of course, caught Ben Slater off Taylor early on.
I know where you've got this confused. I'm going to guess. Apparently in Skeggy, there was the Embassy Theatre.
Oh, Skeg, of course.
Okay.
Getting your Skeggy and Scarborough's mixed up, maybe. Back in the day.
25 for 2. This is dropped on the leg side. They'll scamper a single. Oh, and a shy at the stumps. And I think it's fairly safe to say that Haynes would have gone there. And that hit from Miles Hammond, or that throw from Miles Hammond, clipped the stumps and he'd have gone. I do have to confess to Ed that one day Dave Callahan and myself had a little bit of fun renaming the stands there, and the Ken Dodd one actually stuck. I have no I have no knowledge that he ever did go to North Marine Road, but
The Chuckle Brothers did, that's for certain.
did they?
Oh, yes.
26 for 2. To you, to me. Haynes scampers down to this end, and once more Hammond throws to the far end with a Mead run in there. 27 for 2 after 6 overs. Seba Mead has 5. Jack Haynes has 15. They've added 17 since Notts lost Martindale for 6 and Slater without scoring. And it looks very much an uphill challenge here. 3-4-4. Notts required. They need 317 more. And As Ed was just alluding to the DLS a moment ago, it's now 81, so not so 54 behind at the moment.
Well, that would have been, from a Gloucestershire point of view, well, handy would probably be the word at this point. The way that Haynes has come out has looked in good order so far. They do still have the slip in place for Shaw to Hamid, who deflects this down to deep third for 128 for 2.
There was a wonderful documentary on recently, might still be available. I think it's one of those Sky documentaries where the Liverpool Museum had been contacted by Ken Dodd's widow. Can you come and take what you want and have for the museum? And there was enough stuff there essentially to set up a room full of Ken Dodd memorabilia and all his artifacts and whatever. It was terrific as they went through them all.
Shaw ball slips out for Haynes, who slices a one-handed drive along the ground to backward point. There's a needless shy at the stumps at the non-strikers end, which misses.
All his little diddy men and what have you, his tickling sticks and those big coats he used to wear and what have you. All his joke books. Volumes and volumes of joke books. Did you ever see him, either of you?
No, afraid not.
He'd go on and on and on and on all night. Brilliant.
Shaw runs in and bowls, and Haynes clips this down to short fine leg and misses out a little. It's not even yard either side of Matt Taylor there. It's a boundary, but it's a dot ball instead.
Wasn't the problem that if he did a matinee? No, seriously.
Yeah.
They'd be queuing up for the evening show, and at the start time of the evening show, he would still be doing the matinee.
Value for money.
Short elbows pumping in and bowls, and that's thundered away, but out to cover on the drive from Jack Haynes. That is Craig Miles fielding there.
Isn't it always the way when a side's going well and top of the table and unbeaten and whatever, the cracks into the offside penetrate the ring when you're struggling, when you're up against it a little bit, you've lost 2 early wickets, you time it absolutely sweetly, but it's straight to the fielder.
Reinforce that offside as well with the slip coming out. Shaw bowls, tries a short delivery that has been top edge, but it'll land safely in between 2 fielders, and then they've just got to make sure they take charge and don't let it run away to the boundary. And in fact, even though that landed perfectly between short fine leg and deep forward square, such as the shortness of that boundary, I think they've only taken 1.
Yeah, they have.
29 for 2. Always looked safe, but I mean, you can see exactly what he's trying to do, and in some ways I think he'd say, well, if I can't hit it too much worse than that, and it still nearly went to the boundary. He was really trying to hook that one into that corner there, where the boundary is particularly short. Shaw wide of the crease bowls, spears it in towards off stump, but Hamid's bat comes down to keep it out, but it's just 2 runs off that over. And Nottinghamshire 29 for 2 after 7.
You've been keeping a beady eye across this competition, Kevin. You've seen more games than anybody else over the last fortnight. For Gloucestershire supporters thinking, well, we win this with 6 out of 6, we are unbeatable, we are invincible. Who if that's what they're thinking, who have you seen that have particularly impressed you, and maybe aside for them to want to avoid in the semis or later on?
It's got to be Yorkshire, hasn't it? I mean, they have lost a game, Yorkshire, unlike Gloucestershire, but they've looked so strong in this competition as well.
Start of a new over, ball by Taylor, and Haynes plays it to point, and there's no run.
I know it's one thing that our BBC colleague Jonathan Doidge, to say he was concerned would be wrong, but one of the things was that they were winning games because of certainly Al-Haq, getting runs at the top order. What about the middle order? Well, today is a case in point where actually they have stood up and scored runs there as well. So they're sort of covering their bases, if you like, about forthcoming tight knockout matches or something like that. And the bowling is something that code's a bit of a setback there today. But
Matt Taylor bowls. Haynes pulls this onto the leg side, and again, just what I was saying, picked out the fielder. Square of the wicket on the leg side, and I should know who he is because he's number 34, Craig Miles.
You know, we've seen, haven't we, previously, that most teams, when they get to the knockout stage and into the final, they will stick with the same players that got them there, even though players are available. But quite, I think, legitimately, Yorkshire could call Revis back because he's been an important part of the early part of the competition for them, even though he's missing now. So they look very strong.
Next ball from Taylor is to the Notts captain, Hamid, who won the toss this morning. Angles this down to backward point, and it's fielded by Ollie Price, no run.
The rest of them, to get any sort of consistent result, seems to be in a bit of a problem. And I guess we shouldn't be surprised by that because of the sort of changes that are being made. A lot of changes being made with inexperienced players. So you don't quite know what you're going to get from them when you do call on them in the matches. You know, some will be really good and then they might have a bad game next time. And
next ball is pushed into the offside, and there's no run. 50 over cricket versus 40 over cricket. Big fan of the 40 over game. John Player League right the way through until, was it the last year when Notts won it in 2013? It was 40 over competition. I don't know if it changed the year after to sort of come into line with supposedly what's happening in the rest of the world and the international game, but nobody seems bothered about the use of this competition, as Hamid will pull that for 4 through mid-wicket, just short of a length from Taylor, and away it goes. So Notts 34 for 2. It is not a feeder competition, is it, to go from performing well in this competition into the England 50 over side? It really isn't. There are players in the England List A side, the ODI side, that never touch this format. So would this not be a better competition at 40 overs a side?
you could argue that at the moment, the way things are, that county cricket can do whatever it wants, and England wouldn't be taking a blind bit of notice of it anyway. And I'm not trying to be funny.
No, you're right. Hamid nudges this to mid-wicket and there's no run.
So if county cricket clubs thought, well, we'll attract even more supporters, we'll get more people in for a shorter game, such as 40 over 50, we'll go ahead. I'm not too sure, Dave, whether you would get more. I think
No.
And that for me would be the only reason to do it. You know, so some of these venues. Now it's great that we're back here at Trent Bridge today. Of course it is, especially for those that live more local to here than some of the other grounds. But you know, whatever the size of grounds that I've been to the one-day matches, there's always been a cracking atmosphere.
Yeah.
And many of them are jam-packed, actually, especially the smaller ones. I think this competition really works as it is. But I know the point and the question you're asking. Sure.
Oh, sorry.
Bowls. I thought we'll take it in turns of this.
Okay, let's do that.
This one's pushed up to mid-on. We'll either take it in turns or we'll fight for it.
Let's do that. I think I know who's going to win.
Rock, paper, scissors.
I'm far more scared of Kevin than he is of me.
And we'll let the great man have the far end until he needs a break, and then we can step in there as well. He never needs a break. He's the Iron Man of commentary. 34 for 2. We're in the 9th over, so still in the power play, but it's really... Oh, this is cut down towards third. I thought for a moment the man behind square may have been in business, but it's gone high over him. 35 for 2.
A slower ball, it looked like it. And it certainly took pace off it, even if it wasn't an out-and-out slower ball. It always seemed to float a little bit away from him. It still had some away swing, so I don't know that it was. I'm not quite sure what that was from Shaw, but I don't know, it almost behaved like a knuckleball. But I don't think Josh Shaw has a knuckleball, at least to my knowledge. But anyway,
Haynes is on 18. Hamid's on 10. He faces now Shaw bowls, and that was a shorter ball, which again he guides away, fends away, sort of. A shot that was both a fend and a guide. He managed to control it down to third, so he moves to 11. 36 for 2, trying to settle it down here at the moment. And for me, you can't let the run rate run wild, but that's not the issue here right now. It's about settling it down, and that's Hamid and Haynes' job. Mind you, a partnership of 26 off 37. That's not that shabby in terms of the run rate, but Haynes is on 18. And that's going to be a 4 because that beats the fielder at square offside, bounces over and away from him. An interesting shot, but it's effective for 4 and takes Nottinghamshire to 40 for 2. 2 balls left to the 9th over, so this power play, they'll get what they can. I mean, if they get up to the 50 mark, that's where you should try and get, I think, in just your generals. No matter what you are chasing, what you don't want to do, and I don't want to be tempting fate here, but that 2, for all the joking we've had, that 2 doesn't want to become 3 anytime soon. No. And because of the experience you have out there, that's one of the main reasons they can't really afford for that to happen. This is a vital partnership for the experience they bring. Haynes is on 22 and driven, and a lovely, glorious shot through the covers, through extra cover. Beautiful from Haynes. We know that this man must feel like he's in good nick and good form at the moment, and that shows that with that quality shot. He moves to 26, 44 for 2.
Broken his bat. Well, he wants some tape on it anyway.
There's quite a lot of tape on that already.
He must like it.
Yeah. He's trying desperately to keep it alive. He's got some tape on the toe, as well as, I think, heading a little bit further up it.
Exactly 300 more runs needed from 41.1 overs, and Shaw in and bowls. Even if he is a bit unhappy with the bat, he still plays quite a expansive shot to pull it behind square on the leg side, but there's a man out there, and that completes that over from Shaw. 5 overs, no maidens, 1 for 28. 45 for 2 are the Outlaws, 299 off their target, and we've had 41 overs bowled. Meads 11 off 15, Haynes 27 off 29.
Same stage, Gloucestershire were 49 without loss. Didn't lose their first wicket until the 23rd over. Cameron Bancroft the first to go. Huge surprise, really, when he got out, Ed, wasn't it? Because he was just very much in the zone and just rotating the strike. Happy to get Bracey back on to doing what he was doing very well. Here's Taylor, bowls, and Haynes a little push up to mid-on and gets a single. 46 for 2. Haynes on to 26 from 28 rather from 30.
Have you seen what I've seen?
Yes, I thought that was what that look was for.
Durham 42 for 5.
Just starting to look a little bit concerning. Only a little bit. 313 required off 36.5 overs.
Yeah, we need to start concentrating now, lads.
Taylor round the wicket bowls, and Hamid turns this onto the leg side. There is a story, you know, how these things go round, so I've no guaranteed proof that it did happen, but there was a story after the match had finished at Welbeck, the tied game. There was a story, a number of people were talking about it, and came and told me afterwards that at 141 for 7, chasing 326, one enterprising gentleman had a little look at the odds as this is pushed into the offside and there's no run, and saw that Notts were 80 to 1 to win that game at that stage. 141 for 7, chasing 326, and had a fiver on it at 80 to 1, and it was a tie.
So he didn't get his winnings.
So he didn't get it by 1 run, but he had all the thrill of the chase, didn't he? Crikey!
Well, you say that. God, that'd be annoying, wouldn't it?
Next ball on its way, and it's defended.
Anyway, Dave,
400 quid profit, wouldn't it? It's not 40,000, but it would have been nice.
How long did it take you to get over that then, Dave?
It wasn't me.
Oh gosh, that really is reminding me of Bob and his Forest Green business.
We don't do that. We don't, seriously, we don't do that.
I genuinely wouldn't know where to start looking.
Oh,
Would you not?
Rovers have scored.
Yeah,
you know that one.
Yeah.
2 balls left in this opening power play as Hamid drives that crisply. Would have probably clattered into the stumps at the non-striker's end, but for Taylor's intervention. We did have a run out like that, didn't we, earlier on?
Jack Taylor.
Jack Taylor was run out. Ball smashed back at the bowler James Hayes, brushed off his fingertips and onto the stumps, and Taylor out of his ground. I think it was Van Buren, wasn't it, on strike, who laced the ball back towards the bowler. Last ball of the 10th over, 46 for 2, and Hamid nudges it to mid-on. So at the same stage, Gloucestershire 50 with Outlaws, Notts 46 for 2 after 10. Slater caught Bancroft, bowled Taylor naught. Martindale caught Charlesworth, bowled Shaw for 6. Haynes is 28 not out. Hamid is 11 not out.
Indeed so. It is not that particularly bright here at the moment, but it is dry, and it has no serious threat of being anything other but dry for the rest of the game. There is some high cloud, lots of high cloud. I'm trying to see if we can peek through to any blue anyway. I can't necessarily see that I see too much. Craig Miles, who is coming back into the fold permanently. He's gone all the way up the motorway to
And
Birmingham.
his picture on the screen is
of Warwickshire.
Oh no! They could at least have found one from 2018.
is in Bears colours.
Yeah.
Doesn't look too much different, to be honest.
So he's going to come back permanently. But he's back for this competition. There's a bit of that going on. I mean, Somerset are losing a few players, but they've all carried on playing in the one-day cup. Casey Aldridge was a case in point yesterday. Ben Green, I see, confirmed going to Leicestershire. Josh Davey going to Leicestershire. Yeah. Steve Eskenazi going to Leicestershire.
Johnny Tattersall going to...
Yeah. Anyway, back here in Nottingham. Oh, and he's almost played that on. What a good delivery from Miles first up. Yorker length. And was that the bat or the ball that's got him on the...
instep.
For Haynes. Painful. Yeah. But I tell you what, it'd be even more painful. That got onto the stumps.
Yeah.
What a good first ball up from Craig Miles.
He spent the minute or so between overs there applying new tape to the bottom of his bat, so that should be ready to go again.
Turns and runs from the Radcliffe Road end to Haynes on 28. In bowls driven, very nice. Out through extra cover. That's actually got beautiful placement and timing. It's a 4. So Haynes is, as I say, showing of his form at the moment. Beautifully timed shots. But it doesn't matter if they're beautiful or ugly. He needs to stay there and keep on scoring them. But it does bring up the 50 for the Outlaws. 50 for 2. And still another 294 needed.
This is quite some display of driving.
That record-breaking score up at... It was at Durham, wasn't it, by Middlesex earlier on in the competition. This is drilled back up to the bowler, Miles, no run. For all the fact it was a record-breaking 300 and loads, apparently they did that with real ease. But this is going to be a battle. This is going to be a real struggle here for Notts, but they're still very much in it at the moment.
Well, it was like that game we had here last year when Gloucestershire chased the 3-3-2.
That
never really not looked like getting there. Yeah.
But one suspects this one's going to have a different feel to it, but we don't know who's going to come out on top. Gloucestershire will feel certainly more confident at the moment. That's a little push and an underarm throw. Now that's hit his bat. He didn't put the bat in the area to stop it from hitting the stumps. Nothing untoward there, but that basically is what stopped the ball from hitting the stumps. That was a fairly decent effort, an underarm throw from Miles Hammond. Rings out the hand, rings out the shoulder. He was out for a first ball duck. He's thinking, what am I doing here today? Painful day. 51 for 2. Haynes with that single, and they are running some very sharp ones out there at the moment. Hamid is on strike on 11, into the pads, going down. Calm down, boys. Going down. But well worth a question maybe every now and then to keep umpire Mustard on his toes. He does what all good umpires do. He just goes and have a look at it. What about the foot mark? Is that going over or not?
Caught Mustard, bowled onions. We had that for years, didn't we?
We did, and many a journalist trying to make 51 for 2, 1 ball left to this over, turned away, behind square on the onside, a single, and that completes the over. 11 overs gone, so an over outside of the power play now. 52 for 2, Hamid on 12, Haynes 33. Need another 292 runs. Go on, Dave.
We wouldn't stoop that low, would we?
Well, I think I might have. My favourite was about something. Was the use of the word relish in one of the headlines. Darren Relish or so and so, and it involved the two of them.
It's birthday boy.
35 today. Does he look a 35-year-old? No.
Well, they're certainly not 35-year-old teeth. That's for sure.
Right.
No.
Graham Van Buren, we're talking about.
He is possibly having his best year with the ball, I would say, this year.
Go on, Ed.
Are you sure?
It's birthday boy.
We're bowling at Hamid. To start off with, slow left arm from round the wicket. Starts off with a quicker delivery, which is punched back to him, and he tumbles down to his right and forms the human barrier to prevent the ball from going past. So, dot delivery. He's certainly been in great form in this competition so far from Buren. The ball has just worked down to long on for a single. 9 wickets in his 4 previous games. He was rested for one of the games, rested against Gloucestershire, I think it was, but a couple of times in recent matches, as Haynes will just work one down to long on. He's got through his 10 overs, taken multiple wickets and gone under 4 and over, but they're going to be probably going to have to score a little quicker off him here, even if it's not right up with that required rate of 7.5. And Buren bowls a round arm delivery, is driven hard to extra cover, and a stop there from Hammond, who's being peppered in the field.
This is his 99th List A match, so the Gloucestershire graphics department will be preparing something, no doubt.
Giving himself some space there, Hamid, by backing away to leg. Drives through point for a single. 55 for 2. Yeah, some of those would have been like in South Africa, but last ball of his opening over, and once again Haynes finding that gap at long on for a single, so 4 runs from the over, and both teams seemed fairly happy with that. 56 for 2, Nottinghamshire after 12.
Yeah, you can't go hell for leather throughout the innings when you're chasing 344 at the moment. Notts are only 5 runs behind where Gloucestershire were at the same stage. They'll be content to tick along somewhere like that. If we had a graphic with the worms on, they'd be fairly level with each other at the moment. Of course, Notts have lost 2 wickets more, but they do need somebody to go on and get a substantial score. What are you doing behind my back?
He's doing the worm.
I was trying to make little worm thingies, yeah.
Not doing the worm.
I thought you were doing...
That would be a
dance?
Yes.
Is it?
It's one of those.
I thought you were doing bunny rabbit ears behind my head.
No, David.
Durham a 6 down.
Craig Miles to bowl his second over in, bowls full and driven to mid-off for no run by Haynes. Well, you say that. I've got news from Derby as well. 95 for 1, 95 runs in 12 overs. Need another 294 from 37 overs, chasing 389. Caleb Jules 64 not out of 39 balls.
He's another fearsome hitter of the ball when he's in full flow.
So until both sides have batted, that's my 388. You couldn't chase that down? Well, run rate's okay at the moment, that's for certain. Haynes is on 35 here at Trent Bridge, and a lovely shot. Beautiful from Haynes. Isn't it glorious, some of this batting from Haynes? Lovely shot there on the onside, through that wide, long on area. Leaned into it. Partnership of 50 as well, brought up from just 60 balls. That's good, steady for the context of these two coming together. That's just good cricket from Nottinghamshire. So much more still to do. He's moved to 39 of 38 balls. In bowls again. Another good shot, but this time there's a fielder out there on the offside this time. So he takes his score to 40. And 61 for 2. Midway through this 13th over. So it's still the case that, you know, Gloucestershire got to look for these wickets. So it's a big target. We were talking about the former Australian international, talking about this on a commentary I was listening to earlier for that international, which South Africa beat Australia earlier today at the Great Barrier Reef. What an area of the world to be working out of. And this one is defended. Has to turn around as Hasib Hamid. He sent back, and quite rightly, by Haynes at the other end. I mean, they weren't playing on the Great Barrier Reef, but nearby. But it does sound quite
damaging
exotic.
the habitat.
Yes, it does sound quite an exotic place called Mackay.
Yeah.
They're playing there. Anyway, I wasn't. So they were talking about the importance, you know, or how difficult and challenging in 50 overs cricket, no matter what your target that you've set the other team to defend. Without taking wickets, you've got to get in the wickets, because now you can get so many runs, or the capabilities, expectations late on in the innings. That's a lovely, lovely attempt at a catch, but he misses it at a backward point. It's going to be 4 runs off the bat of Hamid. That would have been an absolute blinder if he got anything on it. I don't know as he threw himself at it. Is that Ollie Price there, diving to his right-hand side? For one moment, he saw himself go viral with a catch, but I'm afraid he didn't. Did he get anything on it?
I don't think so.
No,
if anyone would pull off a catch like that in the Gloucestershire team, it probably would be Ollie Price.
Is that right? Yeah. It's 4 runs. Hamid to 18, 65 for 2. Next ball, again width. This should be an easier stop. There will be 2 runs down to third. So Hamid moves to 20, 67 for 2. And Craig Miles has bowled 2 overs, no wicket for 17. 277 is what's required. Is that, have they taken the DLS off there? No, it's 108. Just think, you know, everybody listening or watching knows that we look at that, see, you know, rough. Still, they're a long way off that, because that should be at 108, but they are gradually closing that gap on that, which also is further evidence of the fact that this pair, settling it all down, the jeopardy is the fact that this partnership is so important, isn't it? Because of who's out there.
It's Van Buren continuing from the Stuart Broad end. First ball of the overs just dropped on the leg side by Haynes. There's no run. It's Tom Price still on the staff.
He is.
There's Van Buren bowls, and Haynes works it on the offside, fielded by the bowler.
Although I don't think he will suit up for Gloucestershire again, because he is injured at the moment and has moved to Sussex following next season.
Haynes on 40, can't beat cover this time. And there are 2 Charlesworths as well.
Yes, Luke Charlesworth is working his way back from an injury at the moment.
So have all 3 sets of brothers appeared in the same team? Do we know? Or do you know? As this is steered on the offside, the Taylors, the Prices and the Charlesworths.
No, I'm afraid not. That the Prices and the Charlesworths have, but Jack would need to bat in the middle order in Championship cricket, and he's not played Championship cricket the last couple of seasons.
68 for 2. Van Buren, who's celebrating his 35th birthday, bowls to Hasib Hamid, who's 28. They're not skipper, gets a single. 69 for 2. Just trying to milk it for whatever they can during these in-between overs. There's Van Buren, bowls again. One more to Haynes. This is the bit that people like me would rather see 40 over cricket than 50 over cricket. Thinks the periods between the 10th and the 40th overs can sometimes just become a little drowsy, a little bit of a tough watch, but certainly not in a run chase like this, where Notts have got to keep on going. 70 for 2 after 14 at the end of the over. Van Buren 2 overs, none for 7, which suits Gloucestershire fine.
3-year deals seem to be the thing at the moment. I noticed that Tattersall's deal with Leicestershire's a 3-year deal as well. Tom Price and Dom Goodman, 3-year deals at Sussex. Miles in a shorter ball, and that has been pulled over mid-wicket, and that'll be 4 runs. There's not been a great deal of mileage with bowling short on their surface today, but Miles is probably tired of getting driven by Haynes, so he thought maybe let's try a shorter one, and that's been dispatched as well. 74 for 2.
He's on to 46 now, Haynes. Presumably Tattersall has found himself behind Bairstow and Duke, and chances of first team cricket diminishing all the time at the
They've
moment.
got Ben Cox already, haven't they, at Leicestershire, so they're certainly piling up some depth.
Yeah, well, you need it. And he's a decent battist, Tattersall, as well. So he's not keeping
yes,
wicket.
yeah. So Miles, 21, he's gone for in his 2.1 overs so far. In now and bowling, no ball driven to mid-off. There's no run, but it will be 2 onto the total. And Phil Mustard, his former teammate Craig Miles as well, he's just called him for a no ball, and that'll be a free hit. The first no ball of the day, and now we'll see what Jack Haynes fancies doing when he can really tee off, because he hasn't done so yet. So he's 46 off 46, and he's not teed off once, really. So 76 for 2. Gloucestershire can't change the field either. And so already 6 runs off the first delivery of this over effectively. Miles free hit to Haynes. It's a good Yorker, which in fact won't be a run as they turn it down. It's been scuffed to mid-on.
It's a good ball, isn't it?
Right
in the block hole.
But yeah, so Gloucestershire's signings. Everyone suddenly look behind. There's nothing there. Craig Miles, 3-year deal as well. Will Williams, 3-year deal.
There's nothing there that we can see, Ed.
He's not back, is he? Tell me he's not back.
Miles runs in and bowls, takes pace off that one, which I think we'll see increasingly more as this innings goes along. And just for once, Haynes mistimes the ball to backward point for no run. But yeah, I don't know, it seems like a very good year anyway to have been a free agent, as it were, because there was all this talk about, and this was one thing that Gloucestershire said to do with their departures, that a lot of people were being advised on the playing side, just hold on, there's this money coming into county cricket, don't you know? So Miles bowls a shorter ball, pulled in the air. Oh, he's misjudged that, Jack Taylor, a little bit, whether he could have got in a dive forwards there. I think he thought that was coming straight to him and didn't get into a particularly low position, ends up parrying it. Don't know, we've seen a couple of those already, even in the Nottinghamshire innings, where I think the fielder thought that the ball was coming to them a bit quicker than it was.
Hopefully we'll get a chance to have another look at that on the live stream.
It was halfway down from Miles, and now they're going to have a deep mid-wicket as well as a deep square. Miles bowls, driven and handsomely. That could be 4 runs. No, sliding stop made by Josh Shaw, who found it a bit tricky to arrest his momentum for a moment there, but gets back to his feet and keeps it to 2, but Haynes on to 48.
This could be the previous one.
Yes, his first step was the wrong way, wasn't it? That's partly what's done him. He initially went to his left with 1 step. Yeah, so just
rather than a step forward.
One, yeah, or even if he just stayed still, he'd have had 1 more step to get close to the ball, maybe. But here we go. Haynes remains a key man. Fuller delivery and just driven to mid-off this time. So another good over for Nottinghamshire with 8 runs from it. It could have been a little worse with that no ball in there, but 78 for 2 after 15 overs. And well, Gloucestershire have been asked questions when they've been bowling this year, and it's not as though they've absolutely cruised to all of these 5 wins, but just a little bit of a sense, I'm sure, that they are starting to, well, not exactly be troubled by this partnership, but they'll realise its threat, that's for sure.
Notts 5 behind where Gloucestershire were at the same stage. Oh, 35 behind in the DLS comparison as Van Buren with his slow left arm spin bowls to Hamid, partially stopped by Jack Taylor, and they'll come back for a comfortable 2. And that's going to take Hamid on to 23. Crowd applauding, or one or two of the crowd applauding, that are only paying a passing interest on this, because they knew it was 2 runs and they knew Haynes was on 48, but it wasn't Haynes who hit it. Van Buren, not the tallest, bowls to a Mead, who just seemed to change his mind there on what shot to execute. Gets a single, dabbing it behind square on the leg. So it's like baseball at the moment, isn't it? His throws coming to, to this base and that base.
Double play.
It was a poor comparison, because it's one sport I've never really watched. People say, well, there's similarities, but no, I've never really got into that. This one's drilled by Haynes, but good diving stop off his own bowling by Van Buren.
I'm a big follower myself, but I don't tend to go for the direct comparisons between the two.
Next ball sent down, and Haynes trying to slog sweep, mistimes it. Was it Ed Smith, the former England selector? Didn't he go out and to America and try a bit of baseball?
Did he? Oh.
This one's pushed back to the bowler.
I know some coaches. I mean, the mitts they use nowadays. I mean,
oh, yeah.
Day in ahead of play. I mean, they're the baseball mitts, aren't they?
Yeah. 81 for 2. Final ball of the 16th over. Ball's now, and Haynes will get a single, so he'll be on strike on 49. 82 for 2. So 4 from that over. Current run rate just over 5. Required rate getting up towards 8 and over. So just got to just slightly increase the tempo a little bit, Notts.
I think coaches have certainly tried to take fielding.
Definitely, yeah.
You can, I'm going back way time when Chris Silverwood was a player, never mind a coach. Of course, former England coach now. I remember when he was at Yorkshire, he'd been across or in some sort of baseball crossover in terms of fielding and the throws. So the low throws as well, wasn't there? The throws in cricket used to be a bit more loopy, and then it came in a little flatter. Haynes is on 49, start of the next over, and no run here. Driven to Taylor, who is fielding at mid-on, so 82 for 2. It remains.
Harry Brook is a prime example of how it's affected batting now as well, because Brook, I think, is, I can't remember, there's some sort of partnership program that
he's been over
Brook
to
is
America,
part of. Yeah, he goes over regularly, I think, and I was chatting with somebody about this the other day, and in terms of the higher hands that you see now, never mind just having the bat up and ready, hands are so much higher to face than they used to be.
Haynes on 49 on the leg stump, excuse me. Driven again, beautifully timed by Haynes. He's not going to get to the boundary, a couple of fielders out there. But that does bring up another half century for Jack Haynes. His half century of 57 balls, exactly 60 minutes, 7 fours. I think each one of them has been pretty glorious to watch. And I have to say, good job, Jack, but you've got to keep going, son.
His scores in this season's competition: 15, but from then 51, 35, 56, 124, 97, and now 51 not out.
Right. Well, next ball into the pads. It's going down. It's no run. And this part of me that thinks he's done a great job in converting into big scores here. Can he keep that going again today? Well, I'm afraid you've got to. Well, I say he's got to. I mean, Hamid can do a really good job, but he'll do it in a different way. But his experience, of course, will count for plenty as well. But surely the Outlaws are looking for a century again from Haynes today if they're going to score another 260 more needed. He's on 51, punched, good half stop. Well, I'd call it a good stop in actual fact. Never mind the half stop there in the covers, the extra cover. Didn't take it cleanly, but didn't need to, just parried it away, and they go through for 1. And Haynes to 52 off 59, and that's my friend Miles again.
Yes, has Haynes got some sort of vendetta against Hammond? Because earlier on it seemed to be trying to take a single to him every time and powering the ball away in his direction.
Yeah. It's very quick getting down to the ball. Very slow to get back up afterwards, but very quick to get down. He'll be relieved that's way out of his range, but still in the area on the offside. For Shaw to do the fielding from the deep, so another one to the total for the home side, 86 for 2. And this is the 17th over, just one delivery remaining. But Hamid, all eyes on the pair here, because 76 from 88, you're thinking that's good. It's got to be even better. Got to keep going. Haynes on 52. Next ball, a little bit of width, enough to drive that one out to short again for a single. And Haynes will move to 53, and he'll keep the strike as well. It's 87 for 2 after 17 overs, 257 off the target. And I have to say, as things stand, although they're thinking we're doing all right here, we're doing okay.
Yeah, they're not out of it yet. Caleb Jewell is at the other end. This is nudged into the offside. Well, a little more than a nudge. It was a firm push by Haynes for another run. 88 for 2. Matthew Montgomery playing as a batter only for Derby at the moment. So I understand they need to have a little bit of a look at his action at Loughborough, his bowling action, before he gets cleared to bowl again. 88 for 2 becomes 89 for 2 as this is pulled down the ground by Hamid, who moves on to 26.
When did that business of hiding the ball start with him then?
Over the winter.
Was it just over the winter? Right.
Well, he didn't bowl an awful lot before then, to be perfectly honest. And this is turned away by Haynes. He'll get another couple of runs, helping it onto the leg side. Is it Sunil Narain who did that? Well, a lot of bowlers have done it, haven't they? Hiding the ball behind their body.
There didn't seem a great deal of mystery about it when he basically had one delivery, but I admired him for trying it.
Yeah. Not bowling at the moment. Technically on loan from Notts to Derbyshire, but that's with a view to the move becoming permanent. Another single taken, punched down the ground to long on. 92 for 2. I think Notts will be a little disappointed that Sammy Citron didn't really make a mark in the 4 matches he played in this year's competition. The young 18-year-old. Really expecting big things of him. 93 for 2. Good runs for the seconds this year. They were really hopeful that he'd really burst into the first team with a flurry of runs in this year's competition. But still only 18. This is pushed into the offside. 1, 17, 12 and 19 is 4 scores in this year's competition. 93 for 2 after 18. Notts a 9 behind where Gloucestershire were. Haynes going well on 57. Hamid has 27.
It has so often been Van Buren who's broken these partnerships for Gloucestershire in the campaign so far. Back to that Glamorgan game, got rid of North East and Byram. They're both looking dangerous, and removed Ollie Sykes as well at Guildford. Sykes was threatening to do what he seems to have done today at Derby. And if he'd done that, then it would probably have been a successful chase for Surrey. Miles will have a 5th over, and Hamid will steer this into the ground and straight to backward point, plucked there by Ollie Price for no run.
Worcestershire are 3 down at New Road. 98 for 3. They need exactly 200 more from 31 overs.
The magnificently named Romano Franco has got rid of Cashew Valley. Left arm spinner, I think, Romano Franco. Miles racing in, bowls to Hamid, who whips this one away in the air. There's no mid-wicket though. Just be the single to Charlesworth in off that boundary.
It was in last year's competition that Notts played Glamorgan down in Neath, where Kellaway was bowling left arm round the wicket to the right-handers and right arm round the wicket to the left-handers.
I think he's the Welsh Fire's only men's Welsh player, but I don't think he's got a game yet. But he did do a little bit of ambidextrous bowling in the Championship earlier this season against Gloucestershire. Miles bowls to Haynes, who drives to mid-off, and there's no run. His left arm spin caused him to bowl a no ball over waist height, which he was then warned for because apparently that's dangerous, and then he fairly swiftly resorted back to bowling his off breaks, of which he took about 6 for 80 odd in the second innings, and looked as if he might be going to bowl Glamorgan to victory. But
I think it messes with him more than it would the batter.
Yeah.
So the batters are used to
his
all
off spin's
sorts
good
of
enough
people.
that he just stick to that. Miles shorter ball down the leg side. Has he got something on that? Yes, he has. There's the key wicket, or one of them anyway. Craig Miles banging it in short. It looked as if it might be a little leg side-ish, but Haynes looking to pull. I don't know if he's disappointed about getting out or if he's disappointed about the decision, but either way the finger has gone up from Phil Mustard, and Gloucestershire have their third wicket. Haynes goes, caught Bracey, bowled Miles for 57.
It's a big moment in the contest. Whatever. Again, you never know when somebody looks disappointment or is clearly disappointed, as Jack Haynes does. Just seeing a replay of it, impossible to tell. Was there a little deviation?
Definitely
there?
hit something.
Yeah.
It's just whether it's glove or arm, I think, isn't it?
It looks like glove.
But I think it looked like glove to me too.
Yeah, there's a little deviation I think we could see on our replays, the monitors we've got in our commentary box. Jack Haynes goes 57 from 66 balls, 7 fours, huge moment. Here you fancy, and it's not going to be Jack Haynes to get knots over the line today. They still need 250 runs as Lyndon James, the newly crowned Player of the Month for Nottinghamshire, got his award before start of play today for, what month are we in? Must have been July. Got a double century down at the
Well,
utility
he could have been
bowl.
being presumptuous. They could have given it to him for August already.
If he gets knots over the line.
Yes, true.
But yeah, that's a big moment, a wicket for Miles. What are you looking at? Scores elsewhere?
Yorkshire in a very strong position against Durham now, aren't they? Because Durham has 7 down, 84 for 7 in the 25th, needing 355. That obviously is another step for Yorkshire towards qualification for the knockout stage. It would be their 5th win from 6 matches, taking them on to 20 points. Mathematically, I'm not too sure as that would be enough, but I mean their run rate is so strong as well. And for Durham, with only 1 game remaining after this one today, that would mean they can only get to 16 points. Difficult to see how they could get through there. So that looks like on their way for a big result. I mean, a lot of runs now, 354 for 7. So Durham is 7 down, with only 84 on the board.
So Lyndon James, the number 5, facing up to Miles and driving first ball out into the gap in the covers and taking a single, 95 for 3.
You are the Yorkshire whisperer, Kev. Would they play their knockout games at Headingley or by the seaside?
No, they're off to the seaside. Yeah, yeah. So I'm told. I mean, they've got, it's not. I don't think it's a clash with the 100. I think it's if not on the day, but a clash in preparation for a one-dayer for the pitch and all that. So I think the general feeling actually they might get more support out there at Scarborough than they would do at Leeds. So.
Miles to complete the 19th over, bowls to Hamid, and this is just poked away to point for no run. So just 2 off the over, but critically that wicket of Jack Haynes, 95 for 3 Nottinghamshire after 19 overs. The required rate has also just hopped over 8 runs per over. It's a fairly, I'm not saying he's going to go for 6 and over every time, but it's been quite a typical Craig Miles spell this. He will pitch it up, he will be driven because he knows that he'll also get wickets doing that. He'll also bang it in short sometimes when supporters have gone, oh, why are you bowling so short? But again, he's got the bounce, he's got the ability to get wickets as he did in that over, and it's in the end it's paid off.
Van Buren still searching for a birthday wicket for himself. Balls to Lyndon James, who has 1. Pushes this into the offside. No run there. Sammy King doing next at 6. Dane Shardendorf, the young wicket keeper. This is just angled down to 3rd. And the likes of Pocklington and Lord, who've briefly shown what they are capable of with the bat in this competition already. As James turns this out to deep mid-wicket for a single.
Interesting game at Liverpool, because Warwickshire are 4 down. Only need 72 from 20 overs. That's fine. But
Are there no
down.
trains this evening or something?
I mean, that's a good finish there.
Van Buren bowls drilled back to him by the not skipper, who throws his head back in frustration. Yard either side, and he'd got himself a run down to either long on or long off.
In about as much of a rush as Van Buren is.
And galloping through this over, and Hamid will play this to deep point for another run, fielded by Daz Ahmed, who we haven't seen bowl yet. He's a medium pacer, isn't he?
Yeah, he's got a little bit of pace about him. I wouldn't be surprised if he weren't to come into the attack pretty soon.
97 for 3, last ball of the 20th, and Lyndon James dances down the track and gets a single. He'll keep strike. He's on 3, Hamid 29. 98 for 3 here in this Group A match in this season's Metro Bank 50 Over Cup competition with Ed Seaborn, Kevin Howells, myself, Dave Bracegirdle. I hope you enjoyed the coverage today. Thanks to Kirsty and Aaron bringing you the pictures and the graphics and the replays and whatever, and the camera.
Oh, you got your worms.
We've got a wriggly worm. Yeah, I did have one sent by the Yellow Belly, but
Oh gosh,
the Yellow Belly worm.
The Yellow Belly sent me a worm, but by the time I'd seen it, the moment had passed.
The worm had gone.
Yeah. It's going to be Jack Taylor, 98 for 3 after 20.
Indeed it is. But I think the worm, but I was looking at they're showing that actually there's some there's not a big gap between the worms, are there, at the moment? That's what I sort of saw very briefly on the screen. But it's that wickets column, isn't it?
Yeah.
It's a 3 down. It's 98 for 3. So James is on 3, and he's going to face this first ball from Taylor. And he's bowling from the Radcliffe Road end. It's been so busy, I nearly called it the Vauxhall end, not quite knowing where I am. Anyway, Taylor in. Bowls driven, that's a real flourish, but it's going to be straight to the fielder and a single. James to 4, and the score up to 99 for 3 now.
That's when you start looking for Lumley Castle, Ian. We know you've completely lost it.
Oh, you knew that years ago, Dave, bless you. I mean, it's keep taking the medication, I'll be fine.
Well, the ghosts might be at play as well, yeah. Make it appear here.
I'm not entirely sure there isn't something in that up there.
Oh no, let's not go there. Hamid into the offside and sliding stop from the ever busy Miles Hammond.
Shane Watson certainly thought so.
Taylor, third ball of this over and of his spell of bowling. Another single out there to extra cover. And score should move to 100. Indeed it does. And there will, I give a little applause. Correct.
No word of a lie. Whenever I go up there, and Martin will verify this, my laptop doesn't work, and the pointer just waggles about on the screen.
Next ball is carved behind square on the offside. Now, do I want to go down here? I don't. The thing is, Dave, I mean, when I think of ghosts, I think of 100, 150 years ago. How would they know how to use the mouse on your computer? This one is played behind square on the offside, and there is no run.
That's the problem.
Especially if they come from Lumley Castle. Perhaps they're just having a fiddle. What's this?
Yeah.
They don't mean to switch your computer off. That's driven on the onside up to mid-on, and that is the completion of 21 overs, 101 for 3. Hamid on 30, James on 5.
It's a very strange phenomenon, but anyway, I think there might be something in it.
I think
there's the worm back again. Yeah. What do you think? Oh, the Outlaws actually dropping behind, isn't there?
It's a turn, isn't it?
Yes, it's dropping off there.
The worm's on the turn.
Yeah.
Got a beady eye.
101 for 3 after 21 overs. Gloucestershire were 113 for 0. Yeah, wickets column. That's the danger here for the Outlaws.
Van Buren round the wicket to Lyndon James, pushes it into the covers. Been fairly tidy, economical first 5 from Van Buren, none for 20. That's fine. Lyndon James leaves his crease to get to the pitch of the next ball and help it down the ground for a single.
He's a very canny white ball operator, Van Buren. He's not just going to bowl every delivery as a dart, but he's quite a hard batter to get to the pitch to if you're trying to use your feet to him.
Comes in again and bowls. Mead will get a single. Steve Battlemuch has been in touch since Haynes got out, Dave. A trickle of people have left the ground, and we can probably say goodbye to progression out of the groups. Another year with the final at Trent Bridge, and Notts can't get there. I don't know, I've not noticed anybody leaving the ground. It's Lyndon James punching this down to long on, 104 for 3.
Not some of the former players who've had their lunch now.
Well,
that's it.
Well, only if the free bar is closed. In the 22nd over of the run chase. Notts need 240 more, and their captain, with a big role to play here, cuts this out again into the offside towards the Bridgeford Road side of the ground. Another single, 105 for 3. Notts back here on Sunday when they host Surrey. Gloucestershire at Chelmsford. That was slightly miscued by Lyndon James. He was looking to drive on the onside of straight, and it went to the offside of straight, but gets a single nonetheless, and Van Buren bowled that over as quick as Samit Patel used to back in the day. 106 for 3 after 22.
He did get on with it, didn't he? He did. Was it 7 down for Durham last time?
I think it was. At least, well, yes.
103 for 7 then.
Oh, they're 103 for 8 now.
Are they?
Yes, they are.
So they are.
That is a thumping.
It's not over yet, Ed.
No. So is this the master plan? 8 down, that's when we get him. Jack Taylor bowling driven firmly through the covers for a single by Lyndon James. Ollie Price out there at deep cover. He seems to be just about everywhere at the moment. I think he threw in the ball from long off last ball of the previous over. So yeah, we still haven't seen Daz Ahmed. Ben Charlesworth is also an option with his seamers, but they're going with the second spin option for now of Jack Taylor. He bowls a drag down, but there's plenty of, well, there's plenty of protection. There's only one fielder out at deep cover, but being a long boundary, it's not the easiest to try and cut the ball through there. Just a single to Hamid.
10 sixes in the Gloucestershire innings, yet to see one in the Notts innings.
Matt Taylor was loosening a little bit at short thirds. We'll go back to him soon. Jack bowls and driven off a full length through the covers by Lyndon James for another single. So just ones from this over so far. Doesn't seem to be a great deal of turn on offer for Jack Taylor, but I think it's more about just taking the pace off the ball at every opportunity. Cutting again, Hamid. It'll just be another straightforward single to deep cover. So they seem to be pretty happy to say, well, this is the 5th bowler here. If we're going at 6s, then that's okay. The required rate just over 8.5. Taylor bowls up to the bat, driven, beats Hammond at short extra cover. They might fancy 2 here, so it's going to be an off-balance throw, but it's excellent work from Craig Miles down at long off, limiting it to 1. Got a lot of power on that throw. That's the sort of throw that Kevin was talking about with the baseball influence, just the ability to throw across the body with more power like they do in that game. Taylor bowls and cut once more by Hamid. He's faced 3 deliveries in that over. He's cut each of them for a single, and 6 runs from the over. 112 for 3. We've had 23 overs of this reply. It's 232 to win for the Outlaws from 27 overs.
Of note, at Liverpool, where Warwickshire need 250 to win that game, they are 194 for 4, so it's 56 from 17 overs, which obviously is very doable. But all the 4 wickets are fallen to Jack Blatherwick. He has finished his 10 overs as well. 10 overs, 1 maiden, 4 for 48. So good performance from Blatherwick. But
Late of this parish.
Warwickshire on course for a victory there.
It's Daz, or Dariush, as he's been formally introduced. No doubt there is a sports extra game of the day on Sunday. Kev, have you got a long list? Have you got a short list of what it might be at the moment?
That list is getting very short. It's getting, in some ways, the list is getting shorter, and the distance I've got to travel is getting longer. Which is why I hope it's not so obvious when I see another wicket fall in certain places. I go, oh. But anyway,
Darius.
Right, Daz Ahmed then bowling with the keeper up to the stumps, and did I not do the last over? Hamid turns a single out to deep mid-wicket.
Do you want a cup of coffee, mate? Should we pop down? Should we pop downstairs?
Oh dear.
I fancy a bit of a stretch of the legs as well. Perhaps
by
you can
all
have a walk
means,
round the
yeah.
ground. Just you carry
There
on.
might be some
Ed.
sponge pudding left over.
Oh, don't tempt me.
Don't know if the scones and jam and cream are on today or not.
No, well, there's no official tea, is there, in
No.
this one? So surely not. Mind you, I'll go and have a look.
Ahmed bowls wiped into the leg side by Lyndon James. It'll just be a single though, and so the run of ones continues.
I'll have plenty of opportunity driving up the M1 to stop off at a service station for a bit of food as I get clogged up in the Leeds festival traffic. Wishing them all to have a lovely weekend.
Who's headlining that then? Do we know? No.
Ahmed bowls to Hamid, whipped away down to long on, and again it will just be the one run. Bancroft off the boundary.
I'd like to go for the music, but not for the hygiene element. Wouldn't you? Glastonbury, you see all the fantastic artists that are on there, but
Oh, the hygiene.
well, I don't know. I'm not a tent fan or a Portaloo fan, just to be said.
Ahmed bowls backing away. James slamming it through the offside. Diving stop. That's a terrific piece of fielding from Ben Charlesworth out there. He is really a fine boundary fielder. And saves 3 runs. Such is the speed that the ball made it out there that it's only a single, 116 for 3.
Well,
the idea that
Dave,
you would go there for the hygiene element as well.
I mean, if this game finishes early enough, Dave, I can see somebody here you'd like to see.
Ahmed gathers and bowls and turn to long on. Just a gently jogged single by Hamid. 117 for 3.
Travis Scott is the headliner.
Oh, Travis Scott.
I'm not familiar with his work.
I've never heard of him.
I've heard of some of these. Hosier,
Yeah, okay.
was that Take Me to the Church? One of his from years ago?
That sounds about right.
Yeah. That's not today, though. That's Saturday. Chapel Roan.
Oh, yes.
That's big news. That's
Yeah.
big news there. That's
Pink something.
anyway.
Split away over the offside on the bounce to deep cover by Lyndon James. Another single, so an entire over full of singles again. Makes it 118 for 3.
And Bring Me the Horizon. What sort
I
of
was
name
about
is
to say,
that?
bring me the head of Alfredo Garcia.
What a name for a band that is. I guess they call it BMTH for those that. Oh, they do actually. But why? Bring Me the Horizon. They're set for. That's a huge. Dave, just in case you're not, if you've not probably got your head around this, is a huge headline set on Sunday. There, that's at. Where is that? Bramham Park, is it near Leeds? It's not actually in Leeds. It's on the way up to York is where the festival is held. It's sort of Leeds and Reading at the same time, isn't it? Anyway, so there we go. I mean, probably if we got right down to the bottom of the list of some of these things, we might have heard of some of them.
Right, this is definitely not my over, so if you're both silent, I will not say anything.
Okay.
Pink Pony Club, Chapel Rowan, 118 for 3.
Yes,
Not
him.
so. They're starting to fall behind in every sense here as Lyndon James gets this away for a couple of runs down to wide-ish long off, 120 for 3. 17 behind where Gloucestershire were at the end of the last over, so they need to just halt that stepping away in momentum. Try and turn it the other way. Wouldn't be the biggest surprise in the world should we get the floodlights on any time soon. It's just getting a little gloomy as another single taken by Lyndon James, who's quietly but efficiently moved on to 17. Faced 21 balls. Hamid 38 from 50. Taylor bowls. Hamid gives himself room and we'll get that through the offside, and then I think we'll go for 4. First boundary in a while. Big cheer from the Nottinghamshire supporters. They enjoyed that one. Just felt that They were getting bogged down. It was all unfolding before our very eyes, really. It was just a succession of singles over the last 4 or 5 overs, but much needed boundary. 125 for 3. Taylor in again to the not skipper, and this time he's picked out the offside sweeper. Another single. 126 for 3.
Surely not sarcasm in that cheer.
No, relief. No, seriously, relief and encouragement. Yeah. Get behind the team.
Next delivery sees Hamid hit it even harder. Beg your pardon, Lyndon James hit it even harder. But again, he's hit it straight to Price. 128 for 3. And we're 1 ball away from the halfway point. Notts require 217 from 25 overs on a ball. And it'll be 25 overs because that one's blocked. 127 for 3. That was a better over with the boundary. 9 runs coming from it, and at the halfway stage, it's time once again for a little bit of a break as the sorted ranks of the 12th, 13th and 14th men bring out milk floats full of all sorts of refreshing drinks, bring out spare gloves for the batters, there'll be towels, there'll be heaven knows what. Hope somebody looks after the poor old umps because they've been left alone in the middle to have a chat. But at the halfway stage, Notts requiring 3-4-4 or 127 for 3 as again we see the wiggly worm.
Why are they wearing fluorescent bibs as the 12th come out there? I mean,
They still have to do it, don't they?
I mean, I understand if you have football or rugby and you got your subs warming up and all that, this lot aren't playing because they're in their. But this lot are in their tracksuits.
Yeah.
I don't know. If you're batting and you looked up and you saw somebody on the boundary edge.
Well, no, but I mean they weren't coming out bringing the drinks.
They're all wearing whites
Well, yeah.
in Championship cricket as well. I imagine they'd still have to wear the bibs there, don't they, as well?
It's semi-serious when the Notts head coach for this competition, Paul Franks, during this little timeout, actually goes out to the middle to speak with the skipper.
Is that allowed? Because this isn't a tactical timeout. This is a drinks break.
Well, maybe he's taking him a drink out. I don't
Exactly. I'm only teasing.
But it might be. What do you think about promoting so and so? Well, I don't know. We don't know what it's about. How do you feel it's going? And you do know we've got to get 344, lads. We did have that earlier in the season with Notts down at Taunton, where they were 349 for whatever, 4, 5, 6, 349 for 4, 5 or 6 in the 110th over with Ishan Kishan on debut.
Okay, that's
Indian, and he played 4 dots.
Okay.
That's a little bit different, I guess, isn't it?
Yeah, of course, competition, conditions and all that sort of stuff. Yeah.
So Paul Franks heading off. Had a little word in the ear of the skipper.
It's amazing. Nottinghamshire and Worcestershire just seem to be completely parallel for about the last 20 minutes in terms of scores.
He's only gone out there and say, the Falcons are only 2 down right now, lads. And I've just had a look, and the Rapids have only lost 3 wickets so far. You've got to get on with it. Imagine we could do that bit. So Derbyshire need 389 to beat Surrey, and the Falcons won 88 for 2 after 25 overs. So that's still.
I think they'll get there.
Doable.
I've decided.
Yeah, I was going to say they may not. But Worcestershire Rapids need 298 at home to Glamorgan, 131 for 3 in the 26th over. That's 167 for 24. So again, I think. On the balance of things, you'd say the Rapids are in the better position there. And Durham, I've got 8. Every time I've given Durham's wicket down, you've raised the number, but I'm going 119 for 8.
I will just
Concur?
about settle with that. 120 for 8.
Oh,
yes.
okay, right. Needing 355, sorry. That's in the 32nd over, so obviously Yorkshire in a strong position there. And Warwickshire down to 37 needed from 15 overs, and they're 213 for 4. That's at Liverpool, so they are going on very nicely.
Yeah, might as well try and win it in 4 overs, something like that from that point.
That's the table where from 1 down to 6 still, there's only 4 points separating them out of 1 win. So the net run rate's really important. And what are Warwickshire looking? Well, their run rate's actually pretty good, isn't it?
If they could get that up, I mean, it doesn't have to be the case. I mean, they could get that above Somerset's possibly. Dariush Ahmed continues, and this is driven to the cover sweeper by Lyndon James, and he'll just take one as the floodlights have indeed come on.
I wonder where David's gone.
That's what he was going to do.
He's gone to switch the floodlights on.
Pockets substantially lighter than they were.
And he's got his phone in his hand, 'cause that's the way that you do that sort of thing now, isn't it? You have an app, the floodlights app. You switch
I'm all
them
over
on.
that. Yeah.
I thought you meant as Ahmed bowls wide delivery. It's a bit of an ugly shot from Hamid, looking to try and crack it away through the offside. Toe ends it into the ground and back to the bowler. There's no run. What I thought you were going to say is he just puts his phone torch out there for some extra floodlighting.
Floodlight QR code somewhere.
Either that, or we could just all go up here and do the dancing thing
anyway,
with the
they're on.
phones.
They're on. Shining.
Ahmed bowls, Hamid drives, and again just the one. Oh, there's a little bit of a fumble out there from Charlesworth, but such a short boundary they can't think about a second run. It's very technically perfect, the drive there from Hamid, but takes him on to 44. 129 for 3.
Well, you've certainly noticed, as much as it's got darker, it's also got windier. And this is Erin arriving, of course. Storm Erin.
Right. Backing away, James pulling down towards long on. It'll be one bounce and out to Bancroft there. It was blasted away. Good connection, but just for the single, James onto 20.
Actually, it's not Erin. Erin's not due in until Monday, so this is somebody else who's. I don't know who it is, but it's not Erin. That's just arrived.
Somebody begin with D.
It's certainly got a lot of those shirts are billowing out there now.
Could be Storm Daz. He bowls and he drives to extra cover. There is no run.
I thought it was going to be dry for the next few days.
Yes, it's a mixed picture, Dave. Generally cloudy, but certainly gusty winds can be expected. With not as much rain as first forecast.
That's good.
Yeah, that 160 mile or whatever it was wall of rain that some of the national newspapers talked about.
160 mile an hour winds.
That's not going to happen.
Ahmed bowls wide, ball driven and into the gap through the covers. Once again, Charlesworth doesn't pick it up cleanly, but has time and just 4 runs off that over. So whatever the chat was, it wasn't right. Let's go out and try and hit every ball to the boundary. 131 for 3 after 26 overs. They need 213 more. So Ahmed 2 overs for 10. Between Jack Taylor and Ahmed, they've got through 5 as the 5th bowler. But Jack Taylor looks as though he wants a wicket, so he's going to go back to his leading wicket taker in the competition, Josh Shaw.
I'm guessing it's a family day at Worcester because our colleague from the BBC, Nick Webb, has posted a photograph of the back view of Spider-Man and Wonder Woman. You don't normally see them in Worcester. Must have come in specially for the day.
They're trying to stop the floods.
Well, yes. If only something could. Shaw runs away from us in and bowls. Nicely kept out by Hamid. A sharpish looking ball and full in length. 131 for 3. Hamid on 45. 213 runs looks a long way off, doesn't it? We're up and over. We're down in the other side of the 25 overs now. To bowl 23.5. But the time to really get concerned about things, generally speaking, is around about the 35 over, 35, 40 over mark. If you've got 3 down, you've still got some capabilities there. Let's see how they go about it. Hamid's on 45. Tickle down the leg side. Decent attempt to get across to that, but it's easily past the keeper, and that's going to be 4 runs. And the Outlaws move to 135 for 3.
Just think the lack of a regular 6-hitter in that middle order might hurt Notts as well. As I said, Gloucestershire 10 sixes, not yet to clear the rope. It can't bring you back into contention if you can get somebody just to lift it over the ropes 3 or 4 times quickly.
I agree with you, Dave. So that idea of leaving a lot late on, that might not necessarily be the Outlaws' best card to play. This one's guided for a single down towards third man, and the score to 136 for 3.
Leads 50.
And it's come off 60 deliveries, which is, fine. Actually, I still think for the situation circumstances, that is fine. 5 fours within that half century as well.
This is third in succession, third in this year's competition.
Back to his mark is Shaw. He's going to come into ball to Lyndon James, who's on 20. Not out of 24 balls. In bowls and up onto his toes. He's a tall figure anyway. And he'll come back for 2. He'll have to be quick, and he is quick. Coming back for that second, the throw from the deep. And it was, and noted by a knowledgeable crowd at Trent Bridge, because they gave him a good round of applause for that. 138 for 3. They will need some encouragement along the way here, the Mead and James.
That might have been a feedback from the analyst to the head coach to the captain. There's some 2s you're missing out on.
Okay.
Might have been.
Yeah, no, good call, good call.
I think that was what the coach wanted more of.
James on 22 into the pad. He took one hand off the back handle, which wouldn't have been the most controlled shot you would have seen out there on the onside, but it pops up on the off. 206 from 139 balls. Knock off those little notable milestones in the run chase as well. To get it down under 200, then can we get it to 150, then to 100? They all
100 from the last 10's manageable, isn't it?
Oh, definitely, yeah, and you can get there without actually being too crazy. That was a really good ball though from Shaw, right over the off stump. That's the better of James. 138 for 3, 27 overs gone, so 206 still needed. Shaw's bowled 6 overs, 1 for 35. Amid on 50 from 60. James 22 from 27 balls.
Need just about 9 and over from here on in. That's a lot over 23 overs. Going to need to go at 9 and over for 23 overs. You're going to need 2 or 3, 14, 15, 16 run overs in that time. Ahmed's looked okay, hasn't he, his first couple of overs? I think the approach, right on medium fast, bowls to Hamid, and he turns it to mid-wicket, and there's no run. Charlesworth doing the fielding. She weren't with us earlier. Gloucestershire were put into bat after Asib Hamid won the toss at 10:30. 343 for 7. Opening partnership of 121 between Bracey and Bancroft laid the foundations. Bancroft out for 46 to the left-arm spin of Joe Pocklington, but Bracey went on and on and on. And this one's deflected down to long leg by Hamid for a single. 139 for 3, eventually out towards the back end of the innings for 186, the second highest score ever against Notts in one-day cricket, and Ed, second highest score for Gloucestershire.
Only just behind his own 224 against Somerset a couple of years ago.
So that was the standout score. Bancroft 46, as I say, Ollie Price 34. This is lifted into the offside, and this should be a catching opportunity, and it's been taken at the second, maybe third attempt. It was hanging up there for a long time, should have been taken in the gloom, but Lyndon James goes for 22, and Ben Charlesworth gets his second catch of the innings. It looked comfortable all the way until he'd actually caught it, and then there was a little bit of a juggle, little bit of an Urshel Gibbs to Steve Waugh. Whoops, out it comes. James out for 22. Didn't hit any boundaries in his 28-ball stay. Looking to find maybe one of those sixes that Notts needed. It was 3, wasn't it?
3 or 4, even 4, and it was in the end only in one hand that he finally grabbed it. He'd been wrestling with a couple of balls along the ground out there as well, and certainly did a little bit of a juggling act with that one, but held on, and that'll please Daz Ahmed again, who has taken some important wickets for Gloucestershire in these last few games. Had a couple of wickets in the last match against Worcestershire, and has another one here. His third wicket of the campaign, and that is a big one because, again, just as that run rate continues to climb, and there's just been a couple of boundaries recently from Hamid, and just starting to find the gaps a little bit more easily, I felt. And you can see what James was trying to do is, there is that tempting boundary at extra cover, but he just sliced it.
Yeah. This is Sammy King. Wears number 1, as you expect somebody wearing number 1. Confident young man, scores masses of runs for the Seconds, has done over the last 2-3 years, but this is only his 6th first team game for Notts. Second match this season he's played in this competition. Didn't bat the last time. Previous 5 games, top score of 37. Ahmed bowls to him, and his away first ball with a stylish looking cut down towards third that will take a little bit of stopping, but it has been cut off down there by Taylor, and they come back for a couple. 141 for 4.
At the risk of putting the mockers on Gloucestershire, I think their fielding, from what I've seen from afar in this competition, I think has been the best for a long while in terms of any competition.
Next ball is played back to the bowler by Sammy King.
Some of the catches they've taken have been fabulous. A couple of the ones at Guildford especially. The ground fielding's been good so far. They haven't really made a particularly glaring mistake so far. Need that to continue, but I suppose it's how you win 5 games, isn't it, with most departments going well.
Ahmed to Sammy King. He'll get another single, his 3rd run into the offside. Brace's innings was fabulous, a really high quality knock. Not going to take anything away from that, but there was 1 or 2 slight, and I say slight, opportunities. Nicks that went close to Schardendorf, and on 15 Jack Haynes got the end of his hand to one very early on in the innings off the bowling of Brett Hutton, but the big opportunity, the big moment for Notts really to get him was on 58 when he hit Hayes down the ground, and Ben Slater coming in off the boundary at long off dived forward, seemed to have it, and then it spilled out, and there's a world of difference between being dropped on 58 and eventually dismissed for 186. 142 for 4.
Josh Shaw, start of his 7th over, and he's bowling to King, and tucks the tall figure. He's a tall lad, is Sammy King, isn't it? Tucks him up a little onto the onside for no run. 202 from 131 balls, 6 wickets standing. Lights are on. But could they be going out for Nottinghamshire Outlaws? We wait and see.
Pathetic fallacy from the floodlights.
There is a lot to do here, an awful lot to do. Turns again. Shaw in. Bowls. Oh, that's a tidy delivery coming back into him. Oh, and he's got to turn round, and get his bat back in. There was an element, for want of a better term, of feeling a bit sorry for himself, having been struck in a fleshy part of his body, I think. And he had to remind himself, did Sammy King, to turn round. And as I say, he's a tall lad. He has a long way to go to get back in. And they were fairly sharp. They're pretty busy out there at Gloucestershire in the field. They know they're in a good position here. They know they've still got work to do, wickets to take. And Mead's on his half century, but King's currently 3 from 5. And behind square on the onside. He scampers first. Throws not the best, but that doesn't matter. There's nothing lost for it, no cost. 143 for 4.
There will be, I'm sure, 1 or 2 people who at the end of the day, if Notts lose this, will be saying, well, if they beat them and they beat them and they beat them, but I think if Notts lose this, don't put yourself through all that turmoil.
Because Dave doesn't want to sit down and work it out either. Because that's what I'm doing right now, Dave. You're exactly, you just what I've been trying to do for the last couple of overs, thinking, oh, well, that's all well, but what if that happens? Hamid on 51 into the offside and no run. And then I stopped myself from saying, just let the results happen first.
Yeah.
And then take a look at it all.
What I always forget is what is the first tie break? Is it net run rate
I think
or
it is in
wins?
this.
Yeah, and not so. You know, they've got the worst, just about the worst across the 18. And you know, if this is a heavy defeat, which it could be, then it's only going to deteriorate even further. So don't put yourself through that. Send me a message. Well, I've worked out these 17 results that.
Hamid's on 51. Shaw bowls to him. Good Yorker. Right on the toes. Good ball. Bowled. Well kept out by Hamid.
If they get 850 against Surrey on Sunday and bowl Surrey out for 23, they can. Yeah.
Well, the game's changed a lot, lads. I mean, you can't write off that sort of thing anymore.
But no, 18 points isn't going to cut it, and Notts are on 14 with the worst net run rate of the lot. So even if they beat Surrey, it ain't going to do it.
In bowl, Shaw. That's driven, but have to be quick. Right arm shot at the stumps. I think he could have been in trouble if Price had actually hit the wickets with his throw. But they go through for one. It's the end of that Josh Shaw 7th over. 7 overs, no maidens, 1 for 37, 144 for 4.
200
Josh
required.
Shaw 7th.
Exactly, 200 runs. Nobody was supposed to notice that, Ed. Highlighting it doesn't
Well,
do
you
me
didn't
any
say
favours.
it. You
Hamid's
only said it in your mind.
Hamid's 52 off 65, King 4 from 6. And, yeah.
Durham 9 down.
Are they really? Well, you see, let's wait until the end of the game before we start talking about Group B. The consequence of that, of course, is that...
Dharma in a pickle.
No, I'm just saying, although this is going to be tough for Notts, but, you know, will they finish second or third? Gloucestershire, God, if they don't finish top.
Ahmed into Hamid, a bit of a almost helicopter about that shot, as he doesn't get a great deal of bat on it, but does manipulate the ball into the gap between short mid-wicket and the bowler. Just a single is the result, though. But it does take it to under 200 to win. 199 runs from 125 balls, if you prefer it that way.
Cut-off time for a game that should finish at 6:30, isn't there? Nearly 10 to 7.
Oh, they'll all be in at that festival by then, won't they?
Ahmed bowls, and that's played away on the onside by King for no run. Well, DJ Ahmed, I think, is going to be doing a serious turn of the tables at some point.
What do you need then for your hygiene minimum requirements, David?
A hotel, not a tent.
Yeah.
An ensuite, not a portaloo.
This glamping can get quite high end, can't it, I think?
Ahmed in, and King drives to extra cover. All that could have been a spectacular effort from Miles Hammond. It was a spectacular dive to the floor whilst missing the ball. And now he's just checking his knee to see if he hasn't grazed that. But they did take one to mid-off. 146 for 4. Warwickshire have beaten Lancashire. That is for certain. And they've done it with 10 overs and a ball to spare.
Oh my gosh.
So we'll see what that does for their net run rate. We'll certainly increase it. Ahmed leaps wide of the crease and clips it away. It beats Miles at short mid-wicket, but again, just a single down to long on as that rate continues to climb towards double figures. 9.7 as it stands.
Hamza Sheikh was in the runs there, wasn't he? 75 off
yes,
94.
top
Guy
scored
Smith,
in the end, yeah.
Guy Smith, 45 not out of 40.
Ahmed bowls. That's a bit of a swat from King, looking for the covers, and it goes out to square leg. Ollie Price loses his sunglasses as he throws the ball in, but fortunately doesn't throw the ball into the sunglasses. And again, just the one run, 148 for 4.
Might actually be floodlight glasses today. Not been,
yes,
certainly
true.
not been required to look up at the sun.
He's got those high-vis ones.
Yorkshire
as well.
have beaten Durham as well.
So they have 212 runs. Cut away, but that'll pick out backward point from Hamid, who looks slightly skywards in frustration. That's another tidy over from Daz Ahmed. 4 overs, 1 for 18. And that is the 30-over mark. I mean, it doesn't sound much, does it, in terms of runs behind? Well, they're 22 runs behind where Gloucestershire were at this stage. Of course, they have lost 3 more wickets as well, but you know, it is still within the realms of somebody playing a blinder, and there are still people both out there and to come who could play a blinder, but that is what it's going to take, I think. Let's say that. Well, Matt Taylor's back.
And he's back to bowl his 6th over. 5 overs, 1 for 18.
They were all from the far end, weren't they? Here with Shaw, yeah.
It feels like a day-night game here, looking out on this ground right now, down the leg side. There was a sound of something that's so wide. I reckon there must have been bat on the ground there from King. He remains on 6.
They must be having a good lunch or tea when the past players who were promised 1 or 2 guests this afternoon, but
it was a good lineup that came across,
it
wasn't
was
it?
indeed, yes, it was indeed. Certainly shan't quibble about that. There's a bit of a push to ask somebody to come all the way around the ground just to talk to us 2 for 5 minutes.
Ooh, I would have got that.
Or us 3 rather.
And that's turned towards the boundary, but there's a man down there on the leg side. King to 7. Outlaws bring a 150. Come on, let's have a little. Oh, go on, you can do better than that. And a bit more.
The Outlaws 150.
Oh, we haven't. That's a little hint to you
There
and
you
I.
go.
There we are.
There you go.
It was better. 150 for 4. 194 for 119 balls. So a little reminder about our Bobby George. We haven't asked him about Bobby George yet. Let's do that. Round the wicket, in and bowls.
Ooh.
Bottom edge behind the stumps.
150 is not a good darts number, though, really, is it?
Well, it doesn't really
3
matter
balls.
at this stage.
3 balls.
Well, that's true. That's true.
Doot,
You know how Luke Littler's going to do it.
Yeah, that's it. 3 balls. Thank you very much. Job done.
It doesn't really matter. We just need to know about Bobby George.
Yes.
His new book's out. Still here.
I was wondering if there's a new book. I was thinking, what he's up to these days. Round the wicket, Hamid on 54. And that is going to get the better of the fielder. No, what a good piece of fielding that is out there. Price, right knee, getting down to that. Ollie Price is just looking at his knee now. Is he okay?
Okay, yeah.
Actually, he's given me the thumbs up.
Yeah.
He's given somebody the thumbs up.
Well, hopefully it's not the physio, because that's exactly what he had earlier with his knee.
As I said,
that.
Is he okay? Thumbs up. That's what I could do with all the fielders.
Give them earpieces.
152 for 8. I mean, he's given the thumbs up, but he looks if he is hurting a little there. That's a fine stop of a boundary. Mead's picked up 2, so 56.
Stop that one, and they did.
And he did. Hammond this time. Right hand getting down to that. 57. Dave mentioned it earlier. If you're not up against it and things are really going your way, I mean that gets to the boundary. That one's not stopped there in the covers. Well, it's a strange old thumbs up to give when you're hobbling around for the next. I don't know how long.
It'd be interesting if one is it out there again for him to chase after.
Yeah, King's on 7. Next ball drilled back.
Oh.
Well, he's sort of lost sight of that. King there, shouting, yeah, to Hamid, as if Hamid couldn't quite hear him, but they were standing right next to each other, which I suppose is really why the voice of King just went up an octave or 2 higher to call his captain through. 154 for 4.
They're going to have to go for some higher powers to get them home here. If the King can't do it, maybe the Lord can later on.
Very good. If you had Lord King out there, well, there's bound to be second 11. That's
we've got Lord and we've got King.
No, that's what I'm saying. Next ball. This one hammered away. How far is that gone? It's gone for 6. Oh, now then, Hasib Hamid. That's a big one there over the leg side through mid-wicket. That's got the crowd excited, and he moves to 63. 160 for 4. 184 runs from 114 balls. Well, they got all of that.
They did. He did. Bring me my swiper. And he swiped it. Well, that's 31 over. Oh, I've missed an over somewhere along the line here. You're right.
I was thinking about Bobby George. That's what you were doing. Bobby George, Dave. Come on. Book.
What would you like to know? Yeah,
I'd like to know there's a book out and you're involved with it.
Yeah. Just come out. Still Here, it's called. Bobby George, the dart player. Incredible story of how he broke his back in the World Championship. Still went on to reach the final. He built his own home.
How did he break
George
his
Hall.
back?
Leaping to celebrate, punching the air, yeah.
Ahmed bowls and King runs this through the covers for 1.
Incredible story of life on the road with Jockey Wilson, Eric Bristow, and all the tales that that would bring. Some graphic stories. His early life digging out the underground, London Underground.
Which line, Dave? Which line? I just wanted to think about Bobby George.
Chosen any of them.
Jubilee, I think.
Oh,
Ahmed bowls pulling and missed timing to short mid wicket. Hamid won't get a run.
that is one of the more recent ones. That'd be about that time, yeah.
Yes, I suppose if you'd said the Metropolitan, that would have been a little less believable.
Wow.
Out now, still here. Bobby George, the king of bling.
What did you say? What's the name of his house?
George Hall. 18 bedrooms, built it himself.
Fantastic.
Trout lakes, fishing lakes all around.
Ahmed bowls. This is played back past the umpire. Long on might be able to get there though, and will do so. Just scooping it up, Bancroft inside the boundary rope, and they come back for 2. 163 for 4.
He's put his foot to the floor, hasn't he, Hamid? Decided it's time to go, otherwise they're just going to be woefully short.
Well, he knocked the cover off 2 balls in a row, both of which were stopped, so he decided to try and hit it even harder, which he did over the boundary rope for 6. Ahmed bowls, and that's a good delivery. Again, just held it back a bit, as we've seen be probably the most effective weapon for the seamers on this surface. And it's just driven back up the pitch, and there's no run. So only 3 off this over, and at the moment Gloucestershire look as though they're mostly relying really on scoreboard pressure to try and take these wickets. Ahmed bowls, driving pleasantly, should be stopped though, and it is by Jack Taylor at wide mid-off, sends in the throw off balance, and just a single. Hamid on to 66, 164 for 4. I'm quite looking forward to watching Hamid go about trying to score at 10 runs and over, because I can't imagine, even though I've played a lot of one-day cricket, I guess, over the last few years, but I don't know how many times he'd have been in this situation where he'd have had to have scored at 10s. Ahmed bowls, and King works this down to long on, and will keep the strike. So a good over from Ahmed after a, well, in the end it was an expensive one from Taylor, mostly because of that last ball, but it is 179 required from 18 overs, and they've got 6 wickets in hand, Nottinghamshire.
So we talked about getting 100 from the last 10, so need 78 from 8 effectively to get themselves in that position. That's 9 and over, which effectively they need, isn't it? So,
and this is good. I'm sure you know, if you come through it, especially Gloucestershire will say it was good that we were in this position. You know, you want to be put under pressure so that you know where you're going in what they hope will be the knockout stages.
Taylor round the wicket, bowls to Sammy King, to his pads, and it just ran away on the leg side. James Bracey quickly to it, shied at the stumps in case King had gone wandering. He hadn't.
Group B, Yorkshire on 20 points, played 6-1-5. They remain top. Somerset remained second, 16 points from 6 games, 4 wins, a couple of defeats. But Warwickshire now have gone above Middlesex into third on 16 points, although they're on the same number of points as Middlesex.
Taylor to Sammy King. Another push and run into the offside to Hammond. Comfortable single. So who's effectively out in that group? Northants, Lancashire, Kent?
Lancs, Kent. What can they get? 12, 16? Well, they can get to 16 points, but one of the standout columns definitely for Yorkshire as well is the fact that obviously you've got 3 teams on 16 still, 2 games to go, so they could get 20 points, but Yorkshire's net run rate is 0.236.
They look as though they just need 1 win
for
the remaining 2 for the semi-final, don't they?
Yeah.
Home semi.
Yeah.
Day beside the seaside for somebody. Taylor bowls, and Hamid was getting into a position to launch that onto the leg side, and it just hurried onto him. Quicker delivery, and then a shy at the stumps, and there's a chance of an overthrow here. And Notts will take it. Just a case of the throw being too hard for the backer upper there, and Notts turn a 2 into a 3. It's all a little bit harum scarum. Would have been perilous had one of the throws hit the stumps, but they get home. Hamid on to 69, 169 for 4. We're almost getting to the halfway stage. 169 on the board, 175 more required. Taylor round the wicket to Sammy King, stands menacingly, drops it down, and Hamid made up Sammy King's mind for him, although got those big legs. Tall as a skyscraper, but he still had to get them moving to rush down there and make his ground. It was underarm towards the stumps by Craig Miles, and a direct hit there might have had him in trouble.
That's 3 times in the last 2 balls he's been lunging for his ground. Get busy out there.
170 for 4 in the 33rd over. Taylor to his 7th over, 1 for 35. Left arm around the wicket, bowls, and a play and a miss, as they say, from Asib Hamid, who's on 69. Slaps his right thigh as he goes on that little walk towards the square leg umpire, and then after 3 strides stops and comes back, and he'll be ready by the time the bowler's ready.
10 and over needed by Derbyshire now, 150 from 15 overs. Montgomery is 89 not out. Game's bubbling up nicely.
170 for 4. Taylor to Hamid, he'll get a single. Just backed away there, giving himself a little bit of room, and Matt Taylor followed him. Single. It's the end of the over, end of the 33rd. 171 for 4, so 6 from that over. Notts require 173 from 17, so it has just leaked over 10 and over now. 10.18 required. Still got Dane Shardendorf, who can give it a bit of long handle, and then Pocklington, Lord, Hutton and Hayes.
I mean, players to work around Hamid in so many ways, really. You know, he keeps playing his more natural game, and that's a big win for Yorkshire today, isn't it? 212 runs. Wow.
Yeah, it was earlier this season they had their record win in terms of runs in first-class cricket. I'm not making that up, am I?
No, I don't think you are. I'm trying to think who it was against.
It happened. Van Buren's back from the Stuart Broad end. First ball driven to extra cover for no run by Hamid.
Potentially Worcestershire. They've been sort of the whipping
boys.
Yes,
that's it. It was. Pretty sure it was. Van Buren bowls swept top edge with a land safely. Just one bounce out to Price at deep mid-wickets, a long way out there, and what he did there was made sure that he didn't get enough bat on it really to bring that fielder into play. So 172 required from 100 deliveries, and Sammy King just taking his time, which is always good to do. First time he's faced Van Buren as well. Take his guard and maybe just slow Van Buren's breakneck pace down a little bit. Down the pitch he comes. Van Buren wants an LBW, and King's wondering where the ball has gone. Yet again he finds himself lunging for his ground, this time at the non-striker's end. And it looks as though umpire Peverell is not going to signal anything, so there must have been some bat involved. A brave decision to give that down the pitch, but Van Buren is not getting a great deal of turn. Anyway, not out. Van Buren bowls, use of the feet from Hamid, blasted along the ground. Should just be the one, though, to long off. And indeed it is, as Bancroft launches the throw in, bending his back to send that throw in from the deep. And just 3 off this over from Van Buren, and that required rate starts to climb quickly at this stage of the innings. There's a slog sweeper's hit high in the air. Chance of a catch, is it, or is it 6? It's 6. It's gone far enough. Well, I don't think he even got all of that, did King, but it shows you the power that he's got. And that is a shot that shows Gloucestershire the dangers that he will pose. And the score has moved on by 6 runs.
2.
Go on, Dave.
180.
Which makes me think once again, is there a book out about Bobby George at the moment?
Thanks, Kev. Give you a 6pence later.
Still here.
Nottinghamshire is still here.
Good one. Hey. I tell you, we're on a percentage at the end of this day. I tell you.
Right, so the response to that is deep mid-wicket back and deep square up. Van Buren bowls quick and wide. It's been hit into the ground and loops irritatingly for wicketkeeper Bracey just over the top of his gloves. And they'll scramble a single to short third. So that is 10 off that over, which is basically the requirement. And 181 for 4.
Does this mean you're going to go to the Ali Pali over Christmas?
No.
Oh, should you? You should.
Well, I
be,
have
should.
done. I mean,
No, but with a few books under your arm.
oh well.
I mean, it's a
Just
bit
set up
lively.
stall outside.
It's a bit lively. I know that's very lively, but that would be a good one day. That. You'd enjoy.
Yeah, we ought to have a stall in the concourse.
Yeah. Anyway,
Matthew Montgomery is 96 not out for Derbyshire. Looks as if they're going to lose that one. Need an awful lot of runs over the last 13 overs, but pleased for young Monty. He's already had a 92 or something for Derbyshire. Bowling change. Craig Miles coming back on.
I feel this must be my end by now. I've
Yeah,
been
go for
busy.
it.
I've been
Yeah.
busy trying to juggle all the net run rates and.
It was 10 off that last over. They still can't get any more than 10 and over, can they? That comparatively has been the big over for Notts. But
It looks tough. That the whole thing looks tough, doesn't it? 163 from 96 balls, but they're still there. Kings on 20. Miles bowls through now down the leg side. That's going to help.
yeah.
Leg side wide.
He doesn't half whack that bat into the ground when he faces. Goodness.
There's a real glisten off the back of the bat, off these lights.
Yeah.
Still August. It's still August.
The stickers, isn't it?
Yeah, it feels a little more autumnal. Looks a bit more autumnal. 182 for 4. Miles in his 6th over,
Oh, keep
down
him
the
there.
leg side again. Well, there's a bit of coaching from our colleague to our left-hand side.
Keep him there, son.
Miles 1 for 34, and that board won't change. You see, it still reads 5.0 overs. I haven't seen any legal deliveries yet. 183 for 4. Well, that was quite a strangle call from somebody somewhere. King on 20. Oh no! It's got done the same thing again.
We're having a Scott Boswell moment.
Well, there's a few handy words of support from somebody. Again, couldn't quite make out whether it would be a Nottinghamshire or Gloucestershire supporter. There'll be a few glorious supporters here today, won't there?
There were a few, yes.
Yes,
So a couple downstairs.
Yeah. Back to the mark.
On this strip then, Craig, on this strip.
184 for 4. Bowling to King on 20. That's a good ball. That's a very good ball. Yorker length. And drilled back. I think I've finally got to work out. I think that's Nottinghamshire supporters. Anyway, 160 from 95 balls, 6 wickets standing. Interesting little period of play here. I mean, King clearly fancies. He's a very powerful player. Evidence of that already. I think he fancies maybe taking this on, and me can hang around at the other end, pick up what he can pick up. Raises his head to the heavens. He's got himself a single in the offside, but shadows a punchier shot maybe. Out there on the offside. He moves to 21. 185 for 4.
There's 4 off this over already, and there's 4 balls to come.
Yeah. Need a few overs like that, but they may come. They may come. Gloucestershire, reminder, played 5, won 5. Nottinghamshire played 6, they've won 3. They really need to win that today and the game on Sunday against Surrey. That's what they can do here today. Big job here today. That again is on leg stump, and it's pushed for 1, and it'll only be 1 through mid wicket. And needs a 73, 186 for 4 now. Equation down to 158. What other results are we waiting for from around the country? Oh, I've already moved on to next Tuesday on my card. Yeah, let's get back to.
Haven't you decided where you're going on Sunday yet?
Yeah, that's very true. It is very true. Both results from Group B so far. This is drilled into the ground. Miles has to jump a little to collect that ball. Now that 5-wicket win for Warwickshire, the 212 runs victory for Yorkshire. They're both Group B, so the 3 live games still in action are all in Group A, and the Falcons need 128 from 12 overs with 6 wickets standing.
Montgomery's 99 not out in that one.
Give you Worcestershire and Glamorgan in a moment. Miles bowls. Oh, a player now. It's their bat, isn't it? Because I'm hearing
you
the
think
noise
he's
there.
taking something out of it every time he bangs it into the ground? It's
No,
getting
but
shorter.
It really does make a noise as he brings it down on the turf. That's what that noise has got to be. But what a strange looking over this is. Just looking now at the 3 wides, .11, ... This looks like computer code at the moment in a strange old way.
Seemed like this could be the big over when it began with 3 wides, but only 2 singles since.
Kings on 21. Miles. Oh, that's. Oh! As he's got it. A short, fine leg. Again, another juggle of a catch. It went so low to Daz Ahmed. And I think that's a 2 juggle, that one. He's got down to it really low. I thought, yeah, he'd taken it. Then it pops out. Then he has another go at it. And that is the end of King. And he's gone for 21. Caught Ahmed, bowl Miles, 31 minutes, 24 balls. It's 186 for 5. But they are taking the catches, just about hanging on there. But that was a terrific catch in so many ways, because that was so low to start off with, wasn't it?
Do you not think? It was out off the 9th ball of the over.
Takes that. Actually, it wasn't so low. That's just sort of hit
wow,
one-handed. So what's happened there? It's come off the wrist almost, hasn't it?
Yeah.
It's gone into the wrist. It's popped back out, and then a one-handed grab.
It's almost a little bit like that. Was it Matthew Hayden who took a catch when he was
topical,
basically falling over backwards, sort of parried it, and then ended up falling back on top of him? It wasn't quite like that, but in terms of the fact that his body was in completely the wrong position, seemingly, to take it on the second attempt, yet he still managed it. That's the only reason it made me think of that one.
Yeah,
but
clipped away on the leg side. He'll be hoping to have got either side of the fielder there, and then off to the boundary, isn't it? Get past him.
Well, there we go. The leg stump line in the end works for Craig Miles. I'm not sure that that's exactly what he would have had in mind when he ran into bowl, but he might try and sell it that's exactly what he was bowling for.
And it's 158 from 90 balls, 5 wickets standing.
How do you feel getting out to the 9th ball of the over? Crikey me.
And caught short, fine leg. It must be one of the nastier ways to go. It's not quite as, I don't know, is it almost worse actually than a leg side strangle to the keeper where you've just got a little nick on it? We've actually middled it, but it's ended up in the hands of the fielder. So 2 wickets for Miles. And actually both with deliveries which were probably on or even just outside leg stump. One a shorter ball gloved through to get rid of Haynes, and then that one.
So Van Buren to bowl to Hamid, gets a single. That will bring the new man, Dane Schardendorf, the Notts keeper, on to strike. Not yet battered in this season's competition. Tom Moore's played in the first 4 games. This is his 3rd match. 32 matches in all. Former Zimbabwe youth skipper. Been hanging around the Notts second 11 for 4 years or so now. Just had fleeting opportunities in the first 11. He can hit a long ball as well, but not from this one. A little bit of turn there maybe from Van Buren, and Schardendorf was squared up. 187 for 5. I've had the Derbyshire scorecard open on my laptop for about 10 minutes now. Montgomery's been on 99 forever. This is chipped into the offside and there's no run. Don't think he can get on strike. Amida 74. Surely he can't do this all on his own. 157 required from 87 balls. Schardendorf can't get off strike. That's 3 balls he's now faced. So this another good over for Gloucestershire. Next ball is well through to the keeper, who's down on one knee trying to sweep that one away. So a single for Mead at the start of the over, 4 dots. I don't think Gloucestershire will mind if Schardendorf gets a single here, and the 5 in the ring are right back on the discs, letting him have one, but it doesn't get a bat on it. Goes through to Bracey, so just a single from that Van Buren over, and that sets Notts even further back as Matthew Montgomery reaches his first century for Derbyshire just down the A52 from an even 100 balls. Derbyshire long, long, long way behind, but a century for Matthew Montgomery.
Talk about Finn Bean earlier, scoring runs for Yorkshire in their victory. Apparently it was Yorkshire's record for the fastest list A century, reaching it off 53 balls during that victory by 212 runs. Finn Bean eventually within that Yorkshire innings, and he'd only played a couple of times, not out 102 of 57 balls in the end, 8 fours and 6 sixes, that game being played at Scarborough. So a record-breaking performance from Finn Bean, a Yorkshire record at least. Hamid is on 74, finds a lovely gap there on the offside. That's going to be 4 more runs for the captain to move to 78, take the Outlaws to 191 for 5, and it's 150 from 83 balls, and that's 78 from 85. He just needs people to stay there with him now. I say just, you know what I mean with just. There's no such thing really. It's a very big challenge upon Nottinghamshire, but one which they've not yet given up. Mead 78 not out, and Miles bowls in his 7th over. Drilled back past him. Good stop on the edge of the circle. They'll go through for 1. Josh Shaw getting down to that. Good stop. Hamid to 79, 192 for 5.
Both Jake Libby and Rob Jones have passed 50 at New Road. Worcestershire 211 for 3, need 87 from 11 to beat Glamorgan.
It's been Glamorgan's, well, it's been one of Glamorgan's issues. I think has been just wicket taking in general. Seem to be a little bit light on bowling. Much Van der Huchten in this competition.
Schardendorf, well, does he get anything on that? That's flown away down the leg side. They're going to be given us wides to the boundary. He got a wicket in the last over, Miles, by that little clip away from the leg stump, but he's drifting off down there, isn't he?
It's a very curious spell, this, isn't it? And I mean, just in general, so that is, what is that? 9 runs off 2 deliveries this over, and just as the required rate really seemed to be heading a long way north, it's suddenly come back down below 11 again.
10, isn't it? 'Cause that's 5 wides.
1,
4 and a 1.
197 for 5. Schardendorf hasn't got off the mark himself yet. He's facing a 6th delivery.
Wow.
Down there again. I think, well, this has been given wides again. I thought he got something on that, but clearly not. Well, this is a...
This may be Nott's best over of the innings. 12 from it already.
Was it 9th ball of his last over?
Yeah.
He got a wicket, so steady on there, Outlaws. 199 for 5.
He's still got 3 overs left after this, so he will present Jack Taylor with a bit of a problem if he can't sort this out. And you just hope that there's nothing physical causing this as well. You wouldn't have thought he'd have kept going if it were.
Hamid on 79. That one's on middle of the stump and hammered down into the ground. Doesn't get it away cleanly, should I say. And it's a single. Looks at the toe end of his bat as Hamid. He's on 80. The applause for the 200 brought out by the home side. 200 for 5. The equation 144 from 81 balls.
You might be explaining down there that I've just been practicing getting a little bit of reverse at this stage of the innings, and that's what's happening. Don't necessarily think it is, but that might be a way out of explaining it.
Next ball, inside edge onto his boots from Schardendorf. So whilst there's craziness going all around, he still can't get off the mark just yet. Remains on North. If Worcestershire go on and win that game here in Group A, they will move to 18 points. That'll take them above Hampshire into 2nd place. They're currently lying in 3rd. It will be their 4th win from 6, the same as Hampshire. But they've had that tied, of course, which is the game that Dave's been referring to earlier in the campaign in the summer against the Outlaws. Shaw to Schardendorf, who's on naught still at the moment. That's straight, and that's gone a good distance, not quite all the way over long off for 6. It's going to be a 4, but he's off the mark from the 7th ball faced, and the Outlaws to 204 for 5.
Yes, comfortably the best over of the innings for Notts. 17 from it, 1 ball left. Of course, it is at the moment going to be an 8 ball over.
And that's the problem, even though that was a fair delivery, you sort of lose anything other than let's just land it somewhere where it's not a wide and just put it in the slot and it's pumped for 4.
Shaw to Shadendorf again. This time it's leg side. There's a fielder out there, falls just short. Coming in there. I think Dave thought for a moment it's going to go all the way out there, but falls short. It's a single. He'll keep the strike. He's on 5, is the wicket-keeping batter, and Hamid at the other end on 80. The Outlaws 205 for 5. And Marsa's gone, well, 2 for 55. Extraordinary, really, 7 overs. He's picked up a couple of wickets along the way, and the Outlaws still have got 139 from 78 balls.
Is it still Friday?
Good call, Dave. Good call.
Since the floodlights came on, it seemed like an awfully long day. It was zipping by up to that point. 205 for 5. And Buren started his 9th over. Shadendorf, Shady, gets a single.
Slim Shady, is that his nickname?
Shady, yeah.
Shady. See what they've done there, Ed?
Well, they can't call him Schade because that means sort of bad in German, doesn't it?
All right.
That's Schadenfreude, isn't it? And now Hamid has gone. Tried to hit this back down the ground, and it's just skewed up to extra cover. And that should be that. And Van Buren gets his birthday wicket, and it's the wicket of the Nottinghamshire skipper, Asib Hamid, who falls for 80. And you imagine with his dismissal, that is going to signal very much the end of Nottinghamshire's involvement in this season's Metro Bank 50 over cup competition. They will play Surrey here on Sunday in something of a little bit of a dead rubber, but 206 for 6 without their skipper there, Asib Hamid, just to try and anchor an unlikely run chase. I think the writing's on the wall here, and
Craig Miles kicking the ball away. It was quite a good drop kick, actually.
It was, if ever a picture told 1,000 stories there. Miles taking a relatively simple catch, and you could tell he was just a little frustrated and how the last over had gone. Joe Pocklington has come dancing down the steps. He's played 1,000 shots looking like the Lincolnshire Lara, and maybe he feels he's going to be an unlikely match winner from here, but an awful lot of work for Notts to do, requiring 138 from 76. Pocklington, 1/2 century already in this year's competition. He's just fully debriefed young Shadendorf as to what's going to happen, and we'll see how he goes about it. Left-hander, of course, but a birthday wicket on his 35th birthday to Graham Van Buren.
His run of excellent form with the ball continues, albeit he's still got 10 important deliveries to come here, but he's been taking wickets in the Championship and has been a huge part of Gloucestershire's success thus far in the One Day Cup.
Gloucestershire looking to beat Notts for a 3rd match in a row, spread over the last 3 years. Oh, false start there. Van Buren was running in and then realised that Josh Shaw wasn't where he wanted him.
By a yard.
By a yard, yeah.
That was experience, though, you know.
False start. Pocklington on strike, pushes this back to the bowler.
He's got a one-man fan club today, as well as Graham Van Buren. Have you been hearing that?
I've heard something
yeah.
to do with him.
Bowls again, left arm spinner to left arm spinner, and Pocklington on the reverse has got this away for 4. That's very much a sign of the times, isn't it? 2nd ball out there faced Pocklington, fresh into first team cricket with Nottinghamshire, and he goes on a reverse and hits it away for 4 runs. He's not lacking in confidence.
It's a really good shot because it was a very wide ball from Van Buren, and I don't know, it was almost as though he didn't actually premeditate it and noticed just how wide it was and then went for it, but well hit.
He's off the mark, and this time he'll play a conventional leg side sweep. I think no, he's going to run back for 2. So a little bit of intent shown already by Joe Pocklington, and he's only been out there a couple of minutes. 212 for 6. That's 7 from this over already, with 1 ball to come. I know they've had their wicket, but certainly can't afford to have any quiet overs. Pocklington gets a single down the ground. No, we're going to come back for 2 again. Good hard running.
And we welcome listeners on Sports Extra with the fact that the Outlaws look as if they've got too much to do here at Trent Bridge today. 214 for 6 against Gloucestershire, who come into this match having played 5 and won 5 right at the top of the group. But the Outlaws need 130 from 72 balls. Joining listeners on BBC Sounds on Sports Extra 2 and also Trent Bridge Live today, Pocklington and Schardendorf for the not-out pair. I've got alongside me Ed Seaborn, a voice which is well known, of course, with Gloucestershire, and a man and a voice who's so well known with Dave Bracegirdle. And we've just seen the end of Hasib Hamid, gone for 80, for which, for quite some time, it looks as if Nottinghamshire's already challenging chase was going to be built around Dave. A massive wicket just gone in the last couple of overs.
Yeah, you feel that's almost the final nail in the Nottinghamshire coffin. They need to win this, otherwise they can't make the quarters. Gloucestershire, of course, into this game chock full of confidence. 5 wins out of 5. Dane Schardendorf, the young keeper, is on the strike. He's not been out there long. He's on 6 and clubs this out onto the offside. There's an air of desperation around pretty much everything Notts are doing at the moment, but gets a single. 215 for 6. Schardendorf has 7. Joe Pocklington is down on strike on 8. He's only faced 4 balls. Slow left arm spinner, 24 years of age, signed from National League Lincolnshire for this competition. Really impressed with the ball throughout this Metro Bank competition. Has 150. But now arriving out in the middle at number 8 in the order with a lot to do. Not still require 129 from 71 balls as Jack Taylor, the Gloucestershire skipper, bowls and Pocklington drives it down the ground. It's grey, it's gloomy. Floodlights are on here at Trent Bridge. It's expected to stay dry, but it's not a sort of picture postcard scene here in Nottingham today. 216 for 6. Another attempted reverse, this time by Schardendorf, and it goes through to wicketkeeper James Bracey, who, well, I'm sure remember this day forever, scored 186 in Gloucestershire's score of 343 for 7. Taylor bowls again and pulled away by Schardendorf onto the leg side. There's protection out there. Get a couple of runs. 218 for 6. As we've been saying all day, when things are going for you, that sort of shot finds the rope, and when it's not, it picks out a fielder in the deep. Been a toughly contested contest, this one, as this is fired wide of Schardendorf, and umpire, you'll all know the name, Phil Mustard, former Durham and briefly Gloucestershire wicketkeeper, umpiring these days, stretches out his arms for a wide. Next ball is played all the way along the carpet down to long off for a single. Notts really need, well, they need a miracle in truth, but a flurry of boundaries to get them back in contention. The Duckworth Lewis on the board shows they're 47 behind where they should be at this stage, as a full toss is just paddled round the corner. Taylor appealing in the hope that it's pad first, but Pocklington says, what on earth's up with you? It's me bat, and it's the end of the over with that single. 221 for 6 with 11 overs to go.
That's an appeal and a half, is that, Ed? He seemed to laugh first. It seemed to be a, aha, how was that? It was like an Alan Partridge appeal. And not out given. Before you comment on that, and you may not want to, which is fair enough, 2 results in already for those just joining us, or wherever you're joining us now, just saying Group B, the other group, Big win for Yorkshire over Durham, so they're very much at the top of Group B. Not quite mathematically certain of things yet, but 212 runs victory over Durham. Finn Bean with a century there, which is the fastest for Yorkshire in List A cricket. Terrific work from him. We may have time to go in more details, but Warwickshire also have beaten Lancashire by 5 wickets. So if we take a brief look, if I have time there, at what's going on in Group B, Yorkshire are on 6 games played, 5 victories. That normally is enough, but they're on 20 points. Somerset second on 16. Warwickshire with that victory takes them up into the 3rd position. You need to finish in the top 3 on 16 points. Also on 16 in Middlesex, and Warwickshire moved to 3rd on a better net run rate than them. But still, Sussex possibly in with a shout. Durham look to have slipped there. Have played 7 games, you see. So they're 12 points. Looks if that's all. But Yorkshire, Somerset, and Warwickshire top 3 at the moment in Group B.
We've got a brand new bowler, Ollie Price, coming in for some off-spin Pocklington cuts to extra cover for 1, so that'll bring up double Nelson for 6, 122 required from 65 balls. Did we mention briefly for our new listeners, Gloucestershire will qualify for the top 3 if they win this game, so 6 wins out of 6, and there are not 2 sides that can overhaul them if they win this, but both Worcestershire and Hampshire could keep the pressure on them as far as that top spot that they would really want, that home semi-final. Ollie Price round the wicket, bowling swept in the air, and that has gone for 6, I think. Yeah, all the way. Dane Schardendorf with a firm, hard, flat strike, piercing deep square leg and deep mid-wicket. I'm not sure either of them saw that, to be honest. Trying to pick out a white ball from a grey sky with floodlights and white seats as well, but it wouldn't have mattered because that was hit fantastically well by Schardendorf. He's on to 16 and 116 required. It's a little bit of a gamble, I guess, bringing Ollie Price on, but he's nowadays a pretty experienced white ball bowler, just taking a couple of steps down Schardendorf, turning it fine on the onside just for a single. 229 for 6. Hasn't been doing quite as much bowling this season, or at least I should say in the latter part of this season, as he might have been. He's had a bit of a shoulder issue as Price reverse sweep, and that's gone out in front of Pocklington somehow. Not sure whether that came off pad or glove or what, but it's a dot ball, and 8 from the over. So be a terrible over if they just round it out with singles, but Pocklington looks as if he wants more. That's fired down the leg side. He just can't get enough bat on that. Pocklington just a little bit more, and that might have been flying down to the fine leg boundary. In fact, he didn't get a bat on it at all. That's why it didn't go very quickly. It's a leg by. 230 for 6. So 114 required. And whilst the equation seems very steep, as soon as the ball just starts disappearing to the boundary for a few overs, Gloucestershire have been in control of this game really pretty much from the outset. I just start to get a little bit of a feeling that things could still turn. Just a couple of wickets, they know, kills it. Down comes Schardendorf and swats it too long off. And again, a little bit of turn there. We've started to see, just in the last few overs of Van Buren from that end as well, almost for the first time I think in the whole match, just a tiny bit of turn. But it's 113 required from the final 10 overs, but only 4 wickets in hand for Nottinghamshire. So 2 wins from their remaining 3 matches for Gloucestershire will do the trick for definite as far as that home tie. But if they can win this one by a large margin, they would go a long way possibly towards securing it anyway.
Okay, and Dave's going to pick up this next over. I'll run through those scores from the other 2 matches in Group A at the end of this over. Derbyshire, Surrey, Worcestershire, Glamorgan.
Jack Taylor, the Gloucestershire skipper, to continue from this end, the Radcliffe Road end. Bowls to Dane Schardendorf. Delivery floated up there on or around off stump. Schardendorf trying to give himself a little bit of room, chops it down into the ground, and they scamper the 22 yards for another single. 232 for 6. 10 came from the last over. Notts at the moment require 11.5 and over if they're to get home. It's the 41st over. Here's Pocklington again trying to give himself some room, drags it onto the leg side. The field was set deep, so it was a blessing in truth that he didn't properly get hold of that, just clothed it out as far as the discs and was able to come back for 2. And it's 2.34 for 6. Real long shot that Notts will get anywhere near the required target of 3.44. And this one's hit up into the air by Pocklington, and a catching opportunity for Ollie Price, comfortably taken. And there's another wicket that's gone down, and Jack Taylor now amongst the wicket takers. 2.34 for 7. Pocklington trying to clear the ropes. I think the only way Notts could get anywhere near would be a flurry of sixes, flurry of big hits. Not lacking in confidence, Pocklington. We saw that with a reverse as soon as he arrived in the middle, but he's trying to take the bowler on, and he's holed out to long on to Ollie Price. And Pocklington out for 13 from 11 balls, 2.34 for 7. Chance to go through them scores, Kev.
So Derbyshire Falcons and Surrey are well out of it, but today scored 388 for 4 off their 50 overs away to Derbyshire Falcons in Derby. And the Falcons now 317 for 6. They need 72 from 6 overs. They've got the 4 wickets standing. The Falcons have picked up a bit of a habit in this competition, and before have taken things right down to the wire, no matter what their position. Almost Dahl and Chappell, the not out pair there.
Chappell's still in, they've still got a chance.
Yeah, exactly. So that one's an interesting one. Worcestershire Rapids against Glamorgan. Glamorgan without a win, the only team without a win in the competition, and of course defending champions Glamorgan, but they've set away to Worcestershire Rapids 297 for 7. The Worcestershire Rapids at 256 for 4, so that's 42 from 5.3 overs there for Worcestershire. So you would imagine, if things carry on that same way, that would be victory for Worcestershire, which would take them second as it stands behind Gloucestershire, put them 1 place above Hampshire. Hampshire played Derbyshire at the weekend. The team to look out for on the rails there, Essex, lost 3, won 3, played 6, they're on 12 points. At the weekend they take on Gloucestershire, don't they, at Chelmsford on Sunday. Interesting game perhaps on the cards there.
New man is Rob Lord, tall right-hander. First ball has eluded his bat and gone through into the gloves of the keeper. He's already shown what he's capable of in this competition this year. Scored 83 at Welbeck in the tied game against Worcestershire. Terrific knock. Pushes this into the covers and no run. That Worcestershire run chase, Rob Jones 92 not out. Jake Libby's just gone for 77. Next ball is chopped way behind square, and that's 3 dots in a row to conclude that over. 2.34 for 7 after 41 overs, and Taylor 5 overs, 1 for 28. You feel we're just about at the point where lots of running out of options. Maybe Lord and Schardendorf can give it one last go, but 110 required from the last 9 overs is an awful lot of runs with not too much left in the shed.
Yeah, Gloucestershire have used now 7 bowlers, so it looked as if it was going to be quite clear where the 5th bowler was coming from, but Craig Miles has given them a few issues with the wides that he's been bowling, so now it looks as though they're going to try and get through quite a few overs of spin here. Ollie Price to continue across his stump, sweeping is Schardendorf. It's not got great connection, but again it might allow 2, but they're not going to take on Daz Ahmed this time off the deep square boundary, who's impressed again. Had a couple of important boundaries towards the end of Gloucestershire's innings just to give them a bit of a finishing touch. 1 for 23 in his 5 overs. Good job with the ball, and took a juggling catch at short fine leg as well. I've seen 2 juggling catches in this Gloucestershire innings. We haven't dropped one yet. Price into Lord, and this has worked away to the onside. There'll be a one-handed pick-up and throw from Jack Taylor. I think Lord would have just made that if it had hit, but scrambled single to get him off the mark.
I had a message on Blue Sky from Paul Matthews. He says, good to hear Mark Elam during, he says, his lunch break. But it was earlier on in the day, which was most people's lunchtime, I guess, in this competition. So great player for Kent. Which indeed it was, but also not.
Price bowls all down the pitch and driving. They've both done pretty well there. Actually, it was well bowled by Price because he thought he might fire it past the toe end of Schardendorf's bat, but then Schardendorf likewise has done extremely well to get some bat on it. Actually hit it quite powerfully to the covered boundary, but just for one.
He also goes on, Paul, to say, I hope his son gets fit soon, because he slipped there the over these part of the Surrey setup. His son, we do wish him a good recovery.
Price bowls turned round the corner by Lord just for a single again, so 106 required from 50. And that pressure to find the boundary so early on in your innings, but knowing that if you get out, then there's little batting to come. It's tricky, even though Rob Lord has done it before, as you say. This will be a remarkable effort from here. Price in, Schardendorf powerfully down the ground. I think he's got enough on that. He has, over the top of long off, and it goes for 6. So that makes it exactly 100 required by Nottinghamshire. And Schardendorf had a long strike there, and Bancroft never really had a chance at all.
Crowd's thinned out quite considerably with the fall of the last couple of wickets.
Bit chilly, certain parts especially. So 100 needed off 49 balls. Price to Schardendorf, wide delivery, but gets to it and drives it too long off, and that will keep Schardendorf the strike, which at this stage is probably the important thing. So we've got 11 off that over and 245 for 7.
By the way, and I know people do this because they tell me they do it, on BBC Sounds, if you go back on Sports Extra and on 2 for that matter, well, no, on Sports Extra is probably the best place to. If you want to hear Chris Broad, Ali Brown and Mark Elam with Dave as part of the commentary, for I reckon, Dave, about half an hour or so all together. It was approximately 1:10, 1:15 on the Times. Lovely chat with all three. Dave is going to pick up this. I will just explain how that came about, but it really was a lovely little listen for those who particularly remember Broad, Brown and Elam.
245 for 7. It's the past players' day here at Trent Bridge. I think virtually all of the counties, if not all of them, as this is hit into the offside, and there's a wicket. It hits straight to Ahmed, and Schardendorf's gone, and it's another wicket for Jack Taylor. 245 for 8, and Schardendorf, he hit that one fearfully hard, but straight to Ahmed in the covers, and he's gone. Just have to have a little check or a reminder. Is that 2 in 2? Did he get his last wicket off the last ball of the last over? We'll have to have a little check on that. 245 for 8, just in case he's...
no, I don't believe so.
Schardendorf out for 28 from 22 balls, 1-4 and 2 6s. Just to pick up on what Kevin was saying, it's the past players' day here, and there's about 65 former Nottinghamshire players on the ground, and Richard Stevenson, the vice chairman, very kindly brought up this morning to share that half an hour with us. Chris Broad, of course, links to both sides, Nottinghamshire and Gloucestershire, and two other players who, of course, played for England. Ali Brown, predominantly through his career, played for Surrey, but of course, last 3 years was here at Trent Bridge, very much part and parcel of the successful 2010 County Championship winning side. And Mark Elam, again, a player who played for England, long chunk of his career with Kent, and then he also moved to Trent Bridge and shared in some of their successes. And as Kevin said, you can pick that up on BBC Sounds earlier on. They were all in good form, and I'm sure they've all had a good day at the past players' day here at Trent Bridge. New man is Brett Hutton, 245 for 8. Notts require 99 from 47 balls, and could be something quite astounding should they get anywhere near that. Taylor bowls to Brett Hutton, and he's away first ball, dropping it on the leg side. 246 for 8.
Yeah, it's so funny, 50 over cricket, isn't it? You can think everything can be so tight, and it could be coming down to a finish, and then 3 or 4 overs, it turns into looking like a one-sided game. But it hasn't felt that the whole way.
Jack Taylor bowls, and Rob Lord throws his head back in disappointment as he chops it into the offside. Just a couple of updates to give you from the 2 other scores after this ball. 246 for 8, just 3 matches left, and this one's hit down to long on. Bancroft lets it bounce in front of him, a single. Derbyshire now 329 for 7. needing a further 60 from just 21 balls. So it looks as if Surrey are going to deny Derbyshire there, as Houghton gets another single here, 248 for 8, and Worcestershire now 277 for 4. They need 21 from 3.5 overs to beat Glamorgan at New Road, and that will keep Worcestershire very, very much in the thick of things at the top end of Group A. Another single taken by Brett Hutton. He moves to 2 at 248 for 8, and it's almost got an air of going through the motions here as the over ends, with Notts now requiring 95, and they've only got 7 overs left to do it.
I mean, that Derbyshire game is another one that appeared as though, you know, you thought 10 and over, it's possible, but again, you just lose a couple of wickets and you end up with that situation there where Surrey are pretty comfortably moving towards the second win of the comp for them. Worcestershire have lost a 5th wicket against Glamorgan. Ethan Brooks departing for 13, but whilst Rob Jones is there on 101, does look as though they should make it home. Graham van Buren returns and drops one a little bit short, but it's cut just for 1 run out through the offside. So the birthday boy van Buren, 35 today, but well, I'm sure he would say, in fact I know he would say, because he's told me on previous occasions, he probably feels it at times, but you wouldn't know it when he's out there in the middle. Ever energetic. Whether that be fielding or bowling. And he comes, slog sweep from Hutton, cries of catch, but there's no chance for even Miles Hammond, as quick as he is, off that mid-wicket boundary to come in and take the catch, but 93 more required from 40.
Derbyshire were 7th in the table. With a defeat, that would need them relying on other results.
Backing away, missed that as Lord, and I think so as Bracey. I know there was a little inside edge on that, but there was a little noise, but I think that was just the ball hitting the gloves. Backed away a long way there, and for a flourishing shot through the offside, missed it. Van Buren in once more, reverse sweep, he's got enough of that. That's gone over the top of backward point. It will land and spin and skip on to the boundary, so 89 required from 38. Reverse swept boundary from Rob Lord. Again, when you mentioned with Pocklington coming out there, hitting his 2nd ball for 4 via the reverse sweep, that's he's obviously come back, but somebody coming out at number 9 who's able to play a reverse sweep like that. That's crunched away down the ground, high in the air, towards long on, and over the boundary rope for 6. So Rob Lord not quite done yet, and he's at least ruining Graham van Buren's figures. 83 required from 37, just about clearing that boundary. I think it was Miles down there at long on who had a thought about trying to bat the ball back in after he himself had jumped over the boundary rope, but he couldn't keep it in the field of play. Van Buren bowls a wide delivery, outside edge, that could work as well. It's spinning down towards the boundary, and it's going to make it. So 79 required from 6 overs. 4-6-4 to end Van Buren's spell, and what were looking like extremely tidy figures now read 1 for 61 from his 10.
If Surrey were to win that game there at Derby, that would be their 2nd win. I mean, they've had some thumping defeats. That would be a great result for them in really in the context of the season. And that would move them on to 8 points, which would be the same as Derbyshire, with the possibility of finishing on 16. But talk about this magic number of 5 wins. It could be that a team would sneak in with 3 now, because Worcestershire Rapids, if they get a win, they're going to move 2nd on 18. But to say that there's been some inconsistency in this group, apart from very clearly Gloucestershire so far.
There's Jack Taylor to bowl to Brett Hutton, down on one knee, and paddles it away on the leg side. There'll be just a single. Derbyshire now 9 down on the A52, 331 for 9. So looks as if the points are going to be taken away by Surrey. I'd imagine they'll hang around in the area, because they're here at Trent Bridge on Sunday, as the next delivery sent down by Taylor is levered down the ground by Rob Lord for a single. Bancroft doing the fielding.
Worcestershire seem to have removed all jeopardy there with There's Henry Cullen, early 6.
Jack Taylor bowls. This one's hit just out of the reach of Daz Ahmed at extra cover by Brett Hutton. Gets his 5th run. 268 for 8. It's the 45th over. Did seem as if we were going to be playing till 10 to 7, didn't it, at one stage? That was the cut-off time. This will be a wide. He might yet if he keeps bowling wides, but 10 past 6 now. We're, I would imagine, going to finish before the advertised close of 6:30. Next ball is hit away for 6 by Rob Lord. And he's not going down without a fight, and we saw that a little bit earlier on today. Balls hit into the crowd, and the spectators today just seem as if they're not inclined to try and take a spectacular catch. They're just more than happy to sit there and hope it doesn't hit them
and not move.
No, that one just clattered into some seats right in between a little pocket of spectators. Let's hope they're okay. Well, they are okay.
Well judged leave.
Next ball is slammed down the ground again by Rob Lord. 276 for 8, and he's very quickly gone to 27 from just 16 balls.
Going to have to change the pace. Gloucestershire, well, Van Buren's bowled out anyway, so they have to go back to seam, I think.
Taylor to Brett Hutton, and he can't get it away, so end of the over. 276 for 8, 11 from that one as well. Knots require 13.5 and over from the last 5 overs. 68 from 30 balls.
Well, he's done a cracking job as Jack Taylor, because when he came into the attack, we weren't exactly sure how many overs he'd bowl, and in the end, him and Daz Ahmed have got through, what is that? He says attempting to do maths at this stage. It's really easy, it's 12. It's awful, isn't it? Trying to add 7 and 5 together at this stage, it's harder than it seems. But yeah, 2 wickets of Shardendorf and Pocklington. But now you'd think, well, Matt Taylor and Josh Shaw are experienced death bowlers in the T20 format. It's time to hand it over to them. Matt Taylor in, and that's just pushed away by Lord for no run to backward point. 68 required from 29. And whilst it hasn't been quite as successful a T20 year for Gloucestershire as last year, they would have faith in Matt Taylor and Josh Shaw very much so to close this out from here. Taylor round the wicket, bowls a bumper, swatted at and missed and wided by umpire Peverell, so he's wided that on line, but has also signalled 1 for the over.
Yes, Notts have had one of their key players dismissed by a similar delivery going down the leg side that Jack Haynes decided to take the hook on and just gloved it down the leg side to James Bracey.
Yeah, still one of the biggest moments of this chase. Taylor in and bowls another short ball, blasted in the air and caught at extra cover. Caught Taylor, bowled Taylor, and that is the end of Rob Lord. And Gloucestershire now just 1 wicket away from a 6th consecutive win and 1 wicket away from a place in the knockout stages.
Yeah, I like what I see with the bat from Rob Lord. Hasn't had that many opportunities, but as I say, at Welbeck he walloped a really attractive and aggressive 83 in the tie against Worcestershire. Might have earned a bit of a promotion up the order a little bit, but now he's down at 9 again today, and 277 for 9. I think the writing's been on the wall for quite some time here as to the eventual outcome of this one, but we will go through the formalities of inviting James Hayes to go out there and see if he can get 67 from 28 balls to be an unlikely hero.
It's always the worst thing about being a number 10 or 11 is that you come out either in this situation where it's like, well, what do you expect me to do to score 15 and over or whatever it is, 14 and over, or you're going out there when you need a sort of 150 to win. You never seem to be going out there in the position where you could actually win the game.
Or you go out there and there's a proper top order batter out there on 95, and it's your responsibility to make sure you play for your partner. Oh yeah, there's a reason to bat 11. 277 for 9.
Yeah, so 67 the requirement, and well, for Gloucestershire it could still be the case that net run rate could be important, so margin from their point of view, they'll be for not just the reasons of going through formalities of finishing off the game, but they'll want to finish this off well here. Taylor in and bowls to Hayes, who's struck on the pad, looking to turn the ball into the leg side. Only one person briefly appealed, not quite as comically as Jack Taylor did earlier on. I think that probably does win the prize for the most comical appeal of the season.
I don't think you'll have any concerns about, well, not only qualification, which is going to be ensured, but looking very strong to top the group.
It's only if you lose the last 2 games, I say you, Gloucestershire, sorry.
Taylor bowls. Back of a length played into the ground from Hayes. Definitely don't come through for a run there, because that's straight back to the bowler.
I'm sorry if you've just said this recently, but for Gloucestershire, it's a trip to Essex on Sunday.
Yes.
And then it's Hampshire,
yes.
are another of those teams. I mean,
Yeah.
Hampshire likely to slip to 3rd with a Rapids win tonight, but they're in the top 3 at the moment. That's a potential tough game there.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, they are 2 tough games. You've got Essex, who've won 3 in a row, and 3 in a row with absolute slaughterings. And it's at Chelmsford as well. Taylor bowls, good Yorker, just guided out to backward point by Hayes. So no runs off the bat this over, 67 required from 25. But the calculations are not always straightforward when it comes to net run rate. Gloucestershire's net run rate is better than Hampshire's at the moment, but you have to keep winning by the same margin in order to keep your net run rate where it is, if you see what I mean. It's not an automatic that you win and your net run rate improves. Taylor around the wicket bowls, that's jabbed into the offside. They are going to come through for 1, which will mean that Hayes keeps the strike. So Hutton will be stranded at the non-striker's end. 66 needed from 24.
5-wicket win for Worcestershire Rapids, so and that is over Glamorgan. So Glamorgan remain without a win, and only 1 more game to try and put that right for them. But for the Rapids, then they move to 18 points. Gloucestershire likely to move to
24,
24, so they will be certain of going through. So then Worcestershire move to 18, 6 points behind. Hampshire on 16 points.
So they'll be all but mathematically in, I think, Worcestershire, because the net run rate situation as well. Well, I suppose Essex could still catch them on net run rate, but they'll be very close to being in.
Jack Taylor to bowl, and reversed by James Hayes gets him a single. This is the only game left playing now, because Surrey have just defeated Derbyshire. Derbyshire all out for 345 just along the A52 from here. Surrey winning by 43 runs, and that will scupper Derbyshire's hopes of getting into the top 3 as well, as this is once more speared down the leg side by Jack Taylor, and Phil Mustard stretches his arms out. Must be getting a little weary, Phil Mustard, because there's been a lot of wides.
He has, hasn't he?
Listen, even in the Nottinghamshire bowling innings, they were all from this end, weren't they?
280 for 9. There's been a lot of wides and a lot of sixes that Phil Mustard has had to either stretch his arms out or reach to the sky.
Whoops.
A couple of runs down here as we have a little bit of a Chuckle Brothers interlude. To you, to me, to you, to me, between Charlesworth and Bancroft.
He hasn't picked up a ball particularly cleanly for about 30 overs, Ben Charlesworth. That 4-time juggling catch he took.
282 for 9 as Hutton again drags it on the leg side. He'll move to 8 from 8. It is really just all about the margin of victory here at the moment. Notts require 61 from 21 balls. If the wicket goes now, a 60-run win, and it has. It hasn't. It looked for all the world as if Hayes had been bowled there. He threw the kitchen sink at that and missed it. And once he'd missed it, it seemed inevitable that the ball would clatter into the stumps. But somehow it found the strength just to climb over the top. Next ball, well, he's inside edged it past leg stump and gets a single. 284 for 9.
Oh, this is some good old-fashioned number 11 batting
Evo.
here. I'm sorry, but it is.
So
it's great to watch. I love it.
Wins today for Surrey, Worcestershire, Warwickshire, Yorkshire. This one's played down to long on, and they get a single. And under the Trent Bridge floodlights, we enter the last 3 overs of this match with Notts 285 for 9 after top of the table Gloucestershire earlier, 343 for 7. James Bracey. They don't give gold awards out now like they used to, do they, for the player of the match or whatever, but were there to be one, James Bracey would have an extra little bit of hand baggage going back on the Gloucestershire coach for his 186 earlier. Terrific knock.
Well, we're going to go back to spins. I don't know if this is Gloucestershire just saving some overs of their quicks now for later on in the competition, but Matt Taylor having taken that wicket basically to wrap it up. It's Ollie Price back for a third over bowling, and that's boundaries on the ground. We've seen it cleared 3 or 4 times today. I thought it was going to be quite hard to hit a 6 over there, but not to be. Clubbed away by Hutton. 53 required from 17.
I'm going to say the required rate is 18.7 and over.
That's all right, one of those every 2 balls. I can afford a dot pretty much. Price round the wicket to Hutton. Fired wide of off stump, but that's hit in the air, down the ground. Long on is underneath it and tips it back in and takes the catch. And Craig Miles with the winning catch for Gloucestershire. They have won this game by 52 runs. And they make it 6 wins out of 6 in the One-Day Cup. And they have punched their ticket to the knockout stages. Still work to be done as far as securing a home semi-final possibly. But they've got the first step done today. They have come to Trent Bridge and beaten Nottinghamshire. And they continue their unbeaten run in the 2025 Men's One-Day Cup.
Yes, congratulations to Gloucestershire. Certainly the games I've seen live, the games I've seen on the various live streams, they look to be one of the strongest sides in the competition. Remember the final back here at Trent Bridge, so who knows, this may turn out to have been a very useful dress rehearsal for the final, should Gloucestershire get back here. They've got a bit of work to do before then. There's 2 more matches left in the group, but as Ed was saying, they've punched their ticket into the knockouts, and there'll be at least one of those matches at Bristol, and maybe they can get back here at Trent Bridge and see if they can continue their fabulous record in one-day cricket with a 52-run win here over the Outlaws. James Bracey 186, Cameron Bancroft 46. They put 122 on. Even back then, even by about 12:30 today, the writing I think was very much on the wall for Nottinghamshire as that pair laid the foundations. We had a little bit of an on-air sweep at various stages through the Gloucestershire innings, and I think all 3 of us had sort of got a window of between 340 and 360 for Gloucestershire. Well, they landed in that. Only just. Ed was disappointed. I think he said maybe they've left 15 or 20 runs out there. Well, they might have done, but they weren't needed in the end. They've won by 52. Notts lost Ben Slater right at the start without scoring, and though he got to 57, I think the dismissal of Jack Haynes, who was motoring at the time and has been in great form, was a significant moment. But 344 was always going to be a tall order to get anywhere near.
Yes, Trent Bridge Live and BBC Sounds with you, bringing you coverage of the One-Day Cup on Sunday, a very important day on Sunday. It's the penultimate day of qualifying. Some we know are certain. Say some, only one still, I think. It's maybe Worcestershire. Just check on that. But we know on Sunday we'll get a very good idea of what's going on in terms of the top 3. It won't be all decided then. We've got Tuesday as well. So for those listening to us via BBC Sounds, we'll be with you on the BBC website for the coverage, and a game on Sunday, back on Sounds again next Tuesday. I know that Dave will be here on Sunday bringing coverage of the game against Surrey. So all of that to come, but well done to those teams with victories today. Surrey a 43 runs victory over Derbyshire Falcons. Gloucestershire continue. What a strong competition for them. A 52 runs victory over the Outlaws. The Rapids a 5-wicket victory over Glamorgan. And in Group B, victory for Warwickshire by 5 wickets against Lancashire, and Yorkshire also looking very strong at the top of their group with a 212 runs victory over Durham. So that is it for us for today. Anything more to say, David?
No,
okay.
Not really. Very much enjoyed your company and your commentary as always. And,
thank you.
We'll see you on the circuit.
Well, and thanks much to Ed as well. Okay. We're all good friends here, and talking of good friends, for those listening on BBC Sounds on Sports Extra, I'm now going to hand you back to the 100, and we're off to Birmingham and Dan Norcross.